Hey everyone. Welcome back for the 13th part of What If Naruto Was Raised by the Sannin? As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 67. Cats and Foxes, Part 2. And Sharks and Panthers too. Fire release, mouse hairball. Yu-Gi-To expelled several blue fireballs from her mouth, which quickly took the shape of fiery mice, as they flew towards one of the Kisame clones surrounding her and her partners. The Kisame clone merely smirked, and swung his Seimata in order to block all the incoming projectiles, resulting in a series of explosions. But when the smoke receded, the Kisame clone was any worse for the wear. The hell? You're a clone, your sword isn't supposed to work just as good as the original. Yu-Gi-To snarled. I wouldn't be a very good clone if that was the case, don't you think so? The Kisame clone replied with a taunting smirk, before he dashed to strike the Jinchuriki. Okay then, if I can't use ninjutsu directly against this guy, I'll use it in a more indirect manner. Yu-Gi-To thought, dashing forward as well, making several hand seals. Jinchuriki and Akatsuki met in the middle, with Kisame pretending to deliver a swing, before placing the sword between himself and Yu-Gi-To as if it was a shield, just when the Jinchuriki was ready to attack. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Do you think you can catch me off guard with such an amateurish trick? Disappointing, Kisame said, fixing a stare of contempt on the Kumo-kunoichi. However, much to his surprise, the stream of fire coming from Yu-Gi-To's mouth wasn't aimed at him, but at the ground, propelling herself into the air. Spinning her body, she placed herself just above Kisame, before letting gravity pull her down. She extended her arms downwards as her fingernails elongated into claws. However, Kisame was quick to react to the strategy, and managed to parry the blow coming from above. He smirked at the Jinchuriki, her claws now stuck inside Seimata. This is way too easy. But the clone was silenced by another Yu-Gi-To, who impaled him from the front with her elongated claws. The effect of the blow was instant, and the clone dissolved into a puddle of water. Fire clones. They never expect them, Yu-Gi-To said, shaking her head, before she noticed Samui and Atsui still struggling against the other two clones. I think we should help those two, the clone pointed out. You took the words from my mouth, the original replied as she and the clone dashed towards Samui and Atsui. The Kisame clones didn't realize that Yu-Gi-To and her clone were going towards them, and saw too late the cross-slash aiming at them. The eviscerated Akatsuki clones dissolved in yet another two puddles of water. Thank you, Yu-Gi-To, Samui told her teammate. These were way more powerful than the average clone. Yeah, I don't know how Daru-sama and that Konoha girl are holding so well against the original, Atsui added. Because they aren't his target, and isn't fighting at full power. But when he does, they will be in trouble. Come on, we need to help them, Yu-Gi-To insisted. But Daru-sama said. Atsui tried to protest. I know what Daru said, damn it, Yu-Gi-To snapped. But we need to help him before summoning jutsu. Yu-Gi-To froze, as a sense of overwhelming dread washed over her body. She could feel the tailed beast inside her shaking with a swirl of emotions. Turning around, she saw a massive cloud of smoke forming where the Konoha ninja were fighting that other Akatsuki, followed by a powerful wind that threatened to blow her away. And then, the smoke cleared, and he appeared. Time seemed to stand still as every Konoha and Kumo ninja stared at the giant nine-tailed fox that had appeared in the ruined village. Their looks were either of terror, bewilderment, or shock. Or all three, in Atsui's case. The nine tails, Samui said in awe. Guess that solves one mystery, Yu-Gi-To dryly remarked, as she started to walk towards the beast. Turn out those Konoha brats weren't lying when they said that there was a second nine tails running around. Hey. Where are you going? Atsui told his partner. Where do you think, dumbass? I'm the only one who can deal with that monster. As Yu-Gi-To said this, orange chakra started to burst around her body, forming an aura around it. Now I want you to stay away from us. I can't fight and take care of you two, and I'd never forgive myself if you two got killed because of me. You can count on us, Yu-Gi-To, Samui replied. The two tails Jinchuriki nodded in return, as she rushed towards the other tailed beast. Speaking of said tailed beast, Obito was standing on its head, smirking down at the Konoha ninjas below him. The girls looked terrified, while Sasuke was shooting him an angry glare, as he gripped the pommel of his katana. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea how this is possible, since last time I checked, the blonde brat still has the 9 tails inside of him, Obito admitted, shrugging a little. But hey, I'm not going to complain about something that benefits me. Now, 9 tails, crush them. The demon fox let out a deafening roar before raising his right paw. The Konoha ninjas snapped out of their terror and shock in time to avoid the paw coming down at them, creating a large crater and destroying several already ruined houses in a large area. Sasuke, it all depends on you. Use your Mangekyo Sharingan to tame the beast, Shizune urged. Sasuke nodded, doing his best to push back the memory of Naruto being impaled that was being forced into his brain. Sasuke's Sharingan changed into their advanced form, and locked eyes with the giant fox. However, when he tried to force his will upon the creature, another force repelled it back. Arg! Sasuke grunted, as he winced, grabbing his head. I can't. Of course you can't, Obito laughed. As long as the 9 tails is under my control, he's shielded from outside influences. In that case, we'll need to take care of Obito first, Sasuke stated. Easier said than done. That will be hard to do with that monster trying to kill us. A panicked Karen pointed out. I think this is my cue to play my ace in the hole, Rin interjected, making several hand seals, as she took a couple of steps forward. Wood release, great forest emergence. Suddenly, the earth started to shake, and green thick wooden vines emerged all around the 9 tails, wrapping themselves around his legs, tails and neck, immobilizing it. The effort of restraining such a large beast soon made itself evident in Rin, who winced and started to sweat heavily. Sasuke and Karen stared at Rin in awe. Wait, what? The redhead asked. You can use wood release? How? Why? We can talk about that later. Come on, now is your chance, Rin urged the others. Shizune nodded, and she launched herself at Obito. The Akatsuki, however, jumped off the fox's head before Shizune could catch him. He then pulled out a Fuma Shuriken. The steel star burst into flames before he tossed it against the 9 tails, and made a hand seal. Fire release, Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. Multiple flaming shuriken appeared near the first one, all of them flying towards the tailed beast. Many of them embedded themselves into the vines restraining him, while others stabbed into the fox's flesh, not that Obito cared. Now's my chance, Sasuke said, as he made several hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a fireball which flew towards Obito with flawless accuracy. The Akatsuki, however, turned intangible, and the fireball phased through him. More fireballs were shot, the effect was the same, and they disappeared into the sky. You might caught me off guard back then. But as long as I don't send anybody to my pocket dimension, my abilities should be safe to use, Obito confidently stated. Rin gathered her chakra as she tried to repair the damage Obito had done to her vines, but it was too late, and after several snapping sounds, the tailed beast managed to break free. His eyes, morphed into Sharingans, shot a hateful glare at Rin, and moved to attack. But before he could do anything, he was rammed by another being of the same size. The clash of giants produced a shockwave that knocked all those nearby back. What the? A confused Rin asked as she fell on her butt. Both she and her Konoha companion saw a giant cat, made of what appeared to be blue and black flames. Her eyes were of different color, one green and another yellow. 2 tails lashed at the end of her body. Yugito, Shizune said aloud, albeit mostly to herself. Hokage-sama said she had full control of her tailed beast, but seeing it with my own eyes. Stay away from us. Yugito's voice boomed from the giant 2-tailed cat, as she wrestled the 9 tails. Even if you want to help me, don't. I don't want to put you in danger. Ah, there it is, the long prey. I knew that I did good in bringing my 9 tails here, Yugito, Obito said, as he started to teleport away. Your tailed beast will be mine. Meanwhile, not far away from there, Daru and Sakura continued fighting Kisame. Even if the fight was going well, the two of them had the impression that the former Kiri ninja wasn't giving his all and was just merely toying with them, if his careless attitude was any indication. Hey, sorry for not believing you at first when you guys told us about a second 9 tails, Daru said, as his cleaver clashed against Samada. For all that it's worth. Save the apologies for when we have one. Sakura replied, trying to capitalize on Kisame being focused on Daru to land a punch, but the blue-skinned swordsman skillfully avoided it. You're adorable, thinking you have a chance to win. When it was the boy and I, maybe you had a tiny little chance, but with that monster on our side, Kisame laughed. We have our own Jinchuriki to stop it. Daru countered, as he delivered a swing the shark ninja avoided. Kisame chuckled once again. Tell me, brat, don't you think that's exactly what we wanted? Kumo is fiercely protective of their Jinchuriki, but we knew you'd deploy at least one of them if an attack by another tailed beast was involved. We were planning for this. And you fell right into our trap. Soon you're going to see that plans don't always go as intended, especially one so dull as yours, Daru replied, as he reared his cleaver sword backwards. The wide blade started to crackle with electricity, as the Kumo ninja dashed forward. Kisame received the onslaught with a smirk, as he expertly parried all of Daru's blows. With each blow of his cleaver, lightning bolts were released in every direction, but sadly those aimed at Kisame were absorbed by his bandaged sword, much to his chagrin. Not only that sword can absorb ninjutsu, but even when it's used in an indirect way, like being channeled through a sword, Daru noted, deciding it would be for the better a change of strategy. My turn then, Kisame's toothy grin expanded, as he raised his sword above his head. Thousands of droplets of water started to gather around Saimata from the air's moisture, forming a liquid mass around the weapon. Water release, tsunami sword. Slamming his sword into the ground, the water gathered by Saimata was released in the form of a brutal and massive torrent, that in no time flooded the entire village, including the zone where the two-tailed beasts were fighting. Daru and Sakura used the rubble and half-destroyed buildings as footing to jump above the incoming wave, before they landed on the water's surface with a splash. As they did, they noticed that Kisame was leaping at them, Saimata raised above his head. Daru was about to hold his own in a defensive position to parry the blow, but Sakura beat him to the punch by jumping and, well, throwing a punch at the incoming Saimata. The resulting impact caused a powerful shockwave that pushed both ninjas back several meters. The power behind his water jutsu is unreal. My skills look pretty dull in comparison, Daru thought, as his brain tried to come up with a proper strategy, before he noticed Saimata. I wonder how much power comes from him and how much from that sword. Regardless of the answer, taking that sword of the picture will improve our chances. You look thoughtful. Desperate to look for a way to beat my unstoppable power? Kisame taunted. Don't bother. Even the most cunning strategies are useless in the face of the overwhelming strength of a tsunami. Don't be so cocky. I haven't shown you yet my best moves, Daru said, as he sheathed his cleaver while starting making hand seals. He leaned towards Sakura. I'm going to attack now. Try to land a punch the moment you see an opening. Sakura nodded. Got it. More ninjutsu? I thought that you'd know it's useless by now, Kisame mocked. But hey, I'm not going to interrupt an enemy when he's making a mistake. Storm release, laser circus. Daru brought his hands forward, both indexes and middle fingers aiming at Kisame. A blue light orb formed around them, before it exploded in a multitude of beams of the same color that flew at the shark ninja. Kisame merely smirked, and placed Saimata between himself and the incoming attack for protection. So, you have a bloodline limit. Not that it's going to help. Suddenly, much to Kisame's shock, the beams changed their trajectory just before they were going to crash against Saimata, arching around it and Kisame, before blasting the Akatsuki's back. Arg. I think that's my cue, Sakura said, as she launched herself towards Kisame. She reared a fist back, which started to swirl with chakra, taking the form of an even larger fist surrounding it. Shanaro. However, Kisame wasn't as defenseless as she thought. The shark ninja managed to jump backwards as he made several hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet jutsu. A gigantic shark made of water formed between Sakura and Kisame, opening its jaws to crunch the charging pinkette. However, Sakura's incoming punch packed so much power it shattered the elemental animal into tiny droplets, and still had enough momentum to keep forward. But the jutsu made it job, and softened Sakura's blow enough for Kisame to safely parry it with Saimata, even if it pushed him backwards a few meters. Not bad, definitely not bad, Kisame complimented, once he came to a stop. But sadly not good enough to beat somebody of my level. With a swift motion of his sword, Saimata split Sakura in two, before she dissolved into water. The hell? Where did she? Kisame barely had time to react as Sakura burst underwater below him, her chakra-enhanced fist aimed for his chin. If Kisame didn't move, that punch alone would have separated his head from the rest of his body. But even if it didn't connect, the shockwave it produced was strong enough to hurl him even further backwards, making him drop Saimata. Yes. Well done, Sakura-san. Daru praised as he rushed forward. His hand expertly caught Saimata before the falling blade could even touch the water. This sword belongs to Kumo now. Let's see how well you do without Og. Much to the Kumo ninja's surprise, spikes sprouted from Samheda's handle, forcing him to drop the blade. Blood was pouring from the holes his now useless right hand had. Daru-san, Sakura cried, as he jumped back towards him. Quickly, give me your hand. Are you a medic? Daru asked. Sakura's answer came in the form of the mystical palm jutsu. In a few seconds, the bleeding stopped and the holes were healed, making his hand look like it was never damaged. Thank you. Wow, you're really good. Sakura smiled at the compliment. Thanks. Kumo might have the best swordsman, but no village tops Konoha when it comes to medics. Good thing that you're on our side then, Daru said, still taking a look at his hand, before his eyes focused on Samada, floating beside him. Though apparently I'm not a good enough swordsman for that sword. If that thing is a sword to begin with. Suddenly, as if Kisame was pulling an invisible string, Samada flew towards him, and the blue-skinned ninja casually caught his sword back. You're right, Samada is more than just a special sword, Kisame said, grinning again. It was created by the first Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, using the chakra-absorbing coral the Three Tails produces to build it. The result was a sword that could absorb ninjutsu and transfer it to its wielder. Eventually, due being made of living matter and all the chakra it consumed, Samada became sentient and grew a mind of its own, though it still remained a weapon. It only obeys one ninja at once, and has its ways to punish little thieves that want to get their hands on it. Samada will never belong to another ninja as long as I'm alive. Don't worry, that has an easy solution, Sakura replied, frowning at Kisame. Did I tell you that you're way over your heads trying to fight me? You have seen only an iota of my true power, Kisame taunted. As Kisame, Sakura and Daru continued to fight, Yugito fought as the Nine Tails, transformed into the beast she was carrying inside. The scale of such battle made it all but impossible for the rest of the ninjas to intervene in much capacity. The Konoha and Kumo ninjas watching the battle discussed what they could do. Come on, there has to be something we can do to help Yugito, Atsui insisted. She told us not to interfere. The scale of this battle is way above us, so please cool down, Samui told her brother. I'm with Atsui here. Our power might be insignificant compared to them, but that does not make us useless. We can turn the tide of the battle, Sasuke interjected. Rin, do you think you can immobilize the Nine Tails with your wood release? Karen asked, before she realized what she just said, and chuckled. Wood release, not happy to come back from the dead, she also has wood release of all bloodlines. I could try, but it's moving way too fast, Rin pointed out. For the time being, let's be cautious and watch. Sooner or later, an opportunity to intervene will present to us, Shizune stated. Or maybe we could try and create those opportunities ourselves, Sasuke said, as he bit his thumb before he started to walk forward while making hand seals. Sasuke-kun, wait. Don't do anything reckless. Shizune asked. Doing something reckless is still a better alternative than doing nothing at all, Sasuke snapped, finishing the seal sequences, slamming his hand into the water surface. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, a giant hawk emerged, flapping his wings as he took off, with Sasuke riding on his back. Sasuke commanded the bird to fly towards the two fighting tailed beasts. Shion sighed, and shook his head. That boy's going to get himself killed, the older medicnin said. Okay, Sasuke took the choice from our hands. We'll approach with caution and move when there's a chance to act, or if our side is losing. Whatever, just let go with the action already, an impatient Atsui stated, before Samui smacked him the back of the head. Ow. Thank goodness they aren't using tailed beast balls, or else we could easily end up as collateral damage, Shizune pointed out. Tailed beast ball? Karen repeated. It's a tailed beast's most powerful attack, it was Rin who answered. The tailed beast gathers a lot of chakra in their mouth forming a ball, which is then released in the form of said ball that can explode upon contact, or in the form of an energy beam or wave for a more focused area of destruction. You know an awful lot about tailed beasts, Karen commented. It was because of Minato-sensei. He used to study them in a very thorough fashion, Rin explained. Though the fact that Kushina-san was a Jinchuriki does explain where that interest came from. If that's the case, then I guess it's because they're fighting too close to each other for an attack of such magnitude, Samui guessed. If they do, there's a big chance they might hurt themselves. Not to mention all the unwanted attention that such attack would bring to this place, Shizune added. Wouldn't be that a good thing? Karen asked. If more Kumo ninja came to help Yugito. Samui shook her head. We need quality, not more quantity. If Killer Bee-sama or Raikage-sama came, they could easily turn the tide of the battle. but other Kumo ninja would barely make a difference. If somebody sees this fight, it would be better if they warn Kumo about what's going on, rather than join the fight themselves. But by the time reinforcements arrive, it might be too late, Rin pointed out. Meanwhile, above the two fighting giant beasts, Sasuke's hawk was flying in circles, as the Uchiha on top of it carefully analyzed the clash, Sharingan activated in order not to miss any detail, as small or insignificant as it might be. Cat flame roaring fire. The two tails opened her jaws, and fired several large fireballs at the nine tails. The fox, however, deflected said fireballs with a flick of his many tails, some of them being redirected into the sky, while others fell on both the ground and water around them. After that the nine tails charged at the two tails. Yugito decided to return in kind and charge at him as well. However, just before the two could meet in the middle, the nine tails abruptly stopped and spun over himself, delivered a nine-tailed tail blow at the surprised Jinchuriki, who was hurled backwards. "Well done, Kyuubi," Obito said, reappearing beside his subdued tailed beast. He quickly made several hand seals. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Multiple wooden vines emerged around the still dazed Jinchuriki, wrapping around her neck and limbs, immobilizing her and binding her chakra. "That should take care of it. Now, let's deal the finish blow," Obito said. The nine tails opened his maws, and started to gather chakra into an ever-expanding sphere. The Konoha and Kumo ninjas still in the ground knew the Kyuubi was charging a tailed beast ball, and if the attack hit, it would mean the end for Yugito. Sasuke had left before hearing the explanation on what that attack was. Not that he needed it to know that it was bad news and, if it wasn't stopped immediately, the Akatsuki would win. Almost on instinct, the youngest Uchiha jumped from his flying summon, and aimed his fall towards the fox's face. He made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sasuke wasn't stupid enough to use his real self as a human missile towards a tailed beast, not when a clone would do just fine. He then transferred all his momentum to the clone by pushing it downward the moment he appeared. In the couple seconds before the clone would hit his destination, he made several hand seals. Fire release, Burning Man. The clone was surrounded by an aura of fire just before it crashed against the nine tails' left eye. The beast howled in pain, losing control of the forming tailed beast ball, which exploded in his mouth, hurling him backwards. "No," Obito yelled. "Atsui, let's release Yugito while the nine tails is incapacitated," Samui suggested, as she unsheathed her tanto while rushing towards the immobilized giant cat. "All right," her brother said, following Samui and unsheathing his katana as well. "Now's our chance," Shizune said, as she rushed towards the beast, with Karen and Rin following her. "Rin, try to subdue it now." Rin nodded, and her hands flew through hand seals once again. Wood release. Deep forest emergence. More wooden vines emerged around the nine tails and wrapped around him, just like they also bound his two-tailed sister. Though the damage caused by the failed tailed beast ball wasn't as severe as it appeared, as the Kyuubi had enough strength to trash against the restraining wooden vines. "Karen, help her subdue him," Shizune said. Karen took a step forward, and made a hand seal. Adamantine sealing chains. Multiple chains of chakra emerged from her back, and they wrapped themselves around the nine tails' limbs, just like the wooden vines did, and combined their suppressing effects to Sabuta the angry monster. The Kyuubi trashed again, but his movements were much slower and sloppy, as he progressively became less and less active. The combined power of both jutsu was too much for him to handle. "Very good. Keep going like that, girls," Shizune cheered. Fire release, Phoniec Sage Fire Jutsu. A volley of fireballs rained upon Karen and Rin, seemingly out of nowhere, blowing the two girls away, and in Karen's case, forcing her to release her chains from the incapacitated fox. "I won't let you interfere any further," Obito said, as he landed in front of them. He then turned around, and started to throw more fire jutsu at the vines still pinning the giant fox down. Meanwhile, at the other side of the flooded village, Daru and Sakura continued their 2-on-1 fight against Kisame. "Things are looking grim over there," Daru said, who had just glanced back to the two-tailed beasts duking it out, before his visible eye rested on Kisame. "Sorry man, but I'm afraid we'll have to end this pretty quick. We're needed over there." "I was having a lot of fun, but if you want me to end this quickly, I can do that as well," Kisame grinned, as he suddenly disappeared. Daru tensed, as he gripped the handle of his cleaver. "Where did he?" "From underwater. Watch out," Sakura warned. Both the blonde-haired man and pink-haired girl jumped in time before a shark jumped out of the water, its jaws full of teeth wide open. Another one jumped immediately afterwards against Sakura, but the kunoichi managed to punch it in time, sending it skidding across the water surface, before it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Another one met the same fate when Daru sunk his electrified cleaver into its flesh. However, more and more sharks started to come out of the water, in greater numbers and higher frequency. It was becoming increasingly harder for the two ninja to keep up the pace. In no time they would be overwhelmed. "I can see the bastard below us," Daru told Sakura, as he slashed an incoming shark. Summoning more shakers. "Hell, I bet these sharks aren't even real. He just plans to tire us out before delivering the finishing blow." "In that case, we should ignore these fishes and go after him directly," Sakura suggested. "I had the same idea," Daru asked, as he sheathed his cleaver. "Protect me for a few seconds, will you?" Sakura nodded, and pushed her body as much as she could in order to fend off the sharks coming from every direction. Fortunately, a few seconds is all what Daru needed to weave the necessary hand seals. Lightning release, Black Panther. Daru's hands crackled with black electricity, which condensed into a mass of dark lightning that took the shape of a panther. The panther dived underwater headed for Kisame, but it was intercepted by several of the sharks he was constantly summoning. "Damn, such a failure," Daru complained. "Reaching him underwater is going to be a challenge." "Not that much. I have a way that will open a direct path to the Akatsuki, but it will only last for a few seconds," Sakura told the Kumo Jonin. "Sorry for being skeptical, but what do you plan to do? Punch the water really hard so the shockwave creates a vacuum zone?" Sakura smirked in return. "You just read my mind." Door eyes visible eye widened. Are you serious?" "You might want to take a step back," Sakura said as she leapt into the air, her fist wound back. Daru did as Sakura was told. However, as he was the only one touching the water surface, now all the sharks were aiming for him. Unsheathing his cleaver once more, the Kumo Jonin went into the defensive. "Shanaro!" Sakura hollered, as she came down, her fist impacting against the water surface. The effect was immediate. The force released by the impact created a shockwave that pushed all the water aside in every direction, creating a rather large hole in the water, with a genuinely surprised Kisame at the bottom. "Damn! That girl looked pretty dull, but she packs quite the mean punch. If Konoha has more ninja like her, we might be screwed," Daru said, mostly to himself. "Come on, attack, he's wide open," Sakura shouted. Daru nodded, and jumped into the hole the pinkette had literally punched in the water. Unfortunately for him, Kisame was able to shake off the shock and expertly parry Daru's blow with his much bigger sword. Before the Kumo ninja could force the blue-skinned Akatsuki into the defensive, Kisame wasted no time and counterattacked with a series of rapid swings of his massive blade. The dark-skinned ninja replied by jumping backwards, while making several hand seals. Storm release, Laser Circus. Joining his hands together, Daru fired another salvo of light blue beams at Kisame. The Akatsuki smirked and prepared to defend. "You're not going to catch me off guard with your little light show again," Kisame confidently said, and when the beams were close to him, he delivered a very wide swing, Seimata absorbing them. "As I said. You're wide open." Another Daru appeared before Kisame, his cleaver ready to slash the Akatsuki to bites. However, Kisame was fast enough to parry the clone's blow as well, and deliver another swing that knocked the sword out of his hands. "You expected to catch me off guard with a clone? I'm starting to feel insulted," Kisame chuckled, as he delivered another blow to the clone. But much to his surprise, the clone caught Seimata, wrapping his arms around it. Seimata grew several spikes in order to eviscerate the clone, but much to Kisame's shock, not only the clone did not dispel, but the spikes even failed to pierce him, as his skin was extremely hard. "Now I got you," the Daru clone burst in smoke, revealing that it had been Sakura all along. Her skin was now a metallic brown while her hair was silver. "Did you forget about me already? Come on Daru-san, before the sword absorbs my iron skin jutsu." "You don't have to tell me twice," Daru replied, as his hands flew through hand seals. Lightning release, Double Black Panther. Daru's hands generated a mass of the aforementioned black lightning, which took the shape of two panthers, ready to pounce on Kisame. Seeing that there was no point in struggling, Kisame dropped Seimata and jumped away, just as the water started to fill the hole while it formed a whirlpool. The shark ninja decided to counter Daru's ninjutsu with one of his own. "I don't need Seimata to beat opponents of your level," he shouted, as his hands quickly formed hand seals, before thirsting them forward. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. Kisame created a gigantic shark made of water before sending it towards Daru and Sakura. This jutsu can absorb the chakra of other ninjutsu and add it to its own power as if it was Seimata. I don't know what those Black Panthers do, but they won't touch me. Kisame boasted, as his face formed a grin of confidence. However, much to his surprise, the Black Panthers maneuvered around the shark-shaped missile, gracefully avoiding it. What? Kisame asked in shock. I'll take care of that, Sakura said, placing herself in front of the shark bullet. She spread her arms wide, as two giant fists made of chakra appeared around her fists. Cherry Blossom Thunderclap. Sakura slammed her fists together, creating a powerful shockwave forwards, which easily shattered the water shark bullet when crashed against it. Just as I thought. I can use my chakra-enhanced strength to create shockwaves, but since they lack chakra, they can't be absorbed, Sakura thought, pleased with her deduction. That moment, a lightning bolt fell from the storm clouds above, landing somewhere near the spot the rest of her teammates were fighting Obito and his tailed beast. Sakura saw that the Nine Tails was down, and smiled. She turned her sight back to the enemy at hand. Lightning release jutsu packs a lot of power, but they're usually hard to control and direct. Black lightning has no such problems. And as you're going to experience, it's also more powerful than regular lightning as well, Daru explained, enjoying Kisame's predicament. Unable to defend or even dodge the attack, the two lightning panthers crashed against Kisame, engulfing him in an explosion of black electricity. When the electricity faded, Kisame was still there, his clothes and skin badly burned, but still in condition to fight. The Akatsuki extended his right hand, and Seimata flew to it. He, I'm going to admit, that hurt a lot, Kisame chuckled, sounding oddly nonchalant. But these wounds will stay here very little. I can use Seimata for. Kisame was interrupted by a massive explosion coming from behind. Both him and his opponents forgot about each other for a moment, as their eyes were focused on the massive blast. The Akatsuki grinned. Oh, look at that. It seems that Obito is finally done playing, Kisame laughed. Sakura and Daru looked horrified at the other battlefield. What happened over there? Sakura cried. As Daru and Sakura's fight against Kisame was winding down, the fight of the giants had been halted by both Rin and Obito incapacitating the other side's tailed beast with their wood release. Not that they were going to just leave things that way. Let's release Yugito, Atsui said, as made a couple of one-handed hand seals, as his other hand held his katana. Fire release, burning edge. Atsui's katana was coated in fire, as he dashed towards the giant incapacitated cat. He quickly started to slash the vines with his flaming blade, but they proved to be more resistant than their appearance suggested. Don't go all by yourself, let's work together. Samui replied, as she made several hand seals, before unsheathing her tanto. Lightning release, thunderblade. Samui's tanto started to crackle with electricity, and the blonde rushed towards the vines, cutting them in one swing each. Her brother, who was having more trouble, noticed this, and frowned. Hey, how the hell did you took so little to cut so many vines? The indignant blonde complained. Wood release is a combination of water and earth, both elements weak to lightning, Samui replied matter-of-factly. Aw man, that's not so hot. He complained. Suddenly, more vines started to emerge, replacing the ones the Kumo siblings had cut. What the hell? Atsui protested. Aw come on. This is not so hot. Quit complaining. If the vines regrow, we will cut them faster than they can regenerate, Samui insisted, as she pressed on. As the Kumo siblings liberated their Jinchuriki, or at least tried to, Obito was doing the same with the Nine Tails. Unlike the Kumo siblings, Obito had to contend with the Konoha ninjas attempting to keep the Kyuubi incapacitated. I never thought that you'd use the gift I gave you against me, Rin. Your disloyalty knows no limit, Obito said with an angry snarl. You never thought? Rin replied, just as angry. In what world would I approve of everything you're doing? All these meaningless deaths. All the suffering you're spreading. Sometimes you need to cut a limb in order to stop a disease from infecting the rest of the body. Given that you're a medic, I thought you'd understand that, Obito fired back. Not before I did everything to save that limb first, Rin shouted, as she dashed towards Obito. The two former teammates engaged in a hand-to-hand duel. Due to his experience and height advantage, Obito thought Rin wouldn't be much of a challenge, but he was surprised by the brown-haired medic Nin's skill and physical strength. All I need is to knock her out, and she won't be able to keep the Nine Tails incapacitated, Obito thought, as he ducked a roundhouse kick from his former crush. I knew about her physical enhancements, but when did she become such a good fighter? As he was fighting Rin, he failed to see Shizune coming at him, who delivered a painful kick to his temple, sending him flying several meters to the side, skidding on the watery surface. Just as the other time. If he wants to hit us, he needs to be corporeal. There's our chance to hit, Shizune said. We can take advantage of our numerical superiority. You think you're so clever, do you? Obito said as he stood up, rubbing the spot Shizune had kicked in. Let's see, what do you think about your numbers after this? Wood release, wood clone jutsu. Several clones made of wood started to grow from Obito's body. Once fully formed, they split from his body, placing themselves in a circle around the Konoha ninjas, and adopting fighting stances. They counted 9 clones in total. You're not the only one who can do that. Rin replied, as she echoed Obito's actions. However, the brown-haired girl was only able to produce 3 clones of herself. Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Even if you have the same power as me, my skill is far superior to yours. Take care of them while I release the 9 tails, Obito commanded. Oh no, you won't get away, Sasuke yelled, as he leapt at the original. One of the clones jumped to intercept Sasuke, but the youngest Uchiha easily sliced him in 2 with a swing of his katana. Fire release, burning edge. Lightning release, thunderblade. Holding his katana in one hand and his shoto in the other, the former's blade was coated in flames while the later started to crackle with electricity. Obito started to weave hand seals, a chain that he had used before a couple times, and that Sasuke had memorized thanks to his Sharingan. He knew what attack would come next. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Sasuke was ready to destroy whatever wooden vines Obito threw against him, his senses looking for the first sign of the attack to come. Except, much to his surprise, the attack didn't come. Or better said, it did come, just not from the direction the youngest Uchiha was expecting. Even more vines emerged around the 9 tails. Though rather than wrap themselves against him, they started to pull the first vines Rin had summoned. And while the brown-haired medic was busy fighting the clones, she was unable to direct chakra to keep her vines in place. In no time, the 9 tails was free again. Didn't see that coming, Sasuke? Obito mockingly asked, as he jumped onto the fox's head. Ninjas nowadays seem to focus too much on power and forget about the subtle art of misdirection. Damn you. Was all what Sasuke could said, gritting his teeth. Looking up, he saw that his hawk summon was still flying above the 9 tails in circles. He let out a whistle to call it down. No. The 9 tails is free, Shizune cried, as she was fighting the remaining clones. I'll subdue it again, Rin said, as her hands started to form the same hand seals she used before. Would release. You think I will let you? Obito spat. The 9 tails delivered a wide swipe with one of his tails. The Konoha ninjas jumped in time to avoid it, but the sheer force of the swipe was so great, the shockwave it created is enough to hurl them backwards. Sasuke managed to jump onto his hawk's back, and even if it was caught in the burst of wind, the giant bird was able to maneuver around it much better. Alright, this ends here, Sasuke said, as he sheathed both his bladed weapons, as his left hand started to crackle with electricity. The next jutsu will finish this fight. Obito couldn't repress a laugh. You're delirious, Sasuke. No jutsu, no matter how powerful, can subdue a tailed beast, other than wood release. You might be right, but it's worth a try, Sasuke said, raising his electrified hand towards the sky. Do you think that if I gathered several dozen lightning bolts and threw them all at your pet, would he survive? While I admit you have grown powerful over the years, no jutsu of your own can have the strength you claim. No human being could gather that much power, Obito countered. Oh, I'm aware of that. But if instead of lightning generated by my chakra, I merely used my chakra to redirect natural lightning towards you? Sasuke asked. Suddenly, a bad feeling washed over Obito. Looking up, he realized that the sky had turned really dark, with several lightning bolts jumping from one cloud to another. Where did those storm clouds come from? Obito asked, a bit surprised. I admit this jutsu requires a bit of a setup. You know, all the fireballs I threw at you from below, that when you dodged, kept flying upwards into the sky. Yeah, their true purpose was to stir the clouds into storm clouds. The 2 tails fireballs that you deflected into the sky were of real help as well, Sasuke explained. Suddenly, all the lightning in the clouds merged in the form of a serpentine dragon. The name of the jutsu is Kirin. Now be gone. Sasuke brought his hand down, and in a split second, the Kirin fell down, blasting into the Kyuubi. The fox let out a loud and long howl of pain, before he succumbed to the power of several lightning bolts condensed into one, falling to the water with a loud splash. Obito was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke deduced that he had teleported away. My most powerful jutsu, the Kirin. Stronger than the Annihilation Nova, with only consuming a tiny fraction of its chakra cost, Sasuke reflected, as he examined the results of his attack. He then turned at the rest of his teammates, looking at the down-tailed beast with a flabbergasted look. Quickly, seal the beast within Kirin, before it wakes up. This seemed to snap the three women out of their stupor, who nodded and rushed towards Sasuke. Okay, how do we do it? A nervous Kirin asked. Like this, Shizune said, taking a step forward, while making a hand seal. 8 trigram divination seal. In a poof of smoke, Shizune summoned an octagonal platform with an altar in the middle, and 8 lit candles on each of its corners. Now, Kirin, lie down on the altar, Shizune instructed. The redhead looked at the altar, her lips quivering, but she didn't move. Noticing it, Shizune added, Kirin, everything's going to be okay. It's normal to feel afraid, but I promise you your life won't change that much. We're all here to support you. Kirin, come on, we have no time, Sasuke urged. Letting out a sigh of defeat, she conceded and walked towards the altar. I wish Mom or Neji-kun were here. Alright, let's get this over with. Rin, immobilize the Nine Tails again. I'm not as skilled in sealing as Hokage-sama or Naruto-kun, and I'm going to need some time to do the ritual. We don't want it to wake up in the middle of the sealing, the oldest kunoichi told her. Rin nodded, and walked towards the unconscious beast, ready to perform the same jutsu she had used several times before, and started making the hand seals. Wood release, deep forest. Suddenly, the Nine Tails' eyes snapped open, and with a loud growl, quickly stood on its legs. It raised one of its paws ready to crush the shocked medic Nin. Fortunately, Sasuke appeared before Rin and the fox. Everybody, behind me, Sasuke yelled, as a giant, ghostly purple ribcage formed around the group as the same time the paw came down. Even if Sasuke's Susanoo absorbed most of the impact, it was unable to withstand such a powerful blow, and Shizune's medical squad plus Rin were swiped away as if they were flies. Did you really think that jutsu of yours would be enough to subdue a tailed beast? Obito mockingly asked, as he reappeared on top of the fox's head. Pitiful. If you weren't so afraid of using your real power, the outcome of this fight might have been different. But there won't be any more chances for you. While I'm sure Rin will survive this attack, I can't say the same for the rest of you lot. The Nine Tails opened his jaws, and started to gather chakra into an ever-growing sphere. Everybody panicked. They were still recovering from the brutal blow the Nine Tails had delivered them. There was no time for counterattacks, and dodging an attack of such magnitude would be useless. The tailed beast ball charged, the Kyuubi fired it forward. Sasuke tried to shake off the feeling of anguish washing over his body in order to summon another Susanoo for protection, but found himself unable to. This can't be my end. Not like this, Sasuke said, gritting his teeth in impotence. But the end didn't come. Suddenly, a black and blue blur dashed between the tailed beast ball and them. He didn't need his Sharingan to realize it was the two tails, or better said Yugito, who for some reason had decided to become a human shield and take the blast herself, being engulfed by the ensuing explosion, which was thankfully cushioned enough that the Konoha ninjas were merely hurled backwards a few meters by the shockwave. When the explosion was over, the Yugito was no longer in her two tails form, but had reverted back to human. Her body was floating in the water, being rocked by the small waves created by the exploding tailed beast ball. Just as expected, Obito smirked, as he landed beside the unconscious Yugito with a splash, and carried her over her shoulder. Two voices cried as Obito did this. Yugito! No! The now one-eyed Uchiha saw Samui and Atsui desperately rushing at him, their weapons drawn, ready to rescue their comrade. But in their haste, they didn't take into account the Nine Tails' presence, who, with a flicker of one of his tails, hurled the two Kumo nin backwards. I think we can assume the fight is pretty much over, Obito said, before making a hand seal, causing the Nine Tails to disappear in a cloud of smoke. Farewell. A spiraling vortex appeared around Obito's eye, and the Akatsuki and his captured Jinchuriki were gone in an instant. A few seconds later, Obito reappeared behind Kisame, and spirited the other Akatsuki away. For about 10 minutes, nothing happened. Both Kumo and Konoha ninjas remained silent, at most exchanging questions like "Are you okay?" and offering to heal wounds, mostly those from Samui and Atsui, who got several broken bones from the Nine Tails' tail swipe. They felt so lost and dazed, especially the Kumo ninjas. It was Rin who broke the silence. "Why?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. "Why what?" Samui asked back. "Why did she save us?" Rin replied. Why did she take that attack aimed for us? She could have used the chance to escape. Now she's going to die, just because she wanted to save a bunch of ninjas from a non-allied foreign village that didn't know that much. Yugito didn't do it just to save you. She saved all of us, Atsui replied. What? A confused Rin asked. A tailed beast ball is no dull attack. If she didn't use her own body to shield us, the resulting explosion not only would have killed you, but all of us as well, Daru explained. Sorry for rushing you, but how long until you finish healing them? We need to go back to Kumo and plan a rescue party. If Akatsuki plays their cards well, Obito is on his way to take Yugito out of Lightning Country, Shizune sourly thought, but decided to keep those thoughts to herself. Nobody would gain anything by demotivating the Kumo ninjas. Almost there, it was Sakura who replied, as she finished healing Samui's arm. Broken bones can't be properly healed with medical ninjutsu alone. We patched you up as well as we could, but you should go to a hospital as soon as you return to your village and get proper treatment there. I see. Thanks for your help then, Samui replied. And thanks for helping us against Akatsuki, even if in the end it was for naught. We'll make sure to tell Raikage-sama about how you fought alongside us. If it can help to ease the relationship between our villages, please do so, Shizune interjected, sounding almost pleading. The threat of Akatsuki is too big for a single ninja village to handle. We will, Daru assured, before turning to his two remaining squadmates. Alright, Samui, Atsui, let's go. And thus the three Kumo ninjas leapt away, rushing north towards their village. I think we should head back to Konoha as well, Shizune somberly said. The rest agreed. Konoha, a few days later. On the way back, the mood didn't improve. They still felt the weight of the defeat at the hands of the Akatsuki. Even if they didn't have any personal ties with the Jinchuriki, who wasn't even from an allied village, the outcome of the mission weighed heavily on them. They barely talked, and only traded words when necessary. For some reason, Karen looked the gloomiest of them all, even more than Rin if it was possible. Konoha is up there, Shizune pointed out. And yes, just like the medic Jonin said, the walls of Konoha could be seen in the distance. This seemed to lift the mood, even if it was just a little. Finally, home, Sakura said, letting out a sigh. Okay, I know you guys are exhausted, both physically as well as emotionally, so you can go home. I'll go to the Hokage Tower and give Hokage-sama the mission report, Shizune offered, something her subordinates greatly appreciated. However, there was still one last obstacle they had to face before they could rest and put this disastrous mission behind. The moment they crossed the gates, they saw a certain blonde ninja rushing towards them. Shizune Nichin. Karen Nichin, Naruto cried before landing in front of them. I arrived as soon as I got the message from Dad regarding the mission. How did it go? The somber look on the medical squad and Rin's faces was all the Jinchuriki needed to know their answer. Unfortunately, he barely knew half of the story, and once again, it was Shizune who took up as her duty to deliver the bad news. Naruto-kun, I was going to the Hokage Tower. Come with me and I'll tell you what happened. We have some bad news. News that you need to know, Shizune said, as she and an apprehensive Naruto headed towards the tower. A few minutes later, Sasuke returned to his apartment. As expected, Itachi wasn't there. It would be at least a week until he returned from that mission. Hopefully, his brother would be more successful than he had been so far. At first, the youngest Uchiha merely dropped himself onto a couch, hoping to get some rest and put this mission behind him. But he found himself unable to. I don't get it, he said to no one in particular. This wasn't the first mission I failed. I had no ties with the Jinchuriki. I don't care what happens to Kumo or its ninjas, Sasuke said out loud. His hand clenched into a fist. Then why does it hurt so much? Chapter 68. Aftermath of a failed mission. Or, not all cats have 9 lives. Amiga Kur. Despite the fact that he hadn't finished his shift yet, the Amazinon known as Udachi was in a bar having some drinks. He had an average appearance, with spiky brown hair, black eyes, and a scar crossing his face being his only distinctive feature. His unprofessional attitude contributed in a big way to his status as Jinan despite pushing 30. Not that he would even admit it. Besides, today it was a rather slow day. Nothing would happen if he drank a little. Little did he know, that was going to change soon. Hey there, handsome. Are you alone? A soft female voice said. Udachi was almost startled by the voice. He swore there was no other patron in the bar except him, yet that woman had sneaked upon him without him none the wiser. But those distressing thoughts were replaced the moment he laid his eyes on the new patron. The woman was tall, with pale white skin and long, wavy black hair, full lips and onyx eyes. She was wearing a red spaghetti dress that came down her knees. Her red high heels accentuated her height. "Cat got your tongue?" the woman asked, giggling a little. "And no," Itachi replied, snapping himself from his stupor. "And yes, I'm alone." "Well, not anymore, now that you're here, hee hee." "So, you're a ninja, right?" the woman asked, looking at her forehead protector. "Indeed I am," Itachi proudly replied. "I love ninjas," the woman replied in a sultry voice, licking her lips. "I love strong men in general, but ninjas are the strongest, don't you think?" "Indeed." The Ame-jinan enthusiastically agreed. "So, why don't we show me how strong you are?" the woman replied, caressing his facial scar with the tip of her finger. He didn't know how it happened, but Itachi didn't care in the slightest. Rushing to one of the rooms for rent in the upper floor, thankfully all of them were vacant, the Ame-jinan and his conquest started to passionately kiss and make out, while they removed each other clothes. He didn't want to think about how lucky he was. He was never very popular with the fairer sex, so having a woman so out of his league throwing herself at his feet was like a dream come true. That woman had everything to make her perfect. Her smooth skin. Her wavy, elegant hair. A body most women would kill for. Those thick, wet lips. Her deep crimson Sharingan eyes, staring into his very soul. Wait, what? But by the time he realized of what had happened, it was too late. Itachi felt his whole body succumbing to paralysis. He could still feel his limbs, but they refused to obey his brain's commands. The woman merely poked his forehead with a finger, and he fell backwards like a tree whose trunk had just been chopped, the bed behind him thankfully cushioning his fall. "You're under my genjutsu now. Resistance is futile," the woman said, and in a poof of smoke, she turned into a man. A Konoha ninja. He didn't need a bingo book to know that this ninja was Itachi Uchiha, one of Konoha's deadliest assets. "Judging by your expression, you know who I am," Itachi said, as he wiped his lips with the back of his hand. "So now that we know each other, let's get to business. Specifically, you're going to tell me who's the one in charge of this village. I know it's an Akatsuki, but I need to know which one. And no, there's no way you can't convince me that Hanzo the Salamander still holds the position. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything to push my patience." Itachi cursed internally for letting himself fall for such an old trick. He knew that woman was dangerous the moment he displayed a level of stealth way above any civilian, but his hormones had silenced his instinct. That was one of the reasons Itachi was still a genin. Konoha. Above the village of Konoha, 3 young girls soared the sky. While the first time they appeared surprised the shocked villagers from below, in time they got used to them. "Boy, I can't believe that I lived most of my life without knowing the wonders of flying," Hanabi gushed, before spinning a few times. I know, right? Once you know the skies, the land suddenly stops being enough," Fu agreed, smiling at the youngest Hyuga. "And the view from here is spectacular," Hinata added. "And with the Tenseigan, even more." "So, do you see somebody? Somebody we know?" Hanabi asked. Hinata nodded and smiled. "Yes. Quite a few people. Some of our clansmen doing their daily tasks at the village. Some of my friends training." Her eyes drifted towards the Senju Park. "Oh, there's Naruto-kun." Fu chuckled. "Took you long enough to find him." "It's not that hard. Naruto-kun has a very powerful chakra, and through my eyes finding him it's as easy as finding a bright star in the middle of the night," Hinata replied. She then noticed something odd about her boyfriend. He was just sitting alone in one of the park's benches. Naruto was somebody who tried to keep himself occupied at all times. If he wasn't with his friends or family, he was usually training. "I think something's wrong with him. He looks kind of gloom. Fu-sensei, do you mind if I take a moment to talk to him?" "I'm not going to get in the way of love," the green-haired girl replied with a sincere smile, as she flew away followed by Hanabi. Hinata made her descend, before finally landing just a few steps in front of Naruto. The blonde naturally immediately took notice of his girlfriend. "Hey," Naruto greeted her, in a rather subdued manner. "Hello," Hinata greeted back. "I was flying with Fu-sensei and Hanabi-chan, and I saw you from above. While I appreciate it, you don't have to interrupt your flight lessons just to tell me hi whenever you see me," Naruto replied, chuckling a little. "I know, but greeting you is not the only reason I wanted to talk with you," Hinata replied, placing her hands on her hips. "What are you doing here, Naruto-kun?" "I'm just enjoying the calm of the park." "Is something wrong with it?" Naruto innocently asked. Hinata let out a sigh, before crossing her arms over her chest. Naruto-kun, both you and I know that you don't do calm. You usually have too much pent-up energy for that. Unless there's something that's draining your energy. Something emotionally exhausting. Naruto chuckled again, except this time it sounded a bit sadder. I just can't hide anything from you, can I? Naruto asked, before moving aside and patting the space beside him. Hinata took the hint and sat beside him. Now, tell me what's wrong. Whatever happened, I'm sure it can be fixed. If not, you'll feel better after talking about it with someone. Okay. You see, yesterday afternoon, Shizune Nichin's squad returned from a mission. Rin was with them, Naruto began. Something happened to either of them? Hinata guessed, worry seeping into her voice. Naruto shook his head. All 5 were fine, thank goodness. Sadly, that's the only good part of their mission. You see, while we were in Taki, they were dispatched to Kumo because the Nine Tails had been seen there attacking a village near a river. Before Hinata could ask about such impossibility, Naruto explained about how the 4th Hokage sealed only half of the tailed beast into Naruto, and the other half into himself, which was released after Orochimaru reanimated him with the Impure World Resurrection. And turns out Obito took control of the other half, Naruto explained. Hinata's normally pale face turned even whiter. But that's horrible. If Obito decides to do the same with Konoha, or even other villages. And you know what? That's not even the worst part, Naruto added, much to Hinata's shock. The whole thing was just a ruse to make Kumo deploy one of their Jinchuriki, and capture them when they were in the open. They succeeded. Hinata took her hands to her mouth. No wonder Naruto looked so gloom. I promised myself that I wouldn't let any other Jinchuriki fall prey of the Akatsuki, yet another one went down, with me not even aware, Naruto said, curling his hand into a fist. Hinata placed a hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. Naruto-kun, while what had happened is indeed terrible, it's not your fault. You can't save everybody. You're not almighty. I know but I can't still feel guilty. Feel that I could have done more. If I wasn't busy helping rebuild Taki, maybe we could. Naruto-kun, no, Hinata firmly said, interrupting him. Don't think what could have been, or what could have you done. Focus on the future, and how to make things better. Don't torture yourself like that, it won't help anybody. There's also the fact. I didn't even get to know her, Naruto replied, as a single tear fell down his cheek. Her name was Yugito Ni. She was a jonin. Same age as Kurenai-sensei. And the Akatsuki will be slowly killing her by removing her tailed beast from within her as we speak. Naruto-kun, Hinata said. I'm not going to say not to grieve, because grieving it's human. But try not to feel guilty over her death. You know, I used to feel like that regarding my father's death. Had I been stronger, maybe I could have helped defend the clan from the Uchihas and make a difference. You were like 8 at the time. No offense, but I doubt you'd make a difference, Naruto told her. I know. But the emotional, irrational part of my mind insisted otherwise, Hinata replied. Just like it's happening with you. A shadow passed above them. Looking above, they saw it was Fu and Hanabi, doing another lap above Konoha. Thanks for talking with me, Haim. Even if it's not much, I do feel a little better now. Though you'd better return to your flight lesson. I'd feel horrible if I distract you from your training. Hinata smiled. Don't worry. You can talk to me whenever you want, the Hyuga clan head said, before saying her boyfriend goodbye with a kiss to the cheeks, and returning to the sky with her instructor and younger sister. A few days later, Shizune and Shisui's apartment. While Itachi was out doing his mission, Shizune and Shisui had asked Sasuke to spend some days with them until his older brother returned. While they knew that Sasuke was more than capable of taking care of his own, his Jonin sensei had seen that the outcome of the mission had affected Sasuke far more than she had expected, and upon talking with her husband, they decided that it was better not to leave Sasuke to his own devices. The younger Uchiha had turned down the offer at first, but after much insisting, he reluctantly agreed. If there was something good that came out of that disastrous mission in the Land of Lightning was that Rin was able to recover Shisui's lost eye, and bring it back to Konoha. After that, Shizune wasted no time in placing her husband's lost eye in his empty eye socket. Naturally, Shisui's mood improved dramatically the next few days, the opposite of his younger cousin. Man, it feels so good not to rely on the Sharingan for depth perception anymore. The formerly one-eyed man happily claimed. But much to Sasuke's chagrin, it seemed like Shisui's good mood was contagious. Or, more specifically, he wanted to infect Sasuke with his newfound cheerfulness and optimism, not that his cousin did not have obnoxious amounts of such traits before. And naturally, his wife was on his side, pressuring Sasuke to open up about his feelings. Sasuke, I know what you're feeling. I have failed my own share of missions in my life, and the guilt is unavoidable, Shisui insisted. And these cases, the best you can do is open up and talk to other people about it. I know that you're not the most extroverted person out there, but please make an effort. Yes, Sasuke. I was there. You gave your all in the mission, like you usually do. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Shizune continued. You're wrong, Sensei, Sasuke replied. I didn't give my all. I could have done better, but I was unable to. Shisui, Sasuke called his cousin, before locking eyes with him. You knew there's a way to overcome the traumatic flashbacks every time you use the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Shisui's good mood immediately evaporated, replaced by a similar gloom that plagued Sasuke. Obito told you, didn't he? Shisui dejectedly asked. Yes, but that's irrelevant. The actual question is why neither Itachi nor you told me if you knew about it, Sasuke asked. First of all, tell me exactly what Obito told you, Shisui requested. Sasuke complied, and told the oldest Uchiha about how learning to detach yourself from the guilt of the moment that awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan ends up pushing the flashbacks away. And can you blame me for not wanting you to know that? Shisui asked. I can blame you for keeping information hidden from me, Sasuke stated. I know it's a big price to pay, but had I complete control over the Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe this mission would have been a success. No mission is worth you losing away your humanity, Sasuke-kun, Shizune intervened. Never forget that. Sasuke, trust me, you don't want to be like Obito. You might start with good intentions, but in the end you'll end up following the same dark road as him, Shisui seriously stated. That doesn't change that this is not the first time you and Itachi withhold information from me regarding the Sharingan, Sasuke spat back at him. Do you trust me that little? Both Shisui and Shizune flinched upon hearing such an accusatory question. And deep down, Shisui had to admit there was a degree of truth there. He and Itachi had the best intentions. They didn't want Sasuke to be corrupted by the darkness that plagued the Uchiha clan. The coup d'état had been a real eye-opener. But by not trusting Sasuke and keeping him in the dark, they were risking losing him. I admit you're right, Sasuke, Shisui told him. That's why I'm going to share you something Obito didn't tell you. There is a way to overcome the flashbacks that does not involve total detachment from your feelings. And you tell me that now? Sasuke asked, still indignant. I didn't tell you because I thought that you knowing it wouldn't do you no good. I was afraid you'd misunderstood what I wanted to say and do something stupid, Shisui explained. But you know what? It wasn't my place to decide that. You deserve to know it, and whatever you do afterwards with such knowledge, it will be on you. Sasuke crossed his arms. All right then. I'm all ears. Shisui opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. He opened it again, but he didn't speak. He muttered something about this being far more complicated to put into words than he thought, before his eyes suddenly lit up, as if an idea dawned upon him. Shizune, this week I didn't pay Shunichi-sen a visit, did I? Shisui asked his wife. Unless you did it when I was out, then no, you didn't, Shizune replied. All right then, I just had an idea. Sasuke, you're coming with me to visit an old acquaintance of mine, Shisui enthusiastically said, standing up. Before you ask, yes, it has to do with the topic at hand. Knowing about Shunichi-san will help you with your problems. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. His doubtfulness was evident in his face, but decided to comply. All right then, cousin. I'm seriously hoping this isn't some meaningless distraction or ruse to keep the truth from me, Sasuke warned in a rather icy tone. I'll swear on my life if it makes you feels better. Now come on. Training Ground 7. As usual, Kakashi's animal squad was training in their regular training ground whenever they didn't have any missions. What wasn't usual, however, was the intensity of the training that they were doing. Seeing the sheer power of Naruto and Fu, as well as their fight against the Akatsuki, made them realize that while they were stronger than the average Chunin, they weren't strong enough to deal with the threat that was Akatsuki. And thus, they asked Kakashi to give them a more intense training. If that's what you want, I have no problem with it. Actually, I praise your desire to get better, the silver-haired Jonin had said. However, I don't want to hear you complain if I'm too hard on you. Killing or permanently crippling you are the only lines I won't cross for obvious reasons. And boy, did the copy ninja stay true to his word. At first sight there was nothing that made you think Kakashi was anything out of the ordinary. His usually bored expression, relaxed pose and nonchalant attitude didn't raise any danger flags. But upon seeing him fighting, one could appreciate the saying appearances are deceiving. And while his students had seen him fighting at full power against enemies, it wasn't the same as having to fight him themselves. Abarame's secret art, Insect Tornado. A swarm of beetles emerged from under Shino's sleeves, and flew towards Kakashi with an angry buzz. Kakashi made several hand seals while quickly jumped backwards. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Before Kakashi could exhale the fireball, Shino was already commanding his hive to move aside, in order to dodge the incoming fiery missile. However, the fireball still managed to kill many of his insects with residual heat. Jumping aside, the Aburame dodged the fire projectile. Now's my chance. Tamaki thought, rushing towards Kakashi, before leaping at him with her claws facing forward. Cross slash. Despite appearing wide open, Kakashi easily dodged the cat Kunoichi's assault. Undeterred, Tamaki continued her assault, delivering vicious swipes that the copy ninja easily dodged. Damn Sharingan. Tamaki cursed. Kakashi then closed his left eye, and continued dodging her attacks just as easily. As you can see, no, it's not the Sharingan. You're too slow, and your technique lacks finesse, Kakashi calmly but sternly said, before grabbing Tamaki by her wrists, and hurled her against a tree. Wiping his hands, he started to look around. And where the other could be. The ground briefly shook for a second. Most people wouldn't have sensed it, but Kakashi wasn't most people. His hand was coated in electricity the moment Kiba burst from underground. Got why? And there he is, Kakashi happily said, as he impaled the Inuzuka runt through the heart with his signature ability. Lightning Blade. After piercing his chest, Kiba crumbled into many smaller rocks, as the real Kiba and Akamaru were leaping at Kakashi from behind. Though as this was happening, Kakashi's hands were flying through seals at an inhuman speed. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Turning around, Kakashi blew a powerful wind blast at the attacking ninja and dog, pushing them backwards. They immediately got back on their feet, but rather than attacking, Kiba shot his sensei an indignant look. What the hell, man, a lightning blade. What if that was the real me? You would have killed me. Oh, you worry too much, Kiba, Kakashi replied in an infuriating cheerful tone, giving him his trademark I smile. I was 100% sure that wasn't the real you. I know your fighting style too well to let you make me think you would attack from underground, and without Akamaru. So you're saying I'm too predictable, an unamused Kiba replied, frowned. No, of course not. Kakashi cheerfully reassured, actually yes, that's what I'm saying. The only way you could be more predictable was if you told me beforehand what you were going to do. Something your movements already tell me. Kakashi-sensei has flat out told you an area of your fighting style that needs improvement, Shino interjected. You should take his advice as it is rather than an insult. Actually, that goes for all of you, Kakashi pointed out. All of you seem to be pigeonholed into a very tight fighting style, and your enemies will catch wind of that. You need to find a way to improve your styles and change them to adapt to multiple situations. Though I admit that this is in part my fault for not training you as good as I could. But make sure such thing is about to change. Hello, a new voice said. The members of the animal squad turned around, and saw Rin Nohura, looking a little bashful, walking towards them. Tamaki welcomed her with a bright smile. Rin, hello. The cat Kunoichi happily greeted her. Did you come here to train with us? That would be awesome, Kiba agreed, with Akamaru barking in agreement. I'm afraid I didn't came here for training, Rin said, rubbing her arm a little. If I'm interrupting your training, I can come in another moment. It's okay, we were going to take a break, Kakashi stated. So, what can we do for you? Rin sighed a little, and swallowed. This was going to be a bit hard to tell. Kakashi. During my latest mission, I fought against Obito, Rin revealed. Even within his mask, everybody appreciated how Kakashi's mood changed, despite his best efforts to maintain a stoic expression. Go on, he said. During the fight, Sasuke-san discovered how his intangibility power works, Rin began. His Mangekyo Sharingan is linked to a pocket dimension. He can send and release objects, up to people, inside. He can also send parts of his body to that dimension in order to avoid damage, that's how he turns intangible. That's a very valuable information to have, Tamaki praised. Sasuke-kun did a good job, as usual. I think I'm starting to see what you're going to say next, Kakashi guessed. Rin nodded. I know you have a Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito told me he awakened his when he saw you killing me with your Chidori. Meaning that you must have awakened it as well. Kakashi remained silent, before he let out a sigh. Yes, you're right. I have a Mangekyo Sharingan. But if Obito told you about it, then you probably know why I don't use it much. Besides the fact that it leaves me pretty drained due my lack of 6 paths chakra. Yes, but you have Obito's other eye. Logic says that your Mangekyo Sharingan should be linked to that pocket dimension as well. If we use it to our advantage, we might be able to counter his biggest trump card, Rin insisted. I'm trying to find holes in that reasoning, Kakashi said, as he rubbed the back of his head. But I don't see any. You don't want to use that power, don't you? Rin asked. You don't want to relive my death like that. I try to tell myself that you're alive and well, and that your death is the equivalent of a bad dream, but it's not enough. The pain, the anguish, it still feels so real. Kakashi started. But if there's a chance I can help bring Obito down, I'll do it. I'm glad to hear it, Rin smiled. Though, I want you to know that I know this is painful, and I wouldn't ask you to do it if there were other options. It's okay, I'm old enough to know the kind of stuff this job entails, Kakashi replied. And given that you literally died for the sake of the village, how could I refuse? Downtown Konoha. Sasuke followed Shisui through the crowded streets of Konoha. Hands buried inside his pockets, the younger Uchiha had a sullen expression, trying to figure out how this mysterious friend of Shisui was going to be of any help with their matter at hand, if he wasn't an Uchiha. You know Sasuke, since you know me, you probably think I'm a pretty cool guy, Shisui began, his cheerful attitude being the complete opposite to Sasuke's. Someone charismatic, kind, friendly, skilled. Not to mention humble, Sasuke deadpanned, as he rolled his eyes. Yes, that too, Shisui happily agreed, oblivious to Sasuke's sarcasm. Or pretending to be oblivious, with Shisui it was hard to tell. The thing is, I wasn't always like that, Shisui admitted. Sasuke noticed his voice suddenly losing its usual warmth. When I was younger, I was arrogant and full of myself. Boshly, a standard Uchiha. Even more, given that people praised me for my skills, calling me a genius among a clan of geniuses. What does that have to do with anything? An annoyed Sasuke asked. You'll see, be patient, Shisui replied. Anyway, back when I was a brat, Minato Namikaze was a rising star among the Jonin. The fact that he came from a civilian family inspired many kids of similar backgrounds to become a ninja and join the academy. Among them was a boy called Shunichi. And just like the Yellow Flash, he was incredibly gifted for a civilian kid. Naturally, the two of us butted heads many times and became heated rivals. We competed for the spot of Rookie of the Year, which eventually went to him. Neither him nor the other Uchihas let me live that down. As Shisui talked, Sasuke realized that they were leaving the urban area of Konoha, and heading somewhere else. Shisui, are you sure this is the right way? Sasuke asked. Shisui ignored Sasuke's question and continued talking about his childhood. Even after graduating and being assigned to different teams, we still tried to outdo the other. Sometimes, even at the cost of the mission. Must say, I'm not especially proud of my attitude back then, Shisui admitted, chuckling a little while rubbing the back of his head. Anyway, after the Third Ninja War ended, being two of the strongest Chunin Konoha had, the two of us were dispatched to deal with some Kumo ninjas that were still giving us some trouble in the border. Naturally, we were going to use this mission as another opportunity to outdo the other. We located the enemy ninjas and engaged them. However, things didn't go as planned. Thanks to faulty information, there was an Anbu captain among the Kumo ninjas. Even if going back and return with reinforcements would be the most sensible course of action, we continued the fight. Shunichi called dibs on the captain while I dealt with the underlings. However, despite his talent and skill, an Anbu captain was too much for Tsunade. He was quickly overwhelmed, and called for my help. I decided to drag my fight on in order to make him suffer a little and teach him some humility as if I was any better. I could have ended my fight much quicker and provide him with help. Between the two of us, we could have defeated that captain. Sasuke then saw that they were heading towards the Konoha cemetery. Shunichi was killed before I could lend him my help, Shisui finished, his voice now completely devoid of all his usual warmth and joviality. I could have helped him, and I didn't. It wasn't that Kumo Anbu who killed him, but me, even if indirectly. That revelation, and the subsequent guilt and despair, made me awake the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke was left speechless. He was completely unaware such side of his obnoxiously cheerful cousin even existed. He was really good at masking his emotions. Guess it was a proof that not everything is what it seems and that a ninja must learn to see through deception. The cemetery was mostly empty. Sasuke followed Shisui until he stopped in front of a grave he guessed was that of Shunichi. The name on the tombstone confirmed it. I try to pay Shunichi a visit every week, at the very least. To never let myself forget what my haughtiness caused. Hey, it's a good thing his family doesn't come here often. As you can imagine, they aren't exactly fond of me, and the Uchiha insurrection didn't make things any better, Shisui sadly chuckled. The Uchiha insurrection. Even my failure to stop that, it's only second to this one. How can you say that? Not to disrespect Shunichi's memory, but he was just one person. Lots of people died in the insurrection, and its effects are still felt today, Sasuke stated. Because, even if I fail, I did try my all in stopping it, Shisui replied. His fist clenched. Sasuke, life is paved with failures, and nothing will change that. But as long as we give our all, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Now you're sounding like Naruto, Sasuke pointed out, sounding mildly annoyed. Shisui shrugged. I'm married to his older sister, he nonchalantly said, before his mood turned somber again. But with Shunichi, I didn't. I let my arrogance and jealousy get the better of me, and somebody else paid the price. That's why, from that moment onwards, I vowed to be not only the best ninja I could be, but also the best person. It wasn't easy, but I was able to change myself for the better. And to this day, I use the power his death awakened in order to save as many lives as possible. And by honoring him, and being the best I can be as both as a ninja and as an individual, over time, the flashbacks I suffered from using the Mangekyo Sharingan stopped. Naturally, this did draw Sasuke's attention. So that's it? That's what I have to do? Be a better person? Shisui shook his head. You're not getting it, Sasuke. Not the part about being a better person, please always strive for that. In order to overcome the flashbacks, you need to learn to forgive yourself. But how I can do that? Sasuke asked. I asked Naruto and his family for forgiveness. They said there was nothing to forgive and that they understood why I did that. But it's not enough. The guilt persists. The pain persists. I'm afraid I can't help you with that, Sasuke. At least not more than what I already did. While we had help and support from others, both Itachi and I had to walk this road on our own. And so you will have to find yourself what you have to do until you can forgive yourself, Shisui finished. I'm sorry if this wasn't the answer you were looking for. Though I can still tell you this, do you know what they say about a broken vase? Yes. That even if you glue the pieces together, the cracks will always be there, to remind us that there was a time it was broken, Sasuke replied. Shisui nodded. True. But what most people don't realize is that, if properly glued, the vase can still be used as before, cracks and all. You might have some cracks, Sasuke. But that doesn't make you any worse person or ninja. Never forget that. Thank you, Shisui, Sasuke replied, sounding genuinely touched. Thank you for telling me this. Shisui smiled. Don't sweat it. Unknown location. In a dark place full of light blue blocks of varying sizes, a spiraling portal opened. From it, Kakashi Hatake came out. He briefly inspected his surroundings. There wasn't much of interest to see and nodded. So, this is where I send all that stuff with the Kamui, Kakashi said, before he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Another spiraling portal opened. This time, it was Kakashi again, accompanied by Rin Nohara. And you never thought in sending a clone until now? An incredulous Rin asked, as her feet touched a large concrete platform. Or what she thought was concrete. Truth be told, I was too afraid to know what this place could be, Kakashi admitted. So, is this the place you were when Obito abducted you with his Kamui? Yeah, pretty much, Rin confirmed. She then looked around, just to be extra sure. Well, maybe the blocks were arranged in a different way, but it was pretty much the same. I see. So if I send somebody here or just myself, we'd be able to hit Obito whenever he tries to use his intangibility, Kakashi said. Yeah, that's the idea, Rin replied. Well thought, Kakashi praised. The problem is, though, that we don't know when Obito is going to appear. Especially if he realizes that I'm the key to counter his ability. Yes. Last time he personally took part in the Jinchuriki's capture, but from what it appears it's never the same. Next time they may send other Akatsuki to do the job, Rin stated. In that case, we'll have to guess when Obito will show up again, Kakashi said. I have a good idea about that. From what you told me, he's been trying to abduct the other half of the Nine Tails 3 times in the past. After so many failures, it had to be something personal for him. Not to mention that with the other half under his control, he might feel emboldened, Rin explained. So Obito will come for Naruto, Kakashi replied, with a sigh. Guess we'll have to keep our eyes open when that happens. Indeed, Rin agreed, Then she looked around, before rubbing her arms. This place gives me the creeps. I think we tested it enough. Can you get us out of here? You see. Kakashi began, as he sheepishly smiled from under his mask, while rubbing the back of his head. I know how to send things into this dimension, but I haven't tried taking them out. Kakashi, Rin yelled. Kidding. I know what to do. Kakashi replied, holding his hands in defense, I think. Training Ground 9. In the medical squad's usual training ground, a sparring was taking place between two members of the Uzumaki clan. Earth Release, Mud Trap. The grass around Karen started to change into mud. The bespectacled kunoichi made several backflips in order to avoid the spreading mud, as well as putting some distance between herself and her opponent. You know, you won't do anything by dodging alone, Naruto taunted with a smirk of superiority. Karen replied to Naruto's smirk with one of her own. Good thing these element is so good for ranged attacks, Karen said, as she pulled out several shuriken. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Karen tossed the shuriken forward, which were covered in an aura of wind that made them both spin and fly much faster, while increasing their range. The Uzumaki cousins have been teaching each other the basics of wind and earth release, elements each one was expert and the other wanted to learn. In Naruto's case, earth release was the only element he had to master, while Karen wanted to learn wind in order to have a counter against earth's natural weakness, lightning, as well as helping herself into obtaining a promotion. After that, they had the idea of hosting sparring matches in which Naruto and Karen were limited to earth and wind respectively, in what ninjutsu entailed, so they could ease themselves into the new elements. So far, it worked really well and helped them master what they had learned from each other. Not bad, Nei-chan, not bad, Naruto praised, as his hands formed hand seals in return, before slamming them into the ground. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A wall of earth started to rise in front of Naruto. But much to his horror, it stopped midway. The hell? The blonde asked indignantly, before seeing the wind-enhanced shuriken flying at him. Oh shit. The steel stars hit their mark, and if Naruto didn't have a body replacement prepared in advance, he could have suffered serious injuries. I think I take this round, Karen cheered, pumping her fist into the air. I think I'm better at wind than you're at earth. Of course, the real Naruto said, as he emerged from behind a group of trees. The more elements you master, the harder it becomes. Anyway, I feel like taking a break. How about you? Sure, Karen replied. Both Uzumaki decided to rest under the shade of a large tree, setting into a comfortable silence. However, as they rested, thoughts started to invade Karen's head. Thoughts she has been trying to silence or push away, but were now coming back. Especially since she was now in her cousin's presence. She couldn't take it anymore, and decided it was time to talk about it. Plus Naruto was the ideal person to discuss such topic. Ni-san? Karen asked. Yes? Naruto replied. You know my latest mission, right? Karen asked, stammering a little. Through her chakra sense, Karen could feel how Naruto's mood dampened. She didn't want to poke such fresh wounds, but it was inevitable. Yeah. What about it? Naruto asked, trying to keep a neutral tone. You see, since you were in Taki and we couldn't afford waiting for you to get back, Hokage-sama and Shizune-sensei planned to use me as the vessel of the other half of the Nine Tails, Karen stated. I didn't know that, Naruto admitted. And as you can guess, we failed, Karen told him. Naruto nodded. Don't worry. Nobody expected you to win against somebody that commands a tailed beast. That's not the problem, Karen said, her lips quivering a little. She could sense Naruto's confusion. Despite our defeat and everything that it entailed. I was glad we failed. What? Naruto shouted. She feared this reaction. Explain. I was afraid of becoming a Jinchuriki. So afraid, Karen confessed, trying to hold back her tears. Albeit they weren't tears of fear anymore, but of shame. And not just because of the thought of having a demonic beast living inside my body. When I saw Obito taking Yugito away, I thought, that could have been me. All Jinchuriki have massive targets painted in their backs, and the idea of being the prey of a dangerous criminal organization, my blood freeze of just thinking about it. Naruto didn't say anything, and let Karen's words carefully sink in. He had to admit the redhead was rather brave for showing such a vulnerable side of her, though on the other side he couldn't help but feel little sympathy for her apparent cowardice. You must think I'm a coward, Karen continued, as if reading his mind. But I just don't want to go to that life again. I can't. What do you mean? Naruto asked. I think I already told you about my childhood. Until I was 8, I never knew a permanent home. It was always going from one place to another, hiding our identities, not being able to trust any strangers, because so many people wanted both me and my mom for our genetic abilities. When we settled in Konoha, I thought that we finally left that life behind. But then, when we discussed the possibility of becoming a Jinchuriki, I realized the implications besides the obvious one, Karen explained, as tears streamed down her face. She removed her glasses in order to rub her eyes. Sorry, given what you are, you probably don't think too high of me right now. No, it's okay. I don't have the same perspective since I've been a Jinchuriki literally from the day I was born, Naruto replied. This life is all what I know, so I can't tell what a normal person must feel when he or she is forced to become like me. And I don't blame you nor anybody else for being afraid. Still, I can't help but feel awful for letting myself be so cowardly. I'm a ninja, for Kami's sake. I should be able to make a sacrifice for the village that makes so much for both me and my mom. Karen protested, as her fist hit the grass. But you were willing to become the other half's container, right? Naruto asked. Shizune told me what happened. She was going to seal him inside you, when he suddenly woke up and everything went to hell. Yeah, but... No buts, Naruto firmly interrupted. Being afraid in your situation was natural. Yet you managed to keep that fear under wraps and do what was necessary. Don't blame yourself for the failure of that mission. But if you feel that's not enough, then listen to me. You might be one of the few people on Earth who can contain the 9 tails, but you're under no obligation to do so. Hell, you don't even need to be a ninja to begin with. Given your background, it's very selfless of you to take such path, Naruto praised. My mom said it's important we show appreciation for the village that took us in. Plus being a ninja sounded kind of cool, the redhead admitted. See? There you have. You're not selfish nor coward. It's natural to feel overwhelmed under certain circumstances, Naruto said. If you say so, she replied, before smiling a little. Thank you for telling me this. Anytime, Naruto said, smiling back. Undisclosed location, that night. Kabuto was sitting on a large tree branch, his back resting against the trunk. Unable to stifle it, a yawn escaped his mouth. He hated to do these kind of errands. At first he always felt a bit uneasy due to the other part's potential treachery. There were many sound ninjas hidden around in case of foul play. But after some time, he always ended up boring. I don't know why we even bother with scheduling an hour if these guys are always late, the silver-haired medic nin complained, and he looked up at the night sky. Until he heard it. The sound of leaves rustling. His reflexes kicked in, jumping to his feet as his hand pulled a kunai from one of his weapon holsters, just when an individual landed in front of him. A figure wearing a black hooded cloak that hid his whole body, while his face was obscured by a mask similar to those worn by Konoha's Onbu. Sorry for being late, the masked figure said, revealing her feminine voice. Kabuto Yakashi, I presume. You guess right, the bespectacled ninja replied. You're not the usual contact. I'm new, the woman replied, as if that explained everything. If that's the case, then you'll know the password, Kabuto told her in a challenging tone. White orchids. 3 birds flying above an icy mountain. Red sunset in the sea, the woman stated. Kabuto couldn't help but smile. Password correct. You're too trusting. I could have killed the actual messenger and forced them to give me the password, the masked woman replied. Kabuto couldn't help but chuckle. Trust me, I find that very unlikely. Anyway, what news do you have pertaining the Jinchuriki? The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, Fu, remains in Konoha. While she's allowed plenty of freedom, and the village does little to hide her presence, neither her nor those close to her suspect a team of Konoha Onbu watching every one of her moves, the woman began. Kabuto nodded. As expected. Jiraiya-sama is no fool. Capturing her will much harder this time around. But knowing her location is still valuable intel. What else? You're going to like this. Apparently, Kirigakure Ninja had finally located Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails, the woman stated. Kabuto couldn't help but smile at such good news. That's a very valuable information, indeed. That's not all. We know they sent a letter for Konoha asking for help. Apparently, they want to borrow the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails to get close to Utakata and convince him to return to the safety of Kiri. So Akatsuki has the chance of capturing 2 Jinchuriki at once. Excellent. Any other news on the other Jinchuriki? Kabuto asked. The masked woman shook her head. We found the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails has vanished. We suspect that after Yugito's abduction, the Raikage sent him to a hidden refuge in order to keep him safe, The woman continued. We still don't know where the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails is. Oh well, guess it was too much to ask. Still, information on Utakata was vital to obtain, so thank you for that, Kabuto said, making a slight head bow. If there's nothing else to discuss, I think our meeting should come to an end. The woman nodded, silently agreeing, and both she and the auto ninja left in opposite directions. Omake, Itachi's torture methods. After the effect of the paralytic genjutsu disappeared, Itachi tied Udachi to a chair. The Amazianan, however, didn't show any hints of being intimidated by the Konoha Jonin. I don't know what you plan to do with me, Udachi defiantly said. But it won't work. You won't get any information from me. That's what everybody says, until they find out what I plan to do. Itachi's Sharingan changed shape to a curved, triple-bladed shuriken against a red background. Tsukiyomi. The two ninja were transported to a nightmarish, red and black landscape, which would fit into the popular description of hell. Suddenly, a large, flat-screen TV appeared in front of the Amazianan. The TV turned itself on and started to play something. Let your torture begin. Do you recognize this series? Itachi asked his prisoner. Yeah, it's Haruto. The shonen about a young ninja who wants to prove everybody his worth. What, you plan to use this series to torture me? Udachi asked, laughing a little. Yeah, I know this series has some bad rep, but I think it's pretty good. So tough luck, hater. Watch closely, Itachi added. Don't you recognize this opening? Udachi had a bad feeling, as he tried to recall what season this opening belonged to. All trace of color left his face when he remembered the answer. No. It can't be. It's the almost 100-episode-long filler season set between parts 1 and 2. Itachi finished Udachi's sentence. All the bravado the Genin had displayed was all but gone, replaced by sheer, primal terror. Enjoy 72 hours of mediocre writing, forgettable characters, cheap animation and nonsensical yet predictable plots. No. Chapter 69. Trail of the Six Tails. Or, being stubborn isn't something unique to Naruto. Hokage's Tower. As usual, Jiraiya was in his office, accompanied by a couple clones, doing the work his position demanded. Somebody then knocked the door. Without waiting for the Hokage to answer, a lizard-masked Anbu entered the office, carrying several scrolls. Hokage-sama, these are today's letters addressed to you specifically, the Anbu said, placing the stack of scrolls on the table, and then he picked one. But you should read this one first. It's labeled as urgent, and carries the personal seal of the Mizukage. Jiraiya nodded, and after breaking the seal, he unfurled and read the scroll. His eyes started to widen as he read its contents. Quickly, find my son and his teammates. Tell him I have an urgent mission to them. Jiraiya asked. The Anbu nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama, he said, before vanishing. Sarutobi State. The residence of the Sarutobi clan wasn't something the assault squad was used to visit. Still, in just a few months, they dropped by so often, everybody felt as if they've been there their whole lives. The reason for this, naturally, was that their sensei was now a member of the clan. I thought that nobody had bigger place than the Hyugas, but this one is pretty big as well, Naruto pointed out, as he took some moments to admire the state while they walked across the front patio. The Sarutobi clan is one of the largest clans of Konoha. Naturally, they'll need a big place to house all of their members, Haku replied. Even then, I like this place. It feels far more livelier than the Hyuga state, Hinata pointed out. Yeah, people here greet you with a smile. It's like they don't have a stick up their butts, Naruto pointed out, before shooting a quick glance to her girlfriend. No offense. None taken, Hinata replied with a hand wave. Though, sometimes I wonder if I would have been able to make you fall for me if I was as stiff and overly formal as the rest of my clansmen. If that was the case, I doubt you would have been interested in me to begin with, Naruto pointed out. But I'm sure you would have. You still have plenty of other admirable qualities. For a second, Hinata could swear she saw Naruto's eyes locked onto her chest. Oh, look. Kurenai sensei's there, Haku noticed. And indeed, their Jonin sensei was leaving the main building just as they were about to head in. The genjutsu mistress was now wearing a sleeveless red cotton dress over a green short-sleeved t-shirt. Her stomach had now a noticeable bump. The former leader of the assault squad smiled upon seeing her students. It wasn't hard to tell why they were here. Naruto, Hinata, Haku. What a nice surprise, the red-eyed woman warmly greeted them. Did you come here to see me? The three of them nodded in unison. Indeed. But I see that you're about to leave. Do you have any chores or tasks to do? Because if this is a bad moment, we can come another moment, Hinata said, in an apologetic tone. Yes, I was going to leave, but we can spend some time together, Kurenai suggested. If you want, you can come with me to the place I'm heading. Sounds nice, Haku agreed. Where are you going? First, I'm going to stop at the Yamanaka flower shop to buy some flowers. Then I'm heading to the cemetery. Her three students blinked in surprise. Are you sure you want us to go with you? I mean, cemeteries aren't the kind of places you go with friends, Naruto uneasily said, as he rubbed the back of his neck. On the contrary. I think they're places when one needs the support of your friends and family the most, Kurenai countered. Since in those places, we're at our most vulnerable. Her three students looked pensive upon those words sunk in. They always thought that when one was with their deceased loved ones, it was a moment of personal privacy, not to be shared with other people. Besides, that way I can talk you about a certain somebody I would have loved for you to meet, Kurenai said. All right then, Naruto said with a shrug. Let's go then. Since we're at it, I might visit father's grave as well, Hinata said, before she rubbed her arm. I admit that I don't pay him as many visits as I should. Their first stop was the Yamanaka flower shop to buy some flowers. At the counter was Ino's mother, who, after some light talking, told the members of the assault squad about Ino's recent streak of doing solo missions, much to her sensei and teammates' concerns. I'll tell her about it the next time I see her, Hinata had promised Mrs. Yamanaka. Naruto's reaction, or lack of thereof, didn't go unnoticed by his perceptive girlfriend, as if somehow Ino's behavior didn't surprise him. She made a note to ask Naruto if he knew something about Ino. After pushing those to the back of her mind, Hinata bought some carnations to leave at her father's grave. Carnations meant admiration for a loved one and acknowledging their great deeds, something befitting for her proud father. She saw Kurenai ordering some white roses, which symbolized innocence, and made her wonder who was this person she was going to visit. Hey, Hinata, I was going to buy some flowers to leave at my biological parents' grave. Do you have any suggestions? Naruto asked. Though something different from yours. I don't want to copy you. Try gladiolus. They symbolize strength, honor and loving memories, Hinata replied. I'm sure that's how both you and everybody else remember the fourth Hokage and his wife. Naruto smiled at her suggestion. Thank you, I'll do that. In the end, Haku was the only one who didn't buy any flowers. He explained them that after his father killed his mother, and he killed his father in self-defense, he left their hometown fearing for his life, and thus he doesn't know what has been of their bodies. Have you thought about them? Kurenai asked. Maybe return to the land of water, and see if at least they were given proper burial? Sometimes, Haku said, sounding oddly neutral. But I was so little when they went away. I have no lost love for my father, but I don't even remember what my mother used to look like. That's so sad, Hinata emphatically said. I guess it is. But it's not so bad anymore. I do have a new home and a new family. Yugao-san and Hayate-san took care of me when I came to live here, and there's Zabuza-sama. They're as much family to me as my mother was, even if we aren't related by blood. A few minutes later, they arrived at the cemetery. While Kurenai, accompanied by Haku, went to visit her father's grave, Hinata and Naruto went to visit the grave of Hiashi Hyuga. Do you think in your father? Naruto asked. Sometimes, Hinata replied. I'm twice as old as I was back when he was taken away from us. And Hanabi-chan hardly remembers him. Can't blame her for that, since he was not even 4. I do have some vague memories of him, Naruto told her. He looked quite stern and imposing. He made quite the first impression when I first met him. Yes, father was strict. Though he could be loving and understanding as well, Hinata replied. I guess he had to appear strong in order to maintain order in the clan. Wonder what he would have thought had he seen your speech when you were appointed the new clan head, Naruto said, chuckling a little upon recalling the memory. I like to think he'd be proud of me, Hinata said, a bit unsure. He was a man of high expectations. But I'm sure that he would have loved to see the clan united. He would be more than just proud, Naruto added. After spending a few more minutes, the couple moved to the graves of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto placed half of the flowers on each grave, and stood there without saying anything. I admit that I should have visited them more as well. But hey, I didn't even get to know them, so it's kind of hard, Naruto said, trying to sound justified, before his face softened. Still, they were my birth parents and died to protect me. Plus I'm their only living relative. They deserve as much. Jiraiya-sama used to be the fourth sensei. Did he tell you about him? Hinata asked. Yeah, plenty of stuff. He was a pretty cool guy and a badass ninja. The ideal all ninjas should strive for, Naruto said, chuckling a little. Or at least, that's what Dad used to say. There's also Kakashi-sensei and Rin, who studied under him, Hinata reminded her boyfriend. Yeah, I asked Rin a few things about him. Makes me wish I was able to meet him, Naruto softly replied, his voice laced with some melancholy. I can't believe it was one of his students who caused his death. I could never picture neither myself or any of you guys doing something like that to Kurenai-sensei. From what Rin told us, Obito's case was far more complex than what we think, Hinata replied, and realizing that she sounded like she was defending Obito, she quickly added, not to say that's an excuse for all the atrocities he did. It's just that. We like to think we know both ourselves and those close to us, but everybody can change or do something out of character in a dire situation. Still, how one does go from wanting to be Hokage to setting a tailed beast loose in the village and not caring how many people die? Naruto questioned. Hinata placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. I don't know. But I think it would be best if never found out. Guess you're right, Naruto admitted, before something caught his attention. Oh look, there are Haku and Kurenai-sensei. Let's go meet with them then, Hinata said, removing her hand from Naruto's shoulder. The group of four gathered together, and the raven-haired woman led them to a certain grave in the most recent part of the graveyard. Apparently, it was from the heir of a certain clan, whose symbol was a wing segmented in three parts as if there were feathers. Kurenai's three students read the name in the tombstone. Here lies Yakumo Kurama. Last member of the Kurama clan. So, a clan died with this girl, Haku noted, grimly realizing that he could have been in a very similar predicament. How did you know this girl, Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked. The Kurama was a clan specialized in genjutsu, thanks to their bloodline limit, which made their illusions so lifelike, the body would react as if it was the real thing. For example, a genjutsu of fire would cause actual burns in the skin, Kurenai explained. Amazing, Naruto gushed upon knowing such a bloodline exists. Or existed. However, not all members manifest this bloodline. In fact, this bloodline hasn't been manifested since the times of Hashirama. This caused the clan to dwindle in both size and importance over the decades. Until Yakumo was born, and much to their parents' joy, she had the bloodline. However, there were complications. She had some health problems, and had a lot of trouble keeping her powers under control. That's why Hokage-sama tasked me to personally train this girl. It was a year or so before I became your sensei. I made a lot of progress with her, and her health improved thanks to a treatment developed by Tsunade-sama, and had hopes that she could become a genin. However, before she could be examined, tragedy struck. Her house was caught in a massive fire, killing both her and her parents. Kurenai finished her explanation. Kurenai's words were followed by a long moment of silence as her students absorbed them. While the charred corpses of her parents were found, there was no trace of her body, Kurenai stated. At first I had hopes that maybe she escaped and was alive somewhere out there, but in the end I was forced to admit the truth. Yakumo and her clan were gone forever. How is that you never told us about this other student of yours, Kurenai-sensei? Naruto asked. Though he sounded more curious rather than indignant. Yakumo was my tragedy, not yours. I didn't see the need to get you involved in this, Kurenai replied. Even then, I'm glad you told us about her, Hinata chimed in. That way, more people will remember her. Even if we didn't get to meet her when she was alive. Kurenai smiled a little. Yes, that's a way of seeing it, I guess. At that moment, a lizard-masked Anbu appeared before them. Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Haku Yuki. Hokage-sama requires your presence for an urgent mission of utmost importance, the Anbu told them, his tone being stoic but at the same time conveying urgency. Kurenai's three studnets exchanged knowing glances, realizing what such mission was going to be. Guess we'll have to continue our talk another time, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto apologized. Don't worry. I know that when duty calls, you must heed said call. Come on, go, the genjutsu mistress said. Her three students quickly waved her goodbye before leaving for the Hokage Tower. Hikate's Tower. The three younger members of THR Assault Squad were in the Hokage's office, standing in front of Jiraiya, sitting in his desk. His face sported a serious look, and was holding a scroll in his hand. The crest of Kirigakura was visible on the scroll. A few moments ago, this message arrived from the Mizukage, Jiraiya began, showing them the furled scroll. She said that her forces had located the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Utakata. Naruto instantly beamed the moment the news reached his ears. That's great. Naruto beamed. However, his expression turned serious the moment a certain thought sunk in. But she didn't write that message just to tell us that Utakata is safe, right? Jiraiya shook his head. She sent a team of Anbu led by 2 of her swordsmen in order to retrieve and escort him back to the village, but he refused. A fight ensued, and eventually the Anbu were forced to retire, since they couldn't risk harming him in any way. Upon seeing the outcome of the mission, Mei realized that maybe the word of another Jinchuriki might be make Utakata see reason and return to the safety of Kirigakure. And that's where I enter the picture, right? The blonde guessed. Jiraiya nodded. Yes. According to this message, Utakata and some girl that travels with him are currently in a place called Nagi Island. The Kirigakure team will be waiting for you. The Hokage pulled out another small scroll and tossed it to Naruto, who easily caught it. This scroll contained additional information on the mission. Now that you know the essentials, you should hurry and head towards Nagi Island as soon as possible. You will take several days to arrive there, and it's possible that by that time Utakata might have left. If that happens, the Kiri ninja will follow him as to not lose his track. Not to mention the constant threat of the Akatsuki. The 3 of them nodded, but it was Naruto who replied. Leave it in our hands, Dad. Akatsuki will go home empty-handed this time around. After bidding Naruto farewell and hoping he had luck on his mission, Jiraiya returned to work. Given that there were no scheduled meetings for that day, Jiraiya decided to try to finish the paperwork for the day as soon as possible with the help of shadow clones, and then spend some time writing the next Icha novel. He was way behind schedule, but he was sure his fans would understand, and after that, do something with Tsunade and the kids. The twins' kidnapping attempt made Jiraiya realize how easily somebody could take your loved ones away from you, and he wasn't going to let anything to enjoy every moment he could with his wife and kids. At that moment, somebody knocked the door. Jiraiya suppressed a groan. He wasn't in the mood for a surprise meeting or any bad news. It had better be important. Come in, Jiraiya said. The door opened, revealing Itachi Uchiha. Yep, it was important. Hokage-sama, I finished my investigation in Amigakure, Itachi began. I managed to abduct one of its ninjas, and bring him here. I left him at torture and interrogation, but I took the liberty of interrogating him myself to see what he knew. Please take a seat, Jiraiya said, waving at one of the chairs in front of him. And tell me everything. Leave no details out. Itachi nodded, sat down, and gave Jiraiya a detailed recollection of his infiltration in Amigakure, up to the interrogation part. Your suspicions turned out to be correct, Hokage-sama. As torture and interrogation will more than likely confirm, Hanzo the Salamander is no longer the leader of Amigakure, and hasn't been for at least the past 5 years, Itachi stated. Akatsuki controls the village. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, as he leaned back on his chair. Those weren't good news in the slightest. Hanzo might have been a loose cannon and a warmonger, but at the very least he was easy to both predict and appease. And since the ninja you interrogated was a mere Genin, I'm going to assume that such knowledge is both public and supported by the population, Jiraiya guessed. This definitely wasn't going to be the same situation as with Taki. But much to his surprise, Itachi shook his head. No, the man has no idea what Akatsuki is, even if he already met one already. Apparently, the village leaders are someone they call God and his angel. He did met the latter. Do you have a description? Jiraiya asked, fearing the answer. A woman in her 30s. Shoulder-length blue hair and a bob haircut with a small bun, decorated with an origami flower. Light brown eyes. A piercing under her lower lip. The woman seems to have some sort of power over paper. If it's a bloodline limit or a secret jutsu, I can't tell, Itachi explained. Another long sigh. Yes, he feared that answer for a very good reason. Naturally, such obvious reaction didn't go unnoticed by somebody so observant as Itachi. Hokage-sama? Is everything okay? The Uchiha asked. Is the woman familiar to you? Sadly yes, she is, Jiraiya replied. The possible suspects of who this god might be was pretty small, and Jiraiya knew he could reduce it to just one name. Do you want me to do something about it? Itachi offered. No, you already did enough. I need to check a few things and talk with some people before further action can be taken on this issue, Jiraiya replied. Take a few days to rest. I heard that your brother was particularly upset after his latest mission, so maybe spending time with you might do him some good. Itachi stood up, and make a bow. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Do not hesitate to call me if you have another mission only I can complete. Nagi Island. As Jiraiya had said, it took them almost a week to reach Nagi Island, since they had to travel all the way to the coast of the Land of Fire, and find and board a ship that could get them to the place in question. Luckily, Mei had already foreseen this and took the liberty to rent a ship that was already waiting for the Konoha team. Still, even if the ship was fast and the wind and waters were favorable, the trip by sea took 4 days. As they got off from the ship and walked into the small port town, the 3 Konoha ninja took a moment to examine it. So far, the port town, while unremarkable at first sight, it was busy and teeming with activity. Being a neutral country, people from other nations saw Nagi Island as a nexus to do deals with other countries in a safe way. "Alright, here we are," Naruto said. "Dad said that somebody from Kiri should be here. Hinata, use your Tensegan too." "Hey, you guys. Over here." A female voice yelled among the crowd of people. Turning in the direction of the voice, they saw Miyako and Suigetsu, wearing the Kirigakure Jonin uniform, as well as carrying their respective swords, the helmet splitter on Miyako's back and the sewing needle attached to Suigetsu's belt. "Well, that was easier than we expected," Naruto pointed out. "The mission demands for us not to waste any time. I appreciate that they took the effort to look for us," Haku said. The others couldn't help but nod. As they walked towards the 2 young swordsmen of the mist, Suigetsu and Miyako greeted them with a polite bow. "Naruto-san, Hinata-san, it's nice to see you again," the blue-haired woman said, before turning to Haku. "It's good to see you too, Ambassador." "The feeling is mutual," Haku replied, returning the bow. "Sorry for my bluntness, but shall we skip the pleasantries and go directly to the matter at hand?" Naruto interjected, growing a little antsy at the exchange. "Sure," Suigetsu said. "Come on, let's go." After leaving the port town, they advanced into the island, which was composed mostly of very thick forests, that would remind the Konoha trio of the Land of Fire, if there wasn't for the many rivers and lakes that cross the mass of land. One certainly could feel peace and harmony while being in such natural paradise. "Even if you guys took some time to arrive, Utakata is still in the island," Suigetsu spoke. "Fortunately, despite our initial confrontation, we made him believe that we're not going to try anything. But that may change soon," Miyaki continued. "Utakata never stays in the same place for long, so it's a good thing that you arrived in time. As far as our last report goes, he's still here." "And where is he, might I ask?" Hinata said. "He and the girl he travels with, we believe she's an apprentice of some sort, set a camp at the edge of a small waterfall lake. Our Hunter Nin watches every step," Suigetsu said. "Man, you sent Hunter Nin after him? No wonder the guy reacted so bad then," Naruto indignantly pointed out. "Hey, what were we supposed to do?" Suigetsu said with a defensive shrug. "Hunter Nin are usually dispatched in these kind of situations. Anyway, that's why we requested your presence here. Maybe another Jinchuriki might make him change his mind and see reason." "Before Naruto-kun can attempt anything, we'll need to know more about this person," Hinata interjected. "What can you tell us about him?" Utakata was a very skilled ninja. He graduated the academy at 10, got a promotion to Chunin the next year, and Jonin when he was just 16. While we don't know the exact date, we believe he was made into a Jinchuriki when he was a small child. Though such thing was never a problem for Utakata, Miyaki explained, as if she was recalling the text of a bingo book. Until one day, when he was 21, he lost control of his tailed beast, killing his sensei and many other ninjas in the process. After that, he fled Kirigakure and became a vagrant ever since. "Do you know what caused to lose control of his tailed beast?" Haku asked, being the question in the minds of Naruto and Hinata as well. Both Miyaki and Suigetsu shook their heads. Whatever happened, he refuses to tell. Also, it's worth noting that at some point about a year ago, he started to travel with a girl. Younger than him, I'd say about 18 to 20 years of age, Suigetsu added, before the white-haired swordsman's lips formed a toothy grin. "Guess a man can't be alone that much time, hee." "We aren't sure what their relationship is," Miyaki punctualized, shooting Suigetsu a disapproving look. "Anyway, when we arrive at his location, I think it would be for the best if you got close to him alone. Our approach has to be as non-threatening as possible." "What if Utakata attacks Naruto-kun?" Hinata suggested, worry creeping through her spine. "How strong is he, by the way?" "Like Miyako said, very strong," Suigetsu stated. "And that's not even counting his Jinchuriki powers. We do know he has some degree of mastery over them." "It's okay. There won't be a fight. I know I'll be able to convince him of the threat that hangs over his head." "Over all of our heads," Naruto corrected himself. Several Kiri Onbu are heading towards our position, Hinata stated. They must be our hunter Nin, Suigetsu stated. The two groups meet on the middle, and the Konoha ninja could see 5 Onbu, all of them wearing masks -1, who appeared to be the leader of the small squad, a middle-aged man with long dark brown hair, and a small beard and a mustache. Suigetsu-sama, Miyaki-sama. I see that you brought the Konoha ninjas at last, the man said, smiling a little. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tsurugi, Onbu Captain. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and these are Hinata Hyuga and Haku Yuki, Naruto stated. I'm the Jinchuriki, by the way. I see. It's good to have you here, Tsurugi said, before his eyes rested on Haku. You must be the ambassador appointed by Mizukage-sama at the end of the Civil War, right? It's an honor to meet you. The feeling is likewise. But unfortunately, pleasantries will have to wait. Do you know where the Jinchuriki is? Haku asked. Yes. He and his apprentice set their camp at the edge of a river. They've been there for the past few days, but for the look of it, it seems like they're ready to move out. You guys arrived just in time, Tsurugi explained. Good. Tell me where they are, and I'll go. But please, have your men stand back. I need to be alone for this work, Naruto said. That's not a good idea, Naruto-san, Tsurugi countered. Jinchuriki or not, you are still a stranger to Utakata. You won't be able to win him with words alone. I know that man. I think I should go with you. If you do that, he'll smell a trap, Naruto pointed out. And what do you think he's going to think when he sees a Konoha Jinchuriki so far away from his home nation? Tsurugi asked. Naruto blinked, not taking into account such possibility. Still, I think it's for the best if I'm alone. Even if he guesses my intentions or that we're in cahoots with you guys, if I go alone he won't feel as threatened, Naruto replied. Tsurugi crossed his arms over his chest, and appeared to ponder Naruto's reasoning. He had to admit that, even if his intentions could be obvious, Naruto was right. His appeal would sound much more sincere and non-threatening if he was alone. Okay then. But we'll be near you in case something happens, Tsurugi stated. Is Utakata-san a censor? Hinata chimed in. He might sense our presence if it's the case. As far as I can tell, no, it was Miyaki who answered. But that man has been running away from people like us for years, so the guy does know when somebody is following or spying on him. Meaning that we should be extra careful while masking our presence. Understood. Then, I'll watch from the skies. I doubt he'll be able to realize somebody's up there, Hinata said, before she took off into the sky, much to the Kiri ninja's amazement, and Naruto and Haku's nonchalance. Which didn't go unnoticed by the Fromer group. Did that girl just flew into the sky? A flabbergasted Suigetsu asked. Yeah, she did, Naruto happily said, placing his arms behind his back. Man, I never get tired of seeing people's reactions when they see her fly for the first time. She didn't fly when I first met you guys, Miyaki pointed out, still looking upwards. No. That's something she learned to do recently, Naruto replied. Miyaki pouted a little. The Civil War would have ended much sooner if we had a ninja that could fly. Naruto tried to lower his guard as he walked towards the campsite. It was a foolish thing for a ninja to do, but being non-threatening was key, and the last thing he needed was the other Jinchuriki attacking him out of the blue. As he walked, not even bothering with stealth, even making sure that the two people in the campsite heard him coming, the blonde took a look at the two people in it. A man and a woman. The woman was a little older than him, with long dark blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a pink, sleeveless kimono that reached down her hips. She was setting up a small fire. This woman had to be his apprentice/partner/lover/whatever. The man, whom Naruto guessed was Utakata, was pretty tall. He had short brown hair, with a ling-bang covering his left side of the face, leaving a light brown eye visible. His lithe and svelte body was covered by a long light blue kimono loose enough to reveal his bare chest tied by an orange sash. Hotari, stay here. I'll deal with him, Naruto heard him said as he handed her a handful of recently caught fishes. Hey there, Naruto said, happily waving at him. He hoped his cheerfulness didn't come off as too fake. I don't know who you are, Utakata cut him off, as he walked towards the incoming blonde. And I don't know what you want either. But if you appreciate your life, you'll turn around and go back to when you came from. Whoa, there, Naruto said, bringing his hands up in defense. You didn't even let me talk. Because I have no interest in what you have to say, Utakata repeated. Now leave. This is my last warning. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Listen, I know you're a Jinchuriki, Naruto stated. The woman gasped a little upon hearing this, though less from the fact itself and more for Naruto knowing it. Utakata, however, remained impassible. So I am. Utakata was taken aback a little, but his frown soon returned. Liar. I don't lie. Tailed beasts share a special link. When two Jinchuriki are together, they can feel that link. I'm sure that you can feel it as well, Naruto insisted. Utakata was ready to deny such thing, but he was unable to. He did feel a weird connection to the blonde, something he only felt with another person in his whole life. Still, that didn't change much. The blonde was still suspicious to him. I admit that you're right. I feel a connection with you. But that leaves the question of what a Konoha ninja, he started, taking a look at Naruto's headband, is interested in a vagrant like myself. It can't be just because we're Jinchuriki. Actually, that's exactly the reason, Naruto replied. Some Kiri ninja contacted you in the past days, right? Yes, they wanted me to return to Kiri, Utakata replied, before a realization dawned upon him. His frown turned into a scowl. Wait a minute. You're with them, right? They called you to convince me to return to Kiri? Know that, after the civil war ended, Konoha and Kiri became allies. Damn, this guy is good. Better try to be honest so he has no reason to suspect me of anything funny, Naruto thought, as a trickle of sweat ran through his neck. Yes, they called me. And it's very important that you listen to them. You're in grave danger. All of our kind are. Danger? What kind of danger? The woman asked, as he walked towards the duo. Don't listen to him, Hotari. They're lies to make me go back to my old village, Utakata told her, before turning his gaze back to Naruto. Like I said before, leave. Or I'll make you leave by force. No, Naruto shouted, his previous goodwill evaporating. I'm not going to let either one of us pointlessly die. You have to go back to the safety of your village. You're in danger here. And if you refuse, I'll make you return by force. Hotari immediately placed herself between the two men, hoping to avert a needless fight. Please, no. There's no need to fight. You heard him, Hotari. He threatened to bring me back to Kiri by force if I don't do as he says. I think a fight is inevitable at this point, Utakata seethed. No, it's not. Let's listen to what he has to say, okay? He doesn't look like an untrustworthy person, Hotari insisted. Utakata didn't say anything, but judging by his body language, he appeared to agree with the girl. Hotari then turned to Naruto. What kind of danger are you talking about? You see. But first, Utakata cut him again. Tell all the people with you to come out. If they're doing this for my own good and don't have any kind of ulterior motives, there's no need to stay hidden. I came here alone. The other Kiri ninjas are not here, Naruto stated. Come out, I know you're there. Tsurugi. Miyaki. Suigetsu, Utakata shouted. And much to Naruto's surprise and chagrin, the Kiri ninja and Haku emerged from behind the trees. Naruto let out a defeated sigh. Guys, I told you not to come with me. Now you ruined it, the blonde pouted. Sorry, but this was too important. In case you failed, we need to be prepared in order to take Utakata by force to Kirigakure, Miyaki stated, ignoring the glare the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails was shooting her. But such thing won't be necessary, because Utakata will come to us of his own volition once he hears what's at stake, Naruto insisted, glaring at the blue-haired swordswoman as well. If all of us are here, then there's no point in Hinata watching the sky, Haku said, waving upwards. Much to Utakata and Hotari's surprise, they saw a blue-haired girl with glowing teal eyes slowly descending from above. Sometime later, night fell upon Nagi Island. While Utakata was on edge at first, after some time he got used to the presence of the hunter nin. The masked ninjas did nothing other than stay silent and watch the campsite's surroundings, on the possibility that an enemy might appear before they could evacuate the Jinchuriki. The rest were sitting around a fire while they enjoyed some dinner. And this Akatsuki people, you said that they already captured 4 Jinchuriki? Utakata asked. Naruto nodded energically. We managed to save one of them after his tailed beast was extracted, but it was mostly luck. I doubt we'll be able to do that again. Akatsuki seems to learn from experience. After we rescued Gaara-san, it appears that they got better at hiding their lairs and bases, Hinata added. That's why it's so important we find all the remaining Jinchuriki and put them in a safe place. And so far, the great villages are our best bet. Being in the open alone, it's an invitation to the Akatsuki, Naruto urged. Are they that dangerous? Hotari asked. Because Utakata-sensei is very strong. If those Akatsuki came for him, I'm sure he'd be able to kick their butts. Akatsuki is comprised entirely of S-rank criminals. It was Miyaki who spoke. They know their prey are dangerous ones, that's why they made sure their members are able to face Jinchuriki and win. Remember that they have defeated 4 other Jinchuriki already, Haku added. So, why are they after us to begin with? Because of the tailed beasts? Utakata asked. Naruto nodded once again. And how do they expect to control them? Few are the Jinchuriki capable of such feat. I'm able to control some degree of the Six Tails power, but too much and I lose control of it. Actually, they don't plan to become Jinchuriki themselves. You see. Naruto told Utakata everything he knew about the demonic statue of the outer path, and how if all 9 tailed beasts were sealed inside it, the 10 tails would be revived, which would spell the end of the world. How Akatsuki planned to take control of the best, Naruto didn't know, but in either case that monster couldn't be allowed to be reborn. Both Utakata and Hotari took a few moments to let the blonde's tale sink in. While they looked surprised at first, they were now pensive. The Jinchuriki more than his apprentice, though. What you say is indeed troubling. But I still can't help but think that this is part of an elaborate ruse to get me back to the village, Utakata stated. Come on man, we left you alone for years. We didn't even try to recruit you when we were fighting against Yagura and your help would speed things up a lot, so please tell me why did we change our mind now? Suigetsu hotly protested. Yes. And I doubt the Jinchuriki of Konoha could have bothered to come all the way to this place just to sell you a lie, Miyaki added. This is serious, Utakata-san. Words alone can't convey the threat Akatsuki is. Besides their power, they also have influence. It was them who controlled Yagura and turned our village into the so-called blood mist. Hell, we don't even want you to come to Kirigakura in particular. If you want to stay in Konoha or Suna, then fine, Suigetsu suggested. Our orders were to make you go to any of those 3 villages. But why would you prefer Konoha or Suna over your own home? Well, I couldn't really tell. Hotari tugged Utakata's sleeve. I think they're telling the truth, sensei. Besides, what would the Mizukage win by having you go to another village? The stubborn Jinchuriki had to admit they had a point. Still, all the mistrusts and misanthropy built over his years of isolation after his sensei's apparent betrayal weren't easy to ignore. Even then, there was still a part of him that was constantly warning him of an impending danger. What do you say then? Will you let us protect you? Naruto hopefully asked. Utakata took a few moments to think his answer before he opened his mouth. For the time being, let's wait until tomorrow morning. I need some time to think about what you guys told me. While all of them were cautious and didn't get their hopes up, the fact that the Jinchuriki had at least listened to them and was going to take their words into consideration was indeed a small victory. All what was left was to hope that Utakata would agree to take shelter in one of the 3 great villages. After the tense discussion, people on both sides started to calm down. In order to maximize their chances, Naruto approached Utakata in order to make some small talk and bond with him, while also being careful not to mention anything that made it obvious he was trying to sway his decision. Empathy was the best course of action. As they talked, Hotari decided to do the same and sat closer to Naruto's 2 teammates. She put on her friendliest smile when greeting them. Hello there. I don't think we've been introduced to each other. My name is Hotari, and I'm Utakata-sensei's apprentice, Hotari began. Hello, Hotari-san. My name is Hinata Hyuga, and this is Haku Yuki. We're Naruto-kun's teammates, though you probably guessed that already, Hinata replied. Besides his teammate, I'm also Naruto-kun's girlfriend. Really? Cool. You make a cute couple, the dark blonde complimented, before switching topics. So, you think Naruto will convince Utakata-sensei to return to his home? We hope so. Naruto-kun has the ability to reach people's heart with his earnestness. I have faith he can do it, Haku replied. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he failed this time. While things are better now, the land of water used to be a pretty dangerous place, in no small part, thanks to the blood mist. Are you from the land of water? Hotari asked. You wear both a Konoha and Kiri forehead protector. I didn't know a ninja could be loyal to 2 villages, even if they are allied. I mean, if war broke between Konoha and Kiri, who would you side with? To answer your first question, yes, I was born in the land of water, but I grew up in Konoha, that's why I wear Konoha's crest around my forehead. However, I was made ambassador of Kiri in Konoha after the civil war ended, hence the Kiri forehead protector in my neck, Haku explained. And to answer your second question, it's my job to make sure such thing doesn't happen. But if war eventually broke out, I wouldn't take sides, I'd try my best to make sure both sides stopped fighting and reached an agreement. I see. Let's hope that such thing doesn't come to pass then, Hotari replied, smiling at him. What about you, Hotari-san? How did you become Utakata-san's apprentice? Hinata asked. I might be judging him too hastily, but he doesn't look to be a man patient enough to have an apprentice. Your judgment isn't that far off, Hinata. I met Utakata-sensei when he protected me from a group of ninja, though they were actually after him. I took him home and treated his injuries, and after seeing how strong he was, I asked him to be my sensei. At first he gave me overly difficult exercises in order to make me give up, but I was determined to complete them, Hotari began. Such as? Hinata asked. He first asked me to walk on water, when I hadn't have any kind of chakra control, she explained, while Haku and Hinata winced. Though with perseverance, I managed to do it. But that wasn't the end of it, was it? Haku guessed. Not by a long shot. Hotari replied, laughing a little. He then had me do a water jutsu, despite the fact that I didn't even know if my affinity was water to begin with, or even doing the basic exercises first. But once again, I proved my worth. He really did want to get rid of you, Hinata stated, sounding a bit dazzled. He did. But in the end, I proved I had the resolve to be her apprentice, and in the end he accepted me, Hotari stated. I like to think that he grew to appreciate my company and saw me as a worthy apprentice. If he allowed you to stick with him for so long, I believe that's the case, Haku stated. I know a thing or two about hard teachers. Albeit in my case Zabuza-sama never wanted to get rid of me, just make me as strong as possible in the shortest amount of time. You mean Zabuza, as in the current leader of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist? Hotari asked, genuinely surprised. Wow. And here I thought that I was so lucky to have somebody as Utakata-sensei as my teacher. Lucky? Hinata thought. But Utakata-san wanted to get rid of her. Also, sorry for asking you this. We know Utakata-san's stance, but what about you? Do you have any opinion on what Utakata-san should do? Haku asked. As his apprentice, I'll follow him no matter what he decides. But honestly, I'd prefer if he decided to stay in one of the villages, Hotari replied. Not just for the sake of being safer, but because while traveling the world and meeting new people is fine, I'd like if we decided to stay in the same place more than a couple weeks. Both him and I could make more permanent friends. And you think you could convince him to do that? Hinata asked. Hotari chuckled a little. You already met Utakata-sensei, and know how stubborn he is. I can try, but don't expect much. I'm more interested in traveling with him than he is in having me following him around, and he's very aware of that, Hotari admitted, averting her gaze. If I told him that I want to live to one of the villages, he'll say that I'm free to do it. Still, it would be great if you tried, Haku insisted. The stakes are really high. Don't worry, I didn't say no. I'll try to get on his case once he stops talking with Naruto-san and we can be alone, Hotari promised. But like I said, don't expect him to put much weight on my wants. Thank you for your effort, Hotari-san, Hinata replied. We don't ask more than that. Nagi Island port town. Most ships usually avoided traveling during the night, since it was an incredibly dangerous thing to do. Without natural light, it was very hard to see rock formations in the coast that could sink a vessel. And sadly Nagi Island lacked a lighthouse to guide ships in the dark of the night. Even then, a small ship managed to arrive at the island. It didn't stop at the dock, since its occupants didn't want to draw attention to their presence. Instead, they dropped the anchor when they were close to the shore, jumped into the water, and using chakra, they walked, or better said, ran, towards the island. So, the Six Tails Jinchuriki is somewhere in this island, according to the intel, one of the figures that came out of the ship stated. Indeed he is, Konan, the other one replied. How are you so sure? Konan asked. If he left this island, we would have been warned. No, he is here, and he's unaware of the danger that hangs over his head. I see. What is the plan, Pain? Konan asked. For the time being, let's track the Jinchuriki. Find if he's alone, or if there's anybody accompanying him. Then, we'll devise a strategy, and attack, Pain replied. We must be swift and careful. I wouldn't put past the great villages to start gathering the wandering Jinchuriki as well just to stop to our plans, Konan sagely advised. Let them try, the Akatsuki leader replied. Nothing but pain will await to those who stand in our way. Chapter 70. Facing a God. Or. Here comes the pain. Nagi Island, morning. As I said, I've been thinking about what you told me. The threat of Akatsuki, and what should I do in order to avoid it, Utakata began. Everybody listened to him intently. What he would say next would determine if the mission could end here and there and finally take the Jinchuriki to a safe place, or if the Kiri and Konoha ninja would have to subdue him by force. At first, I thought that if I did what I've been doing this past years, moving from one place to another and never staying in the same place for long, I'd be able to evade the Akatsuki, Utakata stated. However, you finding me is evidence that such plan isn't going to work. I also thought that, in the case they got me, I could defend myself from whoever they send to capture me. But again, the fact that Akatsuki captured other Jinchuriki already also means that it'd be foolish if I was so overconfident. Both Miyake and Suigetsu looked hopeful. Does that mean? Miyake began, almost holding her breath. Yes. I decide to let myself to be taken into the great village's custody, Utaka finished. Everybody cheered upon hearing the Jinchuriki's response, Hotari included, much to Utakata's surprise, who raised an eyebrow at this. He cleared his throat to indicate that he wasn't finished. However, I do have a condition, Utakata stated. The cheering abruptly stopped, and the mood died down. Miyake, however, kept a positive attitude. Whatever it is, Utakata-san, I'm sure we can provide it, she said in a conciliatory tone. As long as it's something reasonable, that's it. So, what do you want for Kiri to offer you? I want nothing from Kiri, Utakata stated, his voice laced with some venom. I don't want to return to that place. You told me that I was able to go to any of the great villages, right? In that case, I want to go to Konoha. That's my request. Really? That's awesome. Naruto cheered, pumping a fist in the air. May I ask why do you wish to come to our village, Utakata-san? Hinata asked. Don't you prefer to return to your own home? Not that we won't welcome you, Haku helpfully added. If you need to know my reasons, well, the first one is that I have way too many painful memories attached to Kirigakure, and I do not wish to return there. Second, Konoha already houses 2 Jinchuriki, as far as you told me, the brown-haired man looked at Naruto. The only Jinchuriki I ever met was Yagura, and he wasn't a very pleasant man. Now that I have this opportunity, I wish to know both you and the other Jinchuriki better. And third, of all the available options, Konoha seems to be the safest. Utakata then looked at Haku. And from what you told me, I won't be the first land of water native to move there. You're not going to regret it, I can assure you that, Haku replied while nodding. Then it's settled. Utakata and Hotari will move to Konoha, Naruto shouted, as excited as a little boy with a new toy. Hey, I said that I'd be there as long as the Akatsuki threat persists. Once this is over, I'll go back to the road, Utakata interjected. Fair enough. But I wouldn't be surprised if you changed your mind over your stay there, Haku added, smiling a little. I also want to state that I don't plan to become a Konoha ninja nor do missions for your village. That part of my life is already over, Utakata firmly stated. Don't worry. Nobody will force you to do anything you don't want to, Naruto assured him, before he shot his fellow Jinchuriki a foxy grin. Not that I won't try to change your mind. Utakata grimaced a little. I'm already regretting this decision. Come on, Utakata-sensei. I'm sure being in Konoha will be fun. Hotari chimed in. Her sensei just sighed. As they watched the happy exchange, the Kiri ninjas looked less excited than their Konoha counterparts, but they were content nonetheless. We were hoping we could convince you to come back home. I'm going to admit we wanted to have a Jinchuriki again, Suigetsu stated. But we will be happy to know that our enemies won't be able to lay their hands upon you, Miyake stated. And who knows, maybe in the future, once Mei-sama wipes away every trace of the blood mist, we can convince you to come back. You're planning way too much ahead, Utakata stated in annoyance. Anyway, now that it's settled, I believe we should get going. The more we stay in the same place, the bigger the Akatsuki's chances of finding us, Suigetsu stated. We should go back to the port town, get a ship that goes to the Land of Fire, and escort Utakata to Konohagakure. Miyake nodded. We will tag along until Utakata-san is safe behind Konoha's walls. Is that okay with you? Miyake asked. The Konoha ninja looked at each other, looking for their mutual approval, and quickly nodded. Yeah, the more we are, the better, Naruto said. Now, let's pack everything up as fast as we can and get moving. True to Naruto's words, they picked up the campsite and got moving in record time. Jumping from one tree branch to another except Hinata, who flew close to them, the group of Konoha and Kiri ninjas made their way back to the port town. They needed to get back there and get into a ship as soon as possible. Once in the sea, the chances of an ambush happening would be close to zero. And in the Land of Fire they'd be safer than in a small island in the middle of nowhere. If we keep this pace, we'll reach the port town in little more than half an hour, Miyaki stated. Let's try to make it into less than that, Naruto suggested. Everybody nodded, and increased their pace. Despite the good mood, they wanted to finish this mission as soon as possible, since they felt like they were carrying a potentially dangerous cargo that could blow up at any second, and that filled them with a feeling of uneasiness. And true to that, the metaphorical cargo was about to blow up. Shinra Tensei. Nobody knew where it came from, but 1 second, the group was moving forward, and the next a powerful shockwave blasted them upwards, while tearing down several trees in the process, creating a clearing in the area. All of them landed painfully in the now clear ground with several painful thuds. Ow! Where did that come from? No time to groan. Everybody, get back to your feet and ready to fight. Suigetsu called, as his body, which had been partially liquefied by the blast, started to reform. Hinata, find the enemies. Naruto asked. I'm on it. His girlfriend replied, as she expanded her field vision in order to find said enemies. She took no time to find a figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds standing in their path. Akatsuki is here. Of course, this mission would be too easy if they didn't show up, Naruto groaned, as he rolled his eyes. How many of them? Where are they? There. Hinata began, but cut herself as something caught her attention. Another Akatsuki, flying above them. But most distressingly was what she was about to do. Explosive tags coming from above. They're without number. Instinctively, everybody looked up, and indeed, they saw hundreds upon hundreds of explosive tags floating above them, around a member of Akatsuki that kept herself in the air, thanks to a pair of wings attached to her back that appeared to be made of paper. The Akatsuki motioned her hand downwards, and the explosive tags rained upon them at such speed they appeared to weight as much as kunai. Oh shit, Suigetsu cried. Everybody, get close to me. Haku called, as his hands flew through hand seals. Ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. As everybody clustered around Haku, 3 domes made of ice quickly formed around them, just in time as the explosive tags reached them, unleashing a chain of explosions. The chain lasted several painfully long seconds, making the ground tremble with each blast. Those sheltered inside prayed for the domes to resist, while Haku struggled to keep them strong. Eventually, the explosions ceased, and Haku allowed himself to stop channeling chakra into the jutsu, which quickly started to thaw. The ice ninja fell to his knees, a bit exhausted. Good job, Haku-san. If it wasn't for you, who knows how many of us would have perished, Miyaki praised, as her hands reached her helmet splitter. So, those are enemies, right? Suigetsu said, also grabbing his sword, the sewing needle. I never fought against an Akatsuki, but if this is how they open a fight. Damn, we're for a fun time. The Akatsuki on land was a man in his early 30s with spiky orange hair, his face and ears loaded with thick black piercings. He was wearing a slashed Omega Core forehead protector. But the trait that drew the most attention were his eyes, completely purple with a concentric ring pattern. The other Akatsuki, a blue-haired woman the same age, with blue hair decorated with a flower, descended upon being close to him. You've been found at last, Jinchuriki of the 6 tails, the man spoke. His voice was deep and ominous. Now, I shall take the beast that you bear inside your body. Resisting is futile. The 9 tails Jinchuriki is also here, the woman observed. We can capture the 2 of them at once. This opportunity it's too good to pass, Pain. You may be right, Konan, the man replied. But for the time being, our main priority is the other. Naruto made a hand seal, and 2 clones popped into existence. Without waiting to receive any order from their creator, the clones rushed in opposite directions, vanishing among the sea of trees. You said you fought Akatsuki before, Utakata told the Konoha ninja as he grabbed his bubble pipe. Are this people familiar to you? No, we never met them before, Naruto replied, growing tense. But they look even more powerful than the ones we did. Urasmin is correct, Uzumaki, the man added. Because in the past, you only fought against regular men. You're against a god now. We only want the Jinchuriki. Surrender them, and we'll spare everybody else's lives, Konan offered. If you think we're going to do that, you're more stupid than you look. Hotari angrily replied. Pain noticed that Naruto was staring at him intensely. More specifically, he was looking into his eyes. Something the Akatsuki didn't find unusual, but decided to ignore. That's it, until the blonde opened his mouth. Those eyes. They're Rinnegan, correct? Naruto solemnly asked. Pain's lips curved into a small smile. You're right. These are the eyes that once were wielded by the sage of the six paths. As I carry them now, it is my duty to continue with the sage's mission to create a world without war or strife. And how do you plan to do that? By hunting Jinchuriki? Naruto angrily replied. Reviving the 10 tails will only cause the end of the world. Konan opened her eyes widely when Naruto mentioned the name of the monster they were planning to restore. How do you? Where did you? She blabbered. Their knowledge of the 10 tails is irrelevant to our mission, as it will do them no good, Pain told Konan, sounding as ominous as confident as before his eyes turned towards Naruto again. But if you need to know, the 10 tails is the key to create that world. If somebody harnessed that vast power, that person would be without equal, and could use that power to put an end to all wars and misery in the world. But that wouldn't be real peace. If you know about the sage and the 10 tails, then you must know about Kaguya too. Hinata heatedly interjected. Such peace isn't bound to last. And what is the alternative? Trust that people will stop hating and warring each other on their own? Konan asked, scowling angrily at the Hyuga. You foolish, naive children. Konan is right, Pain continued. People will never understand each other. Only by knowing each other's pain can understanding be reached. And even if you know the other's pain, hatred may make understanding impossible. That's why there are wars even if most people don't want them. The only way to stop this cycle of hatred is by force. I don't care what you believe. I'm not going to let you suddenly. Naruto's eyes snapped wide open. Naruto-kun? Hinata worriedly asked. My clones. They disappeared. The confused blonde replied. What? How? Haku asked. Hinata made a hand seal, and her Tensigen flashed for an instant. Her eyesight expanded to cover the entire area, her eyes also opened wide upon seeing what had killed the clones. More Akatsuki. 5 of them. They're surrounding the clearing. Hinata distressingly informed. All of them have the same orange hair, multiple facial piercings, and those purple eyes. We've studied your fighting style for when the time to capture you arrived, Naruto, Pain replied. Before a fight begins, you create 2 clones that go into hiding, making your opponent believe that you're preparing an ambush. Then, in the middle of the fight, you'll go into sage mode, despite the fact that in order to gather nature energy one needs to be still for a long period of time. But by using clones, you can gather nature energy unimpeded as you fight, then the clone will dispel itself, transferring the nature energy to you, with the added benefit that your opponent's attention is now divided, waiting for an ambush that will never come. Is my guess a correct one, Naruto Uzumaki? Pain asked. Naruto gritted his teeth, as a frustrating feeling of impotence washed over him. I've never fought an Akatsuki without sage mode before. What I'm going to do now? No. Stop the quitter talk. You're a great ninja with or without sage mode. I can win this. I have to win this. The blonde's scowl of frustration disappeared, as it was replaced by a confident smirk. So, you were able to counter one of my many jutsu and techniques. Let's see if you can do the same with the others. Boasts are useless if one lacks the power to back them up, Pain replied, as he raised an open hand towards them. I believe there's no point in conversing anymore. Now, it's your turn to know Pain. Shinra-tensei. Once again, a powerful shockwave blasted the group of Konoha and Kiri ninjas backwards with overwhelming force. Though now they realized it wasn't a normal shockwave. A second before being pushed away, it was almost as if they weighed nothing, as if somehow the Akatsuki could manipulate gravity itself. They rushed to get back on their feet as the 2 Akatsuki menacingly approached. Hinata, you can make somebody else fly as well, right? Naruto asked. His girlfriend nodded. In that case, take Utakata to a ship, and get the hell out of here. But I can't leave both you and Haku-kun with those Akatsuki. Hinata protested. You're a Jinchuriki too. You're in danger as well. Don't worry, we'll divide his attention by rushing in a different way. Let's see which one of us he'll go after, Naruto replied. Now go, quickly. Hinata nodded, and made a hand seal. Utakata's feet stopped touching the ground. What the? The brown-haired Jinchuriki asked, as he started to flail. Sorry Utakata-san, but no time to ask for permission. We need to leave now, Hinata urged as she took off into the sky, with the unwilling Utakata being carried behind. I won't let you, Pain replied, but oddly enough, made no effort to stop the flying ninja. Suddenly the air was filled with several whistles, and much to her shock, Hinata's Tensigen caught a cluster of missiles flying right at her and Utakata. Wasting no time, her hands started to form several hand seals. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Multiple lightning bolts fired from Hinata's fingertips, catching the incoming barrage of missiles, making them to detonate prematurely. Unfortunately, while Hinata was doing this, she was unable to notice another danger that was coming to them. "Watch out!" Utakata called. As if appearing from thin air, a gigantic, deformed bird with gray plumage and a massive, jagged beak dashed at them. Hinata wasn't able to maneuver in time, and the impact sent the two of them back to the ground, tumbling. "Hinata Heim," Naruto cried, as he ran towards her. "Sensei," Hotari cried, following Naruto. The two of them groaned, as they got back on their feet, helped by their respective partners. So far, they didn't look injured. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked. "I'm fine, don't worry. I was able to cushion our fall with my kinetic abilities," Hinata explained. "Guess that's why it didn't hurt as much as I expected," Utakata said, as he took out the bubble pipe he was carrying on his belt. "No option but fighting, I see." "Unfortunately, yes," Naruto bitterly agreed, as he glared at the incoming Akatsuki. "We'll need to take care of the other Akatsuki surrounding the clearing, or else we're going to get blindsided," Hinata stated. "Leave that to me. I'll try to force them out in the open, while getting some intel on their abilities," Naruto said, as he made his favorite hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. An army of 100 Naruto clones popped into existence, as they spread out and went to seek and fight the other four Akatsuki. If Pain and Konan were perturbed by this, they didn't show it. "Konan, make sure none of the Jinchuriki leave," Pain instructed his partner. "What about the others?" Konan asked. "The closest ninja village is hundreds of kilometers away. Even if they go away and call for reinforcements, it would take days to arrive," Pain assured her. "Very well then," Konan nodded, and flapping her artificial wings, took off into the sky once again. A black rod emerged from under Pain's sleeve, which the Akatsuki grabbed and wielded it as if it was a weapon. He raised it towards Naruto and Utakata. "Now, let the hunt begin," Pain ominously declared, before raising his other hand. "Basho Tenin." Suddenly, Utakata felt completely weightless for a second, before he was pulled towards Pain by a violently unstoppable force. He tried to react, but the suddenness and the sheer force he was being pulled stopped him, and his neck was gripped by Pain's open hand. "You're mine now," Pain said before slamming Utakata into the ground, and readied his black rod to stab him with it. While this happened, Naruto pulled out several shuriken with one hand while making hand seals with the other. The steel started to crackle with electricity just before he threw them at the orange-haired Akatsuki. "Leave him alone," Naruto shouted. Pain was forced to release Utakata and jump backwards while either dodging the incoming shuriken, or deflecting them with his black rod. Despite being enhanced with lightning release, they failed to cut through Pain's mysterious weapon. Taking advantage of Pain's predicament, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails quickly got back on his feet, and started to weave hand seals. His apprentice landed beside him, also doing hand seals. "Hotari, let's attack at once," the brown-haired man commanded, the girl nodding in agreement. "Acid scattering. Water release, water hail." Utakata expelled from his mouth a stream of an extremely corrosive acid, while Hotari cupped her hands forward, releasing a barrage of water bullets. However, before the two attacks could hit their target, another Akatsuki got in the way. Casting his hands forward, he created a glowing shield of chakra that absorbed both attacks the moment they made contact, much to their bewilderment. Realizing that they were in danger if stayed close to the Akatsuki for longer, Utakata and Hotari jumped back, rejoining the others. "Who is that guy?" Naruto asked, as he stared at the new Akatsuki, a very portly man. Like Pain, he had orange hair, thick facial piercings, and most distressingly, a pair of Rinnegan. "How can he have a Rinnegan too?" "Your minds cannot hope to comprehend the power I possess," Pain boasted once again. A high-pitched shriek came from the sky, as the giant bird from before loomed over them from above, menacingly nose-diving at them. This time, however, Hinata's Tensegan managed to catch the aerial threat in time, and replied before it could cause any harm. Vacuum palm wall. Thirsting both palms upwards, Hinata launched a massive vacuum shell upwards, hitting the giant bird in its beak with such force, it made it deviate its course to the side, before losing its balance and crashing into the ground, tearing some trees apart in the process. Immediately, there was a light rumble followed by the sound of more trees teared apart, as a gigantic ox and equally large rhino plowed through the trees, charging at them. Like the bird, all them noticed that these animals also had Rinnegan eyes, as well as thick, black stakes piercing their bodies. "The hell? Where all these summoned animals are coming from?" Suigetsu asked, as he narrowly dodged being eviscerated by the giant rhino's horn. Naruto-kun, I think it's time to bring some summons of our own. Haku called. The blonde nodded, before biting his thumb, and making the usual 5-hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Naruto slammed his palm into the ground, producing a massive burst of smoke. When the smoke dispelled, Naruto was now standing at the top of Gameken's head. Greetings, Naruto. I'm honored that you have summoned me to battle once again, the soft-spoken toad said. It might be too much for you to handle, but I need your help to deal with those animals, Naruto said, pointing at the incoming rhino and ox. Leave that in my hands, Naruto. I've been training these past years in order to curb my clumsiness, Gameken replied, as he readied his shield and Sasumata. Meanwhile, we'll deal with the others, Naruto said, as he jumped down to rejoin his friends. I'm getting information from my clones on the other guys. One of them is some sort of mechanical being, like a puppet. Another is the one summoning these animals, but it seems is the only thing he can do. I don't know about the other two. We can't let everything in the hand of the clones, Miyaki decided. Tsurajai, you and your Onbu unit go and stop those guys. Or else we'll get blindsided. Right away, ma'am. Tsurajai replied. Everybody, go. Suigetsu and I will help the giant toad take care of the summons, Miyaki suggested. Naruto-san was the one who helped Mei-sama take down Yagura, and his teammates don't lack skill nor power either. They're our best bet against these Akatsuki. Alright then. But don't think I'm going to be happy with just the leftovers while the Konoha ninja have the real fun. Suigetsu replied, as he and Miyaki went to face the giant ox. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, Utakata and Hotari decided that they have had enough of being on the receiving side, and went on to the offensive. That man is able to absorb ninjutsu attacks. I'll keep him distracted while the rest of you deal with the other one, understood? Hinata asked. Everybody else nodded. Whatever you've planned, I can assure you it won't work, Pain confidently stated. We'll see about that. Hinata replied, as she dashed towards the ninjutsu absorbing Akatsuki, while delivering a palm strike forward. The Akatsuki jumped backwards, and Hinata's palm ended up hitting the ground, producing a small crater. You won't be able to dodge the next one, since you're within my divination range. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Just as Hinata said, the Akatsuki was unable to dodge the Hyuga clan's signature taijutsu combo, and was pushed backwards with each palm strike as he tried in vain to dodge it. Now is our chance, attack at once, Naruto commanded, as he started to make hand seals. Utakata, Horaru and Haku nodded, proceeding to do the same. Ice release, multiple icicle piercing shots. Water release, wild water wave. Water release, bubble jutsu. Lightning release, lightning stab. Haku conjured and shot forward multiple ice stakes, while Hotari exhaled a powerful stream of water from her mouth. Utakata blew several innocuous-looking bubbles, while Naruto pulled out several kunai, infused them with electricity and tossed them forward. Even the most veteran jonin would have felt at least a bit distressed upon being on the receiving end on so many elemental ninjutsu. However, Pain was above any average ninja, and was about to show why. Pathetic, Pain said, raising an open palm at the incoming elemental barrage. Shinra Tensei. Pain's open palm produced a repulsive shockwave that was easily able to repel and in the soap bubbles case, prematurely detonate the incoming attacks at him, and still keep enough force to push the casters and make them fall on their backs. Such power, Hotari shouted, midly distressed. If all of us together aren't able to overcome that jutsu of his. Watch out! Naruto called out, pointing upwards. Everybody looked in the direction the blonde was pointing at, and saw Konan looming above them. Paper drizzle. Flapping her makeshift wings once, a barrage of razor-sharp paper tags rained from them. The ninjas below her quickly rose to their feet and scrambled to dodge the deadly shower, with each missing projectile stabbing itself into the ground as if it was made of sharp metal. Not bad, Konan stated, her face remaining neutral. Now let's see if you can oof. Suddenly, Konan was slammed into the ground by an unseen force, her body making a loud noise as if it crashed down. Konan, Pain yelled, expressing some sort of emotion for the first time since the fight began. I'm fine, Konan said, coughing a little, as she got back on his feet. What did? She did, Pain finished her question, as his eyes drifted to Hinata. So, that's the power of the Tenseigan. Impressive, but still inferior to the Rinnegan. You know the Tenseigan? Hinata asked. One of our newest members possess a pair, Pain replied, causing Hinata to tense. I believe that you already met him, didn't you? So it's true. That Tonari guy is somehow part of the Akatsuki, Nachiro muttered, mostly to himself. Indeed. I have been unable to test the extent of his powers, but given that you have the same eyes as him, an assessment of your abilities will be a valid substitute, Pain stated. Alright then, I'll show you the power of my eyes. No, my power, Hinata replied, as she started to make hand seals. Hensigen chakra mode. Hinata's body started to glow with a purple aura. Pain looked unimpressed. Not that she expected any other reaction, given that it was the most basic stage of the mode. However, the next part would tip the battle in their favor. Now. Hinata placed her hands as if holding an invisible object. A sphere of lavender light formed between them, and started to grow as she moved her hands outwards. Truth-seeking balls. The violet sphere split into two smaller ones, before losing their light, revealing two fist-sized black spheres that reflected a dim purple light. As if they had life of their own, the spheres placed behind Hinata's back. Just two? I was hoping I could produce more when the push came to shove, Hinata inwardly lamented. With Naruto-kun unable to use his Sage mode, it falls on me to carry the weight of the fight. Despite her disappointment, her display did impress the Akatsuki. Truth-seeking balls? That's not something you see every day, Pain praised. Congratulations, Hyuga, you now have my attention. Very well then. Take this, Hinata said, as she motioned both hands forward. The truth-seeking balls launched themselves at Pain while spinning around each other. Pain raised his hand forward, but rather than a Shinra Tensei like Hinata was expecting, several black rods fired from under his sleeve. Two of those rods collided with the truth-seeking balls, deflecting them backwards. If he knew that truth-seeking balls can nullify ninjutsu, then he knew his shockwave wouldn't work, Hinata realized. But how did those rods repel the balls? It should be impossible. Unless wait a minute, where did he go? The short time Hinata took to muse, Pain launched himself forward, with a longer rod in his hand. But she wasn't his prey, instead, he was now onto Utakata, ready to sink that black rod inside his flesh. A loud metallic noise was heard, and Naruto was standing between Pain and Utakata, his rod being parried by the blonde's wind blade. My wind blade is able to cut through pretty much everything, Naruto pointed out. Just what the hell is that thing made of? Good one, Naruto. Keep him like that, Utakata said, as he jumped backwards while taking his pipe to his lips. Water release, drowning bubble jutsu. Utakata flew a flurry of bubbles, which quickly converged around Pain's head, encasing the Akatsuki's head in a spheric blob of water. The effect was immediate, and the orange-haired Akatsuki started to suffocate. Pain, Konan shouted, as he dived to assist her partner. Not so fast, miss. Hotari claimed, as she quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water hail jutsu. The suddenness of the attack forced Konan to fall back, much to her frustration. And now that Pain was vulnerable, Haku decided he should better speed up the process. He leapt at Pain while his hands flew through hand seals. Ice release, breath of winter. Haku exhaled a gust of extremely cold wind, covering Pain in frost but, most importantly, freezing the blob of water the Akatsuki's head was encased into. After a few moments of weakly trashing and trying to break the ice, the Akatsuki fell on his back, lifeless. His chakra vanished. Hinata pointed out. He's dead. Yes. Naruto cheered, pumping a fist into the air. Ha ha, so much for the Rinnegan. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, and the Konoha and Kiri ninjas were startled to see more giant animals coming their way. This time, they were a giant, multiple-headed dog, and oddly enough, a giant panda. There were other two Akatsuki on top of each animal's head. One of them had long, orange hair tied in a ponytail, multiple facial piercings, and the Rinnegan. The other hardly looked human to begin with, and just like Hinata said, his appearance reminded one of a puppet. He also had facial piercings and Rinnegan eyes. Watch out! The giant animals charged at them, forcing the Konoha and Kiri ninjas to scatter. Taking advantage of this, Konan took Pain's corpse, and jumped away. You have seen nothing yet. Was the last thing they heard Konan saying. Even if we defeated Pain, it seems that these guys can act on their own, Haku observed. You're no closer to defeating me than you were at the very beginning of this fight, the Akatsuki with the ponytail said, sounding as if he was also Pain even if his voice was different. So, this guy is Pain too? How is that even possible? Utakata asked, as he looked at the other Akatsuki, the one who looked like a puppet. All of them are Pain then? We fought an Akatsuki member that had 5 hearts, split among 5 bodies, each with a different element ATL affinity, Hinata recounted. That's why the Akatsuki are so dangerous. They aren't merely strong ninja, they possess abilities that defy both logic and morality. That means that we need to kill all the Akatsuki with Rinnegan eyes to defeat the actual pain, Haku deduced. The Rinnegan is truly an astounding power. You have no idea, kid, the ponytail pain said, as he nodded to his other self. The puppet pain raised an arm against them, which split in two to reveal what appeared to be a cannon. Light particles started to gather around the cannon's end, forming a ball, before being released as a beam, producing an explosion when it hit its targets. However, once the smoke dispelled, the Akatsuki could see that the Konoha and Kiri ninja were okay, protected behind a strange black mass. The mass then shrank and reformed into a pair of spheres, and placed themselves behind Hinata's back. You seem to forget that truth-seeking balls can nullify all kind of ninjutsu, Hinata stated. Suddenly, her expression became one of panic when her Tensigen caught something a second too late. Utakata-san. The startled Jinchuriki felt something wrapping itself around his body, before being pulled upwards by an invisible force. Sensei! Hotari screamed, as she futilely dashed towards him. Hotari-san, wait! Hinata called, grabbing her by her arm. There's another summoned animal there. One who can turn invisible. As if to prove Hinata right, a giant chameleon made itself visible. Like all of Pain's bodies and animal summons, the giant reptile also had Rinnegan eyes and several black thick stakes stuck on its body. Oddly enough, its tail ended in a snake head. But we need to help Sensei, Hotari urged. Don't worry, Hotari, I can get out of this mess by myself, Utakata confidently stated. His cheeks then puffed before releasing a corrosive acid from his mouth, spraying the chameleon's tongue with it. The chameleon hissed as it retreated its hurt tongue into its mouth, releasing Utakata in the process. As he fell, the Jinchuriki blew more bubbles from his pipe. Water release, explosive bubbles. The bubbles started to gather around the giant reptile, and as the name of the jutsu implied, the bubbles exploded upon touching its skin. The chameleon hissed further in pain, before the damage forcefully unsummoned him, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. Yes. That was so great, Utakata-sensei, Hotari gushed, happy to see her beloved master safe and sound. Don't celebrate yet, Hotari. I got rid of one enemy, but there are still many others left. Utakata told her, almost in a chiding tone. As if on cue, the giant animals charged at them. Ponytail Pain stayed was, while Puppet Pain jumped from the head of the giant centipede in order to engage the enemy ninjas himself. His left up opened up in multiple places, revealing hidden missiles that he fired at the Konoha ninja. Scatter, Naruto commanded, as he made several hand seals. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto poured as much chakra as he could into the attack, creating a huge wind vortex that sucked all the incoming missiles inside it, and made them prematurely explode. The giant dog headed towards Utakata while the centipede lunged at Naruto, who was wide open. Fortunately, the giant canine was stopped in time by Gameiken, while a giant needle pierced the giant arthropod multiple times, trapping it in a tangle of ninja wire. And gotcha! Suigetsu boasted, as he pulled the ninja wire with all his strength, in order to keep the multiple-legged animal in place. I'll bring it down in one hit. Haku claimed, as his hands flew through a particularly long sequence of hand seals, clapping his hands in the end. Ice release, sword of winter. Suddenly, the temperature abruptly dropped, and a blizzard started to blow, slowly covering the area in snow. A few seconds later, several gigantic icicles fell from the sky, impaling the centipede through several areas, forcing it to cancel the summon, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Way to go, Haku! Naruto cheered. This jutsu still have enough momentum for more, Haku added, his palms still together, as his sight moved on to the giant dog fighting Gameiken. Toad-san, move out. Gameiken jumped backwards just before more gigantic icicles impaled the dog as well. But much to everybody's surprise, rather than dispelling it like it happened with the arthropod, the dog split into multiple copies of itself. What the hell? Naruto asked in shock. Gameiken tried to fend off the pack of monstrous dogs, but in the end, the poor toad was overwhelmed. I'm sorry, Naruto, Gameiken croaked, as multiple jaws bit into several parts of his body. I'm still more clumsy than I thought. And the giant toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Their prey gone, the giant dogs looked at Naruto, and chose him as their next prey. I'm not afraid of you, you overgrown mutts. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone of Naruto popped into existence. Both the original and the copy flew through a different sequence of hand seals. Let's see how much you like this combination, Naruto said, as he prepared his attack. Cyclone Vortex. Fire Release, Flame Bullet. Naruto created a tornado aimed at the dogs, while the clone blew a fireball into the cyclone, creating a massive twister of fire which caught most of the dogs inside it. However, some of them managed to dodge it or escape with some minor burns and chase the blonde. It seems we won't be able to defeat this summon the conventional way, Utakata observed, before his gaze locked onto the pain who summoned it, now perched on a tree branch. But there are more ways to get rid of a summon. Like defeating the summoner, right? Hotari asked. Utakata nodded, and smiled at his apprentice. Exactly, now let's go. Alright, go after him, we'll try to keep these goddamned mutts at bay, Naruto said, as he made his favorite hand seal, creating a multitude of clones. Hotari took the initiative, making several hand seals. Water Release, Water Gun. Joining her hands with both index fingers aiming at the pain with a ponytail, Hotari fired water missiles from her fingers. The summoner pain jumped from the branch he was standing on, and continued running, trying to dodge the water projectiles, powerful enough to blow holes in the tree's bark upon hitting them. As he jumped, he motioned his arm towards Hotari, firing several black rods from under his sleeve that blocked the water shots. You're wide open now, Utakata said, as he ran to close the gap between him and his enemy. Water Release, Bubble Jutsu. Utakata blew a barrage of explosive bubbles at the now unprotected pain. However, before the jutsu could make contact, the portly pain appeared out of nowhere, landing between his fellow self and Utakata's attack, and absorbed all the bubbles before they could even explode. What the? Utakata asked, jumping back before his orange-haired enemies could counterattack. Didn't Hinata-san deal with this guy already? At that moment, Miyako leapt from one of the surrounding trees, helmet splitter in both hands, ready to hack the chakra-absorbing pain to bits. Her ambush was seen by the summoning pain, but he wouldn't be able to warn his partner in time. Die! The blue-haired swordswoman said as she lowered the axe half of her weapon. But much to her surprise, the chakra-absorbing pain dodged her blow without even turning around, almost as if he had eyes on his back, or a Byakugan. Still, Miyaki didn't cease her onslaught, and continued to deliver blows to the portly Akatsuki. As that happened, Puppet Pain re-entered the battle. A compartment opened on his arm, deploying a metallic cannon, which fired a massive stream of flames at the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails and his apprentice. Too broad to dodge. Counter it with a water jutsu. Utakata ordered. Hotari nodded, and the two of them formed the same chain of seals. Water Release, Wild Water Wave. Master and apprentice expelled from their mouths a torrent of water, Utakata's being larger, which managed to successfully stop the Akatsuki's fiery attack. However, the brown-haired man noticed Hotari was starting to pant heavily. Hotari, are you okay? Utakata asked. The dirty blonde girl needed a second to answer. I am, but... she wheezed. My chakra is starting to run low. Utakata nodded, remembering that normal people don't have the immense chakra reserves and seemingly unending stamina Jinchuriki posses. Even if he could continue fighting, the battle would become much harder to win if his allies started to drop off. Glancing back, seeing the Konoha ninjas fighting the giant dogs which kept multiplying, he could see that the ice release ninja was also breathless. That huge jutsu from before must have taken a good chunk of his chakra. As this happened, Miyaki continued fighting the chakra-absorbing pain. It seemed he got tired of just dodging, and pulled a black rod under his sleeve. A loud clang echoed through the forest when the axe half of the helmet splitter was parried by said chakra rod. Miyaki's lips curved into a wide, extremely smug smirk. Sucker, she laughed. She quickly slammed the hammer half into the backside of the axe. The result was the black rod shattering, unable to withstand the sheer force of the attack, and the axe embedding itself into the Akatsuki's chest, killing him instantly. You guys won't have to worry anymore about your ninjutsu being absorbed, Miyaki triumphantly said. This one won't trouble us anymore. Good job, Miyaki-san, Utakata praised. Though do make sure he's dead. He recovered from a seemingly lethal attack before. Suddenly, Hotari's opened wide, as she pointed somewhere forwards. Sensei, watch out. More summons incoming. The blonde girl shouted. Utakata turned around and saw that, indeed, the summoning pain had finished the summoning jutsu seal sequence. Summoning Ju. Lightning Release, Lightning Flash Arrow. A blue flash happened, and the next instant, the summoning pain was impaled by a huge arrow made of electricity. The pain barely had time to try to understand what happened, before he fell to the floor, lifeless. He was followed by his currently summoned animals, which all instantly vanished, leaving a poof of smoke behind. Turning from the direction the impossibly fast arrow came from, Utakata and Hotari saw Hinata, perched on a tree branch, holding a composite bow with glowing seals carved on it and a string that appeared to be made of chakra. "Another one down," Hinata said, as she folded her collapsible chakra bow. "Now only half of the pains remain." "Good job, Hinata-hime." Naruto praised his girlfriend. "Yes. Victory is within our grasp," Haku replied, smiling, before his eyes rested on the puppet-looking Pain. "Dealing with this enemy will be easy. Then we can move to help the Kiri Anbu with the other two and Konan. If they stayed behind, I deduce it's because they aren't suited for direct combat." "I believe you're right," but Hinata said, before she interrupted herself when her Tensigen caught something from the corner of her vision. "Haku, watch out." The warning came too late, and the ice ninja was impaled by several black rods that were fired out of nowhere, with such force that they pushed Haku backwards, as if he had been kicked by a giant beast, until his lithe body was slammed against a large tree. "Haku!" Both Naruto and Hinata screaming in unison, with the Hyuga flying towards his position. "Don't worry, I'll help you." "I don't think so," a familiar, chill-inducing voice said. "Basho Tenin." While in mid-air, Hinata was pulled with incredible force towards Pain, the one with the gravity-based powers. The one who should be dead. His strong hand gripped against her throat. "You, how?" the Hyuga managed to ask. "Do you honestly think you can kill a god?" Pain asked, as Konan landed behind him. Despite such boastful question, his tone wasn't one of smugness or superiority. "Tonari requested me that, should our paths cross, I spare your life, for you're dear to him," Pain said, as another black rod appeared in his other hand. "However, his foolish romantic desires are secondary to our goal, so I made no promises." And then, Hinata followed Haku's fate, her gut being impaled by the black rod, before Pain lazily tossed her body away. A pool of blood started to form around her. "Hinata, no," Naruto said in a whisper. His body tensed, as his hands clutched into fists. "How dare you? How dare you?" Naruto began. His eyes turned red with slitted pupils. His teeth and nails grew longer and sharper, and his cheek marks became bolder. A red aura started to form around his body. "How dare you?" The aura took the shape of a fox, with two tails forming behind him. The grass around us started to burn as a strong wind started to blow in every direction. "You made him mad, Pain," Konan observed. "This will make things much harder for us." "Not necessarily," Pain countered, as he extended his hand, his fingers curled as if they were holding something. "Stand back, Konan, I'm going to do it." Pain opened his hand, revealing an object the size of a small marble, colored pure black. As if it weighed nothing, it started to elevate into the air the moment Pain released it. Just at that moment, the feral Naruto charged forward. Chibaku Tensei. The earth started to rumble, as chunks of the ground were teared apart and pulled towards the black orb in the sky, as well as fallen branches, pieces of wood, leaves and anything light enough not to resist the gravity pull. Unfortunately, human beings were in this category. Naruto's charge was abruptly cut as he was pulled upwards. Claws made of red chakra grew from his fingers, and used them to remain attached to the ground, while slowly advancing towards Pain, resisting the gravitational pull, fueled by sheer anger alone. "Yes. This man hurt your friends, and want to exterminate your kind," the Nine-Tails voice said within him. "Now take my power. Give in to your anger. Make sure he won't be able to hurt you again." The Jinchuriki let out a feral, inhuman roar that chilled the blood of all of those who heard it, except the orange-haired Akatsuki, who remained as stoic and nonplussed as ever. "Your power is incredible, Nine-Tails. But the power I wield transcends even that of a tailed beast," Pain boasted. Naruto's anger grew each second, and with it, the power coursing through his veins burned stronger. A third tail formed along the other two, as his eyes turned solid red. Burns started to spread across his body. And then, something distracted him from the blinding fury that compelled him to go towards Pain and tear him to shreds, Hinata and Haku's bodies, flying towards the forming planetoid. He saw Hinata's eyes. Her Tensigen still glinted with a white light. Could that mean that Hinata was still alive? "No. Don't let her distract you. Your girlfriend is dead. Pain killed her. Now revel in my power in order to become strong enough to kill him. Let the anger guide you." The Kyuubi commanded, his voice growing increasingly desperate. But the tailed beast's voice didn't have the intended effect on Naruto. The number of tails went down to just 2, and as the anger within Naruto subsided, his focus became more clear, and making his choice, let the gravity well pull him as well. No. Don't do that. If you do it, you will die. The Kyuubi called. Of course, Naruto had no intention to die. He used the rocks flying towards the planetoid as stepping stones, until he reached Hinata, and wrapped her between his arms. He then did the same with Haku, which he used his two tails to grab him, before he tried to take them away from the forming planetoid. Unfortunately, as Naruto did this, he was unable to provide aid to the Kiri ninjas, not even in the form of shadow clones, as his mind was too focused on saving his friends and teammates, while keeping the Nine Tails from poisoning his mind. Oh shit, Suigetsu yelled, as he was pulled towards the forming sphere of rocks. Overcoming the shock and panic, Suigetsu threw the swing needle towards a tree, and maneuvered the attached ninja wire as to wrap it around its canopy, creating an anchor. Hang on there. Miyaki replied, as she stabbed the axe half of the helmet splitter into a nearby tree, in order to anchor herself as well. Everybody, grab onto either Suigetsu or me. Unfortunately, there was somebody unable to anchor themselves to the ground like the others were doing, and was pulled towards the forming planetoid. Ah! Hotari screamed, as she was pulled upwards. Hotari, Utakata shouted. The Jinchuriki of the Six Tails instantly leapt to her rescue, letting the gravitational well pull him as well in order to gain speed, and using the flying chunks of earth and ground as stepping stones, just like his counterpart from Konoha had done so moments before to save his comrades. Got you, Utakata said, as his fingers clamped over the young woman's wrist. Sensei! Hotari screamed again. Just hold on. Don't worry, I won't let you go. Utakata promised, as he began to now move away from the gravity attack, still using the flying stones as improvised platforms. However, at that moment, butterflies started to appear, fluttering around the tall brown-haired man, as if they were unaffected by the gravity field. A feeling of dread washed over him as more and more butterflies gathered, some of them perching themselves on Utakata. Then, the former Kiri ninja learned two things, neither of them good. First was that those butterflies weren't real, but origami figures. And second, that they weren't made of ordinary paper, but of explosive tags. Which led to a third, more distressing revelation: he wouldn't be able to get rid of the explosive butterflies while holding Hotari. Two options were now in front of him, but he took no time to make his choice. To him, it was obvious. His hand reached his pipe. Hotari, I can't save the both of us, Utakata began, as he took the pipe to his mouth. More butterflies gathered around him. In the past, I would have chose my life over yours in an instant, but that was before getting to know you better. I'm glad that you were so persistent of being part of my life, and that I ended up giving up and let you in. Now I see that I could have been a better teacher, but I think I have time for one last lesson. Utakata blew a rather large bubble, which he used to encase Hotari inside it. The bubble managed to resist the gravitational pull and slowly floated away from the danger, much to Hotari's incessant protest. No, sensei, don't do it. Hotari screamed, as tears fell down her cheeks, while she futilely banged the surprisingly hard wall of the bubble with her fists. Live, Utakata said, a small smile formed in his lips. Enjoy life at its fullest, don't be chained by the past, and make sure that when your time comes, you can look back and smile knowing that you have no regrets. Sensei. Utakata's last words were followed by a chain of explosions, engulfing the unlucky Jinchuriki, before his unmoving body was pulled by the gravity core. Konan quickly flew towards him and intercepted him before he could become part of the still-growing planetoid, which was large enough to partially block the sun. Are you sure he's still alive? Pain asked. Those were quite the explosions. I'm positive, the blue-haired woman replied, as she landed beside her partner, with the burned and unconscious Utakata on her arms. I know the amount of force I have to use to neutralize a Jinchuriki without killing him. You, Naruto yelled, as he landed in front of them with a loud thud. The two-tailed chakra cloak burned with intensity around his body. Do you think I'm going to let you go away with him? What we do, Pain? Konan asked her partner. Should we capture him too? I think for the time being, we should stay safe and retreat with the one we have captured. Pain's raised hand curled into a claw. But don't worry, Nine Tails, your time will come as well. Bastard. You're not going to. One last thing, tell Jiraiya-sensei that I send our regards, Pain replied, before quickly motioning his outstretched hand down. Jiraiya. Sensei? Naruto asked, dumbfounded. The shock caused by such statement was enough to stop him on his tracks. A few seconds, he finally realized of the situation he was in. A massive rock was falling down on both him and all his friends and partners. Though judging by Suigetsu's screams, it seems that they had noticed and were taking the steps to avoid being crushed to death, while Hotari slowly floated away inside a large bubble. He was about to run, though not back, but forward. He couldn't let pain get away with Utakata. But before he could resume the chase, he realized of something. Hinata, Haim and Haku. They're too wounded to run by themselves. They'll die if that thing falls near them. Naruto distressingly thought. Glancing one last time with hate-filled eyes at the retreating Akatsuki, Naruto turned around, and rushed towards where he had left his friends and teammates, hoping that they would be safe while he and the remaining ninja finished the fight. But alas, this time victory would go to Akatsuki as well. Sometime later. When Naruto woke up, it was nighttime already. He had very vague memories of what happened after the man-made asteroid hit the ground. The blonde guessed the Nine Tails chakra combined with the exhaustion from the battle made him lose consciousness. And once again, his thoughts went to his teammates and girlfriend. Hinata, Haim. Haku, Naruto yelled, as he quickly rose up, not even realizing he was lying down a moment ago, and started to frantically look around in panic, his eyes still adjusting to the growing darkness. Where are? Calm down, Naruto, a female voice gently said near him. They're besides you, and safe. Naruto realized that Miyaki was crouching beside him. Looking to the other side, he was Hinata and Haku, both of them unconscious, lying down on white sheets. Despite how pale and sick they looked, the fact that he could see their chests heaving up and down was reassuring. We tried to patch them up as best as we could, but they're in need of medical assistance, Miyaki explained. Sadly, our group of Onbu has no medic nin. Utakata, Naruto said, now that his mind was at ease relatively speaking when it came to Hinata and Haku's status. They got away with him. And he isn't our only loss, Miyaki sadly added. Tsurajai died in the fight, as well as one of our Onbu. By the time we can mount a rescue mission, Utakata shall be dead. This mission has been a massive failure. Naruto couldn't help but nod in frustration, before his eyes once again rested on the sleeping forms of his girlfriend and friend. They had been very close to lose their lives today. Even if Naruto knew that Akatsuki was a dangerous enemy, he always believed that the assault squad was powerful enough to beat them no matter what. That childish notion, no doubt engorged by their past victories against them, had been shattered when the rogue organization decided to dispatch one of their heavyweights. Through the corner of his vision, the blonde saw Hotari, sitting on the grass, hugging her knees against her chest, her sad eyes lost into nothingness. Shaking the pain, Naruto stood up, walked towards her, and decided that maybe she should say something to the distraught girl. Hey, Naruto awkwardly greeted the girl. Are you okay? She took a few moments to answer. Her voice sounded cracked. Yes, I am, thank you. But Utakata-sensei is not. Naruto didn't say anything, and sat beside her. While Naruto was sad for losing a fellow Jinchuriki, this girl knew and probably loved Utakata on a more personal level. It would have been better if I weren't here, Hotari sadly said. What? Why do you say that? Naruto asked. It was my fault sensei got captured. He was busy saving me, so he couldn't save himself, Hotari explained, her eyes starting to swell up with tears. If I wasn't so weak. If I were a better apprentice to him. None of this would have happened. He was right trying to push me away from him. No. Naruto replied, surprised by the volume of his voice. Don't you dare to think that. It wasn't your fault that Utakata got captured. Despite Naruto's choice of words, it was obvious to the girl that her sensei was as good as gone. Akatsuki are the only ones at fault here. They're the ones who took Utakata away. That's why we must do everything in our hand to stop them before more innocents suffer. I'd like to do that but... Hotari began, sobbing a little. I'm not that strong. I'd only get in the way. My uncle was right, being a ninja was just a childish whim. I should better return home. It's that what you truly want? Naruto asked. No, she replied. But what else can I do? What do you want? The blonde repeated. I want. Hotari began, fighting back the tears. I wanted to be a ninja. To be strong, to be able to take care of myself, as well as protect others. That's why when I met Utakata-sensei and saw how strong and skilled he was, I did all I could to make him teach me. Naruto smiled a little. Hey, those are pretty good reasons to be a ninja. Plus I saw you fight and you're really good. Why let Utakata's teaching go to waste? Continuing your ninja training could be a good way to honor his memory. Hotari looked at Naruto a bit surprised, before her eyes shrank a little, and her lips formed a sad smile. I guess you're right. But what can I do? I no longer have a sensei. You can get a new one. There's always time to become a ninja, Naruto kindly said. The offer from before still stands. The gates of Konoha are open for you if you want to join us. That's very generous of you, Hotari thanked him. But for the time being, I need some time alone. To do some thinking, to grieve Utakata sensei, and plan what I'm going to do next. Oh, okay, Naruto replied, as he stood back to his feet. But try not to wallow in grief too much, okay? Utakata would have wanted you to move on with your life. I know, Hotari nodded. Thanks for the talk. Naruto nodded, and walked away. He heard Suigetsu and Miyaki talking about how they'll head back to Kirigakura with the first light of dawn, and that they'll have to make sure all the wounded were taken care of. Though the blonde quickly lost interest in their mundane talk, add the last thing the Akatsuki said before leaving with Utakata replayed in his head. Tell Jiraiya sensei that I send our regards. As Naruto pondered those words, an image appeared in his mind. A picture of his dad, only much younger, with 3 kids, a redhead, one with orange spiky hair, and a girl with chin-length blue hair. He didn't remember where or when, but he saw such picture in his house, some time ago. He had dismissed that picture as just another trio of genin his father had trained in the past. Now he was completely sure 2 of those kids were the same Akatsuki he just fought. Dad, what did you hide from me? Chapter 71. Heavy rain. Or drinking and planning. The journey back to Konoha did nothing but make Hinata and Haku's already precarious condition even worse. Naruto's first idea to speed the journey was to summon a giant toad and have it give them a ride. But it was soon made evident that the constant leaps wouldn't sit very well with the heavily wounded Konoha ninja. Naruto's next idea was to carry them on the back of clones, but the problem ended up being the same. In the end, Naruto ended up making 2 makeshift stretchers, and carried them with the aid of clones. Despite being able to run at a respectable speed, Naruto was unable to leap through the trees as he usually did, which ended up making his trip back home much longer than the justifiably impatient blonde wanted. Not helped by all the times he had to stop in order to change the bandages or close a wound that wouldn't stop reopening. Naruto couldn't be thankful enough when he saw the gates of Konoha. Finally, this nightmare of a mission could come to an end. Konoha Hospital, a couple hours later. Your teammates are indeed lucky. Either lucky, or crazy strong. To survive such a long journey with such grievous wounds, Tsunade commented, as she looked over the unconscious Hyuga. Thankfully, after an intervention of proper medical ninjas, her mother among them Hinata and Haku were finally out of danger, and placed in a room each. Naruto sighed, and shook his head. If we were strong or had luck on our side, Akatsuki wouldn't have one. Tsunade placed a comforting hand on her adoptive son, and gave him a sympathetic smile. Don't beat yourself too hard, Naruto. I'm sure all of you did what you could. But no matter how good you are, you sometimes end up facing an unexpectedly strong opponent. Did I mention the time your father and I fought against Hanzo the Salamander? That made Naruto chuckle a bit. You did. 100 of times. Not that I ever get tired of hearing it. So you should know that even the best of the best fail at times, Tsunade pointed out. Oh, I do know that, Naruto replied. It's just that. He trailed off, as his eyes rested on Hinata's unconscious form. It doesn't make failing any less painful, right? Tsunade finished his sentence. Naruto silently nodded. Sorry if I sound blunt, but get accustomed to it. Be thankful that at the very least, your teammates came back home alive. Others aren't as lucky. Naruto nodded. He knew exactly what his adoptive mother was talking about. While she was obviously not as eager to share such memories of the war as with the epic battle against Hanzo, Tsunade lost her fiancé and little brother during the Second Ninja War. It was what caused her to leave the village with no other company than a 4-year-old Shizune. That moment, the door opened. It wasn't a slam, but it had more force than it was acceptable in a hospital. Naruto and Tsunade turned around, and saw another 2 female Hyugas entering the room, concern and worry written all around their faces. My daughter. Hikari Hyuga said, as she ran to check Hinata, followed by her youngest daughter. Don't worry, Hyuga-san. Hinata is fine, even if she may not look like it now, Tsunade interjected, reassuring the former Hyuga clan head. We estimate she'll be completely recovered in 3 or 4 weeks. Oh, thank goodness she's going to be okay, she said, sighing in relief. Thanks for your efforts, Tsunade-sama, Hikari replied, bowing at the Sannin. She then looked at Naruto. And thank you for taking care of my daughter, Naruto-kun. I know that had you not been there, maybe she would have never returned. I doubt that's the case, given that she's in that state because of me, Naruto dejectedly said. Naruto, I told you that Tsunade began, before being interrupted. What do you mean, Naruto? Hanabi asked. How can you be responsible of her condition? That would mean that you attacked her, and I can't imagine you doing that. No, I didn't attack her, but not that it mattered, Naruto replied. I wasn't strong enough to protect my teammates, and they ended up paying the price. Had I been better prepared, the Akatsuki wouldn't have defeated us and leave Hinata, Haim and Haku like that. Hikari couldn't help but smile a little. She placed a comforting hand on Naruto's cheek. Naruto-kun, while I appreciate your feelings for my daughter, her injuries are not your responsibility. Hinata is a ninja, just like you are, and knows the risks such position entails. But we're teammates, Naruto tried to protest, but Hikari raised a hand to silence him. Naruto, I've known you since you were a child. I know how much you care about my daughter, and how much you push yourself to be the best possible ninja, Hikari continued. However, no matter how hard you try, there will be times that you will fail. See? That's exactly what I told you, Tsunade agreed, nodding vigorously. I'm not winning this one, am I? Naruto asked in defeat. He then looked at his adoptive mom. We should leave Hikari and Hanabi alone with Hinata, Haim, Mom. Tsunade nodded in agreement. These rooms are too small for so many people, and we've been here for quite some time already, she said, before both blondes left the room. As Tsunade went to other parts of the hospital to continue with her daily work, Naruto moved to the next room, the one they put Haku in. Upon opening the door, the Jinchuriki saw the unconscious ice ninja had already somebody paying him a visit, a woman with long purple hair, holding a baby of a few months old, also with purple hair, albeit in a lighter shade. Hey there, Yu Gao, Naruto greeted the Anbu. The woman was wearing a dark blue shirt and green knee-length pants. It was one of the few times the blonde saw her wearing other than her job uniform. Yu Gao turned at Naruto, and smiled. Hello there. Came to see Haku? Naruto nodded, while repressing the urge to apologize to Haku's foster mother for failing to keep the ice ninja safe. He knew he would answer in a similar way to Hikari and Tsunade, and that would only make him feel even worse. You know, seeing Haku like this, Yu Gao began, as her eyes drifted towards the baby in her arms. Makes me wonder if I should allow Seiichi-kun to become a ninja like his father and I. If something happened to either of them. Your perspective surely changes when you're a parent, right? Naruto asked the purplet. Yes. You're aware of the dangers you go through with every mission, and even if you don't regret your choices, you wish your children would take a different path, Yu Gao explained, as she rocked Seiichi a little. But in the end, it's them who have to choose, regardless of what we think. Yeah, Naruto said, almost in a whisper. Do you want Seiichi to become a ninja, then? I want him to be whatever makes him happy, Yu Gao replied. If being a ninja is his call, then I won't stop him. It'd be hypocritical of me if I did such a thing. Naruto nodded at her response, and the two of them fell into a comfortable silence, with only Haku's slow breath being heard. That's it, until Naruto opened his mouth to ask something. Hey, Yu Gao, may I ask you something? Naruto asked, not waiting to see the purplet's answer. What made you and Hayate adopt Haku to begin with? Naruto asked. Yu Gao seemed to be taken aback by such direct question, but her surprise didn't last long. Her smile put Naruto at ease, knowing that the question wasn't as personal as he feared. At first, I admit it was the money, Yu Gao told him. Huh? Hokage-sama announced that the village was going to take in a refugee from the Land of Water who happened to have a powerful bloodline limit, Yu Gao started to explain. And offered a considerable amount of money for the kid's upbringing until he reached adulthood, almost twice as much as he would need. Hayate and I were saving to buy a place of our own, so that drew our attention. But it wasn't just the money. Hayate and I also wanted to have kids of our own one day, Yu Gao smiled at the sleeping child in her arms upon saying this. And thought that maybe this could be a good opportunity to practice, you know? Even if Haku-kun was almost 10. Though, we grew to love Haku as our own child. While we know we could never replace Zabuza, I hope he at least returned some of that love. This time, it was Naruto who smiled. Trust me, he does. He wouldn't have grown to love this village as his home if it wasn't for both you and Hayate. That's reassuring to hear. Isn't it, Seiichi-kun? How your older brother loves his adoptive family. Yu Gao probably talked her child. Naruto, a familiar voice said behind him. The blonde turned around, and saw Jiraiya standing in front of the door. He turned back to the purplet one last time. Nice to speak with ya, Yu Gao. I'll come to visit Haku whenever I can. It was a pleasure. I'm sure he'll appreciate it, Yugao replied, before addressing the white-haired Sannin. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya nodded back in return, before closing the door. Naruto, the Anbu told me of your arrival and the state your teammates were in, Jiraiya replied. I came to see you as soon as I heard it. Well, I got lucky. As you can see, I'm not any worse for the wear, Naruto replied. Jiraiya could detect some bitterness in his voice. Can we go somewhere more private? There's stuff I need to talk to you about. Important stuff about the mission. You want to give me your mission report already? Sure, let's go to my office. Actually, I preferred if we went somewhere else, Naruto cut him. Such requests surprised the Toad Sannin. Naruto never had any trouble with his office in the past. Sure. Where do you want to go? 10 minutes later, above the Hokage monument. Jiraiya and Naruto were sitting at the top of the cliff where the Hokage monument was carved. The whole village spread before their eyes. It was, indeed, a magnificent view of Konoha. Unfortunately, neither father nor son were able to enjoy it much. So, Akatsuki already has another Jinchuriki in their grasp, Jiraiya said, letting out a tired sigh. That makes 5. More than half. Yes. But that alone isn't the worst part, Naruto said. I don't know if I want to hear it, Jiraiya replied. Too bad, because it concerns you specifically, Naruto stated, some anger seeping from his voice. Anger that was directed as Jiraiya. Something the Sannin noticed, and didn't like one bit. The Akatsuki that fought us were a man with spiky orange hair and a woman with blue hair that had paper-related jutsu. Do those descriptions ring any bells? Because the man called you Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya let out another sigh, the longest so far. I was wishing for it to be just a rumor, or a misunderstanding. I've been trying to ignore it, but guess I have to face the facts. So, you know them, then, Naruto said, sounding mildly accusatory. The Sannin nodded. Did you know they were Akatsuki? I had some reports that said that, yes. But I wanted to make sure it was really them before taking any course of action, Jiraiya admitted. And why didn't you tell me? Naruto shouted, letting more of his built-up anger seep. They are two people who were dear to me. Jiraiya admitted, sounding hurt. I didn't want to think that they had fallen so far. What's so special about them? I thought that you had nowhere like that in your life other than Mom and the old man Hokage, Naruto asked, throwing his hands in the air. Those two were children from Ame that, alongside a third one, became my very first students. I admit that the reason I decided to train them was because one of them had the Rinnegan, Jiraiya said, much to Naruto's shock. He always believed that Jiraiya only trained Naruto's biological father and his teammates. I lived with them in Ame for 2 years, and taught them enough ninjutsu and necessary skills in order to survive such a harsh place like Ame. A few years later, during the Third War, I heard that they formed an organization with the purpose of bring peace to their homeland. Unfortunately, they drew Hanzo's attention, and not in a good way. That was the last time I heard of them. Until recently. What do you mean? Naruto asked. There were rumors regarding Ame, the biggest were 2 that I thought could be related. 1, that Hanzo had been quietly disposed and no longer ruled the village, even if that was Ame's official position. And second, that the village was secretly controlled by the Akatsuki. I sent Itachi Uchiha to check if those rumors could be true. As expected, they were. Hanzo has been dead for Kami knows how long, and indeed, 2 Akatsuki members were the one in charge now, which people in Ame called God and his angel. I could confirm that Angel is indeed Konan, one of the children I trained back then. The other goes under the name of Pain. And he claimed to be a god, Naruto told him. Though given the power of the Rinnegan, that claim wasn't that far off. If you could only see the jutsu he used to finish us off. Jiraiya nodded. He had never seen the whole extent of the Rinnegan's power, but he remembered that that boy was one of the most talented and powerful kids he had ever seen. However, his memories were interrupted when he realized that there was something about Naruto's tale that didn't add up. Naruto, you said that the other Akatsuki, Konan's partner, had orange spiky hair, right? Jiraiya asked, now sounding curious. Yes. Is that important? Naruto asked. It is. You see, the true name of that man is Yahiko, Jiraiya began. That wasn't the kid with the Rinnegan. Naruto's eyes opened wide. Come again? The kid with the Rinnegan was Nagato. He had pale skin and bright red hair. Just like your cousin. In fact, he could be an Uzumaki, Jiraiya pointed out. Naruto's mind once again recalled the allegedly stolen Uzumaki seal barrier that Akatsuki had used to protect their lair while they extracted the One Tail from Gaara, as well as the Moon Acolyte's revelation on how an Uzumaki could awaken the Rinnegan if they had Uchiha ascendancy. But what his father said. It made no sense. No, I'm pretty sure what I saw, Naruto insisted. The man had orange spiky hair, and his skin was fair but not pale. It is possible that Nagato died and Yahiko took his Rinnegan? Jiraiya suggested. Naruto noticed the Sannin's wording, leaving out the possibility of Yahiko killing Nagato for his Dujutsu. Though it was understandable, since it would be like Naruto killing Hinata to have her Tensegan. No, that can't be, unless that Yahiko was also an Uzumaki or a Senju, Naruto replied. According to the Moon Acolytes, only somebody with 6 paths chakra can wield the Rinnegan or the Sharingan properly. Kakashi-sensei can only use his Sharingan during short intervals, and he's usually pretty winded after that. Pain had not 1 but 2 Rinnegan, and he didn't show any kind of signs of fatigue by using it. I was hoping that once we had information on every Akatsuki member we could answer all our questions. But it seems that now there are even more questions to answer, a frustrated Jiraiya sighed. He massaged his temples as he tried to put his thoughts in order. No, it was not time to make conjectures, there were some questions that could be answered. Alright, we'll care about Pain's potential identity later. You saw him fight, right? Tell me what kind of powers he had so we are prepared for the next time we face him. Naruto nodded, and told his adoptive father about Pain. How he somehow spread his conscience across 6 bodies, each with one ability. One that could summon multiple animals, another one that could absorb ninjutsu, another that was like a living puppet full of weaponry, and lastly, the main one, who used powerful gravity-based attacks. You said there were 6 bodies, Jiraiya pointed out. What about the other 2? We never saw them. They stayed behind. My clones and the Kiri Anbu fought them, but other than using those black rods and basic ninjutsu, they didn't have any kind of unique or amazing ability, Naruto said. Or maybe they had, but they didn't show them, Jiraiya pointed out. The fact that they decided to remain in the background makes me think 2 possibilities. Either their abilities are oriented towards support rather than direct combat, or they're too valuable to risk in a fight. Probably both. I think that one of them is able to revive the other bodies, Naruto stated. Utakata and Haku managed to kill the Pain with the gravity attacks. Hinata checked, his chakra network was down. Then, the woman, Konan took his body away, and later he was back and kicking, as if nothing happened. If one of the bodies can resurrect the other ones, then it makes sense that he'd try to keep that one away from danger. That may be the key to defeat Pain, Jiraiya said. What about the other? An escort? Jiraiya suggested, not completely sure. I mean, that body is important, so it makes sense that he'd try to keep it guarded. Given what you told me, the other 4 bodies already have powerful and outstanding abilities. It could be, but given that all 5 bodies have any kind of unique ability, we should think the 6th one is no exception, right? Naruto suggested. Jiraiya placed a hand under his chin, pensive. I think you may be right. Besides, thinking that the 6th body is any less dangerous than the other 5 is not a wise thing to do. Yeah. Though next time I face them, I'll keep an eye on that one, Naruto said. Though. With Kurenai-sensei pregnant and Hinata Haim and Haku out of commission, I'm the only member of the assault squad. Which isn't much of an squad, Naruto dejectedly said. Jiraiya smiled at his son in a reassuring manner. Don't worry, you won't be teamless for long. For the time being, just go train and get ready for the next time Akatsuki shows up, okay? Naruto nodded. Yeah. We aren't the only ones who have been doing research. The Akatsuki knew about my sage mode and how to stop me from achieving it. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock for a second. That's rather troubling. They gathered intel from all my fights. They know that I send 2 clones away to gather nature energy. Pain had 2 of his bodies kill my clones before they could do anything, Naruto explained. I need to find a way to enter sage mode without relying on clones. Or disguise clones while they gather energy. Maybe I could have them transform as rocks or stumps or something like that? Jiraiya shook his head. In order to gather nature energy, you need to be perfectly still. That means that you can't be performing any kind of jutsu either, even one just as easy as simple as the transformation. Damn it, the blonde cursed, as he lightly punched the ground beside him. Then what kind of options do I have? Sage mode is indeed powerful, but in my opinion you had become far too dependent on it, Jiraiya pointed out. Sage mode gives me a huge advantage over my opponents, why I shouldn't use it? Naruto asked the Sannin. In the war against Akatsuki, The stakes are too high not to use everything I have. Again, that's true, but you shouldn't rely on one thing too much, Jiraiya rebutted. Until recently, I never mastered Sage Mode completely, that's why I saved it as a last resort in case everything else failed. Why don't you try to improve on your other areas in case you have something to rely on? When was the last time you developed a new elemental jutsu? Or a seal? Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out of it. He tried to recall the last time he devised a new jutsu, but that was far longer than he remembered. The blonde had learned quite a few elemental ninjutsu of all 5 basic elements during the past years, but those were mostly direct blasts, used to counter whatever element the opponent used. Nothing too fancy. Naruto reflected on his fighting style, mostly wind jutsu for ranged attacks, maybe add another element if the situation calls for it, his trusty wind blade for melee combat, lots of clones, and his trump card, the Rasen Shuriken. All of them powered by Sage Mode. However, as the fight against Pain showed, the Rasen Shuriken was out of the equation if Sage Mode is unavailable, depriving Naruto of his most powerful jutsu. Not to say that Naruto was defenseless without it, not even close. But against foes of Akatsuki's caliber, maybe he needed more jutsu that have the same potency and destructive power. And not just that. He needed more jutsu that were more than just elemental blasts or barriers. Something that could be used in a non-conventional way, something that could give him some sort of tactical advantage, like flying. Hinata and Fu were able to fly, and so was that Akatsuki woman, Konan. Flight give battles a whole new dimension. But if flight was so easy, somebody would have created a jutsu decades ago, right? No, that's quitter talk, Naruto inwardly said. I'm sure that there's a way I can make it work. So, if my intelligence is correct, besides Fu and you, the other Jinchuriki left are the Raikage's brother, and one of Iwa's 2 Jinchuriki, Jiraiya stated. If we look back at Akatsuki's operations, they will take some time to strike again until they find out where the Jinchuriki are. I'm pretty sure they do know Fu and I are in Konoha, Naruto dryly said. Yes, but in order to capture you, they'd have to launch an invasion on the village, Jiraiya replied. Naruto opened his mouth, but Jiraiya beat him to the punch. And before you bring Taki up, remember that Taki was a minor village with a low number of ninjas that rely on hidden passageways to keep their enemies out of their gates. If Hidan and Kakuzu had tried that crap against us, their so-called army wouldn't have gotten past the main gate. You seem to be confident in the village's defenses. That's good, I guess, Naruto observed. Hey, after the Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha insurrection and Orochimaru's invasion. You know they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. If Akatsuki will come for us, we will be ready, Jiraiya stated, sure of himself. But I don't think they'll go for either you or Fu right now. What do you mean? Naruto asked. The other Jinchuriki of Kumo, Killer Bee, pretty much disappeared from the face of the earth after news of Yugito's capture arrived Kumo, Jiraiya revealed. My guess is that the Raikage sent his brother to some sort of ultra-safe and secret underground bunker until Akatsuki is dealt with. That leaves the other Jinchuriki, the one from Iwa, as the more logical Akatsuki will target next. Regardless if it's either Han or Roshi, they both left their villages, so they will be the most vulnerable to capture. I see. I presume you have people looking for him? Naruto asked. Jiraiya frowned a little. Do you really need to ask? I know this is a life-of-death situation, and not just for the Jinchuriki. Good to hear that. Let's hope that what happened to Utakata won't repeat again, Naruto said, getting up. Man, the journey back left me exhausted. I think I'm heading back home. I think I'll join you. Today has been a slow day in the office, and I doubt anybody will complain if I decide to leave a little earlier, Jiraiya added. Senju residence, later that night. When was the last time we did this? Tsunade asked. It was late in the night, probably midnight. Naruto, Hagane and Kaida were already asleep in their bedrooms, or so both Sannin hoped. Jiraiya and Tsunade were sitting in the living room's couch, holding each a cup of sake. There was a tray with a couple bottles of sake and more cups sitting on the coffee table in front of them. I don't know, but I need it, Jiraiya said, as he downed his cup of sake in one go, before pouring himself another one. I think we only do this when there's some serious shit going on, Tsunade stated. And since nothing too bad seems to be going on my end. I'm guessing you want to share with me something that's troubling you? You always read me so easily, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade snorted, and rolled her eyes. Because you're an open book. I think we already had a conversation like this before, hadn't we? Jiraiya asked, as he took a sip from his cup. Or it's the alcohol? It may be both, Tsunade said, as she pured herself more sake. Now come on, spit it. What's eating you on the inside? Are those kids from Ame? Jiraiya chuckled sadly. Once again, you nailed it. I got confirmation from both Naruto and Itachi that at least 2 of those kids are still alive, and they aren't just part of the Akatsuki, but everything seems to point out that they're the fucking leaders, Jiraiya said, as he angrily downed the rest of his cup. Such a great sensei I am, right? It's a miracle our kids came out as normal as they did with me as their dad. Tsunade's face formed a scowl, and angrily punched her husband in the shoulder. Thankfully, it wasn't a chakra-enhanced poke. Don't say that. You're a great father and teacher. If you were such an awful person, I would have never married you. But Haim. Jiraiya tried to protest. No buts. She cut him. What happened to those kids is tragic, but it's not your fault, you hear me? Whose fault it is, then? Jiraiya retorted. I don't know. But not yours. You did your best to help those kids. You're the last person that should be guilty of what happened to them, Tsunade insisted. I know what I did. I don't regret helping them or teaching them ninjutsu, Jiraiya replied, before sighing a little. It's just. Now I felt I could have done more for them. I know how you feel, Tsunade replied, as her face softened a little. When Dan and Nawaki died. I hated myself. I thought it was my fault. Because of that necklace? Jiraiya asked, incredulous. Come on, that had to be a. At first it was for the necklace, yes, Tsunade interrupted him, scowling at Jiraiya's jumping to conclusion. But Naruto showed to me that it was just an incredible, and tragic, coincidence. Then why? Nawaki died instantly, and you tried your best to help Dan's life. You did all what you could, Jiraiya stated. It had been a while since the last time Tsunade remembered the deaths of his little brother and fiancé. Strangely, doing so caused her far less pain than it did in the past. Maybe because, over the years she spent in Konoha, she had moved on and filled the void they left in her heart with a husband and children. However, it also left her with a feeling not of dread, but of unease, of thinking what would she do if something happened to them. The ninja world was dangerous after all. Pushing those negative thoughts aside, Tsunade replied, precisely. I was there, yet I was unable to do anything. If I was a better ninja, a better medic, I used to tell myself that I could have saved them. So then why? Jiraiya was about to ask, when a realization dawned upon him. Oh, I see. That's how I'm feeling right now, yet I should know the guilt is undeserved. Cheeky woman. Tsunade couldn't help but smile a little at the compliment, before continuing. When Naruto told me that he was going out of the village for his first C-rank mission, I was terrified, Tsunade confessed. I thought that's it, there he goes, and I'll never see him again. Just like Dan and Nawaki. But in the end, I knew I couldn't keep Naruto locked in the village forever. I had to trust in both him, his teammates and his sensei. Though your fears weren't that unjustified, Jiraiya interjected. Who would have guessed that our son would end up fighting fucking Orochimaru of all people during his first C-rank mission? Don't remind me, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes. The same thing went with Hagane and Kaida when they were kidnapped. With their secret out of the bag, they would always live with a target painted on their backs. But again, we couldn't keep them in a cage out of fear of something that could happen to them. Actually, that's what I did with the Ame kids, Jiraiya felt the need to point out. Maybe I should have taken them with me to Konoha. But you didn't because Konoha wasn't their home. Ame was, Tsunade pointed out, as she took a sip from her sake cup. And you couldn't stay with them forever. You did the right thing. In light of recent news, I don't feel I did the right thing, Jiraiya told her, lowering his head a little. Of course you don't. Some guilt is unavoidable. I'm not going to pretend you can bury those feelings in hopes of getting rid of them. But don't wallow in them either. Don't run possible scenarios of what could have been in your head. What is done is done. All we can do now is try to fix the mistakes we made in the past, and learn from those we can't. Jiraiya chuckled upon hearing Tsunade's words. Tsunade frowned again, and leaned towards Jiraiya. What? Do you find anything I said funny? The slug princess asked, unamused. Oh no, quite the contrary. Those were quite the inspiring words, Jiraiya praised his wife. It's just that I have a hard time picturing them coming out of your mouth, even if they just did. In another time, Tsunade would have rewarded such jest with a punch, maybe with some chakra on it, but the Senju matriarch merely smiled at her husband. It's called growing up, Jiraiya. Try it when you're ready. Aren't we too old to still be growing up? The white-haired man asked. His wife shook his head. That's why I thought at first, Tsunade said. Before coming to Konoha, I thought that my life had reached its final point. I thought that I'd spend the rest of my days gambling and running away from creditors, waiting for a strike of luck that would never came, until I died of alcohol poisoning on some Alway. Geez, that's bleak, Jiraiya noted, grimacing. He emptied his sake cup, and pouring himself another one. And you weren't much better than me, should I remind you? Tsunade replied. His face softened again, as her lips curved into a sweet smile. What I say is, don't let past mistakes consume you, like we used to do before returning to Konoha. Now what we should ask ourselves is, what are we going to do regarding those kids? I don't know if they're too far gone to be saved, Jiraiya admitted. I like to think that it's not too late, but I can't let personal feelings get in the way. I'm the Hokage after all. And who's going to deal with them? Tsunade asked, and scowled before Jiraiya could answer. And please don't tell me you're thinking in dealing with them yourself. I would have done that in another circumstances, Jiraiya confessed. But like I said before, I'm the Hokage now, I can't rush into things. Naruto and Fu are Jinchuriki, meaning that either them or the other Akatsuki will go after them. So the best thing I can do is to make sure they're strong enough to deal with this threat. Given what Naruto said, it was luck that he didn't end as bad as his teammates, or even as bad as Utakata. Speaking of Naruto, what about his teammates? Tsunade asked. Hinata and Haku will be out of commission for a few weeks, and there's still a couple months until Kurenai gives birth. I've been thinking about that as well, Jiraiya told Tsunade with a nod. But in the light of how the latest mission went, I'm afraid that traditional four-man squads won't do against Akatsuki. Do you plan to send bigger teams to deal with them? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. Can we afford it? Don't worry, it won't stop the village from taking as many missions as usual, Jiraiya reassured her. And even if it did, I think this takes priority than some cash money. I see, Tsunade said, as she downed her sake cup. She grabbed the bottle to pour herself another, but much to her annoyance, the bottle was now empty. Damn it. Hey, maybe that's a sign that we should stop drinking and go to bed, Jiraiya told her. You said that because you drank more than me, Tsunade protested. Akatsuki hideout, undisclosed location, a few days later. Utakata's body was floating mid-air, held by a chakra force field that came from the demonic statue's mouth. Wisps of red chakra came from the Jinchuriki's mouth and eyes, each time smaller and less noticeable, until there were none. The statue's mouth clamped shut, dispelling the force field and dropping the now dead Jinchuriki onto the ground. A fifth eye opened on the statue's grotesque visage before it sank to the ground. With the 6 tails sealed, 5 out of the 9-tailed beasts are under our control, Pain said in a congratulatory manner. Our task is more than halfway done. Unfortunately, the few Jinchuriki left out there know about us and will hide themselves better, Obito reminded both Pain and everybody else. It won't matter, in the end they will also fall to us again, Pain ominously declared. Besides, don't we know that 2 of them are already in Konoha, HN? Datara pointed out. We should go after those next. No, Pain shut down the blonde's suggestion, much to his annoyance. We will leave those 2 for last right now. For the time being, let's focus on the other Jinchuriki. Zetsu, what have you found about them? I still know nothing about the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, White Zetsu stated. After Obito and Kisame captured the 2 tails, the Raikage sent his brother out of the village to one of the many safe houses they have across the Land of Lightning. Finding him won't be easy. Maybe we should create a threat that forces them to send the Jinchuriki to fight us, Kisame suggest. It worked the first time after all. Which is why it won't work a second time, Konan rebutted. The first time it worked because they didn't know we had the 9 tails, and the possibility of Konoha being behind the attack was real. However, the next time they know of the 9 tails attacking, they'll know it's us and they will be prepared. How, may I ask? Orochimaru asked, amused. Dealing with a tailed beast isn't exactly an easy task. Kumo has a lot of experience in that regard. Do how many times the 8 tails escaped its container and went on a rampage, Pain told the snake Sannin. Plus I can guarantee you that they will be expecting us to do the same move. No, even if it will cost us more time and effort, we need to find out where the Jinchuriki is. In order to keep his location a secret, his escorts will be few in numbers. Very well then, Obito agreed. What about the other? According to our intel, the other Jinchuriki is a former Iwa nin that's walking the world, and never stays in the same place for long, White Zetsu replied. Kinda like Utakata. Which means that capturing him will be much easier, Black Zetsu added. At least, if we manage to find him first. Don't worry about that. My spies will have his location in no time, the Uchiha assured. Good. Once those two Jinchuriki are within our power, we can focus all our attention to the one staying in Konoha, Pain decided. Now, if nobody has anything else to add, let's conclude this reunion. As those words left Pain's mouth, the spectral projections of the Akatsuki started to vanish one by one until there was no one left. Amiga Core. Pain and Konan opened their eyes, finding themselves once again inside the safe room atop the highest tower of Amiga Core, which they use for whenever they need to meet with the rest of the Akatsuki members via astral projection. Without saying anything, they got on their feet and got out of the room. The ninja guarding the door stood to attention, and remained silent as they saw their god and his angel walking away. 5-tailed beasts already in our possession, and we only lost 3 members so far, Pain started to speak. Though thankfully we've been able to fill one spot with an even more powerful member. What about Hidan and Kakuzu's spots? Are there any plans to fill them as well? Konan asked, shooting Pain an inquisitive stare. From now onwards things are going to be even more difficult. It would be beneficial to have all our spots covered. Unfortunately, we were unable to recover Hidan and Kakuzu's rings, Pain told her. They must be in Konoha's possession. Even if Konoha is unaware of their significance. Guess 8 members will have to do then, Konan said in resignation. 8 members, plus all the assets each of us possess. We command an entire village, and so does Orochimaru. The others also have their own minions that serve our cause, Pain confidently said. So, I guess that once we're done with the 4 and 8 tails, we will focus our attention to Konoha, Konan guessed. That is correct. Where? He is the reigning Hokage, Konan said, narrowing his eyes at Pain. Pain shot Konan a cold stare. Is that a problem? Are we ready to face him? Konan asked her partner. After all what he did for us? Will we be able to fight him? I certainly am, Pain replied, his voice lacking uncertainty. And so should you. Experience should have taught you already that nothing goes before our mission. Whatever our personal feelings for Jiraiya-sensei were, they don't matter anymore. Speaking of which, Konan replied, her tone changing. I don't think you should have told Naruto about our relationship with Jiraiya-sensei. Konoha will know about us. At this point, such knowledge is irrelevant, Pain declared. We wouldn't even need the tailed beasts to crush any of the great villages, Konoha included. If anything, it will make Jiraiya-sensei more prone to make a mistake. If you're confident it won't be a problem, then I'll believe you, Konan stated, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. Since it was thanks to both your power and guidance that we were able to come this far. Good to hear that, Konan, Pain replied. It wouldn't do us any good for you or any of our members to wager now that we're so close to victory. Of course not, Pain, Konan agreed. Though speaking of members, I think we should also keep an eye on some of them. Obito? Pain asked. That's the most obvious, Konan replied. But I also meant Orochimaru and especially Tonari. I believe that they're only using Akatsuki as means to their own ends. A possibility, yes, Pain admitted. But as long as they keep working for us, whatever hidden agenda they may have, it's irrelevant. Now come on, there's much to do. We need to plan our next steps. Orochimaru's lab, undisclosed location. Just like Pain and Konan, Orochimaru also had a designated safe room that he used whenever he was called into a meeting with the rest of his esteemed colleagues. Exiting the room, he removed the Akatsuki cloak and handed it to one of the 2 auto ninja that were guarding said room. Said ninja nodded, and went to store the cloak somewhere else, with his partner trailing behind. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto's voice said, and's just like the snake Sannin expected, he saw his silver-haired minion walking towards him. How did the meeting go? Boring as usual, Orochimaru replied with some disgust on his voice. After literal days sealing the 6 tails, we spend several hours babbling about how little do we know about the rest of the Jinchuriki. Don't we know for sure that 2 of them are in Konoha? Kabuto asked. Yes, but they want to leave them for last, Orochimaru replied. On the flip side, that means that we'll be able to invade Konoha again. I hate to leave a job halfway done, you know. With the rest of the Akatsuki backing us up, the result will be different this time around, Kabuto optimistically replied. Also, I'm sure this piece of news will brighten your mood. The Sound 5 have just returned from their mission, and they're successful. Those are good news, indeed, Orochimaru said, as a creepy smile formed in his face. Were they seen? They left no witnesses alive, per your orders, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto informed him. Good, Orochimaru nodded. I'm pleased to see that this incarnation of the Sound 5 is far more efficient than the original. Your children are quite the force to be reckoned with on their own, and as a part of a unit led by Kimimaro-kun, nothing stands in their way, Kabuto said. This success will bring my main project one step closer to its completion. Indeed, Kabuto nodded. Maybe once your project is complete, we'll be able to use Impure World Resurrection without any kind of drawbacks this time around. Orochimaru nodded. It always ate me on the inside having such a powerful jutsu at my disposal, yet not being able to use it. With it, I wouldn't even need Akatsuki to realize my ambitions. Though for the time being, it would be wise not to deviate too much from the organization's goals, Kabuto advised. Obito already watches you with keen eyes. Obito-kun doesn't worry me, Orochimaru replied, chuckling a little. Deep down, he's still a child, one that plays a game far more dangerous than he realizes. But even in this case, it would be unwise to underestimate an enemy, so we'll do as you say. One last thing, Kabuto asked. Did you make any progress in replicating the Rinnegan? Orochimaru shook his head. Sadly, all the experiments have been a failure. Neither of the other two Uchiha that we kidnapped from Konoha were receptive to the procedures, and didn't survive. I still have their bodies, but their use is very limited now. Pity. I was sure we'd be able to, given that we have both Uchiha and Hashirama's DNA at our disposal, Kabuto replied. So, back to the original plan? Yes, Orochimaru said, as his lips formed a sadistic smile. I'll have to take the Rinnegan from Pain's eye sockets myself. Chapter 72. Steps to become better. Or Naruto vs Ino-Shika-Cho. Sarutobi Estate. Dawn came over Konoha. As the still sleeping village was bathed by the first rays of sunlight, a single figure walked its empty streets. In the past days, Naruto found himself crossing the gates of the estate belonging to the first clan who joined Konoha after its foundation. All the time accompanied by his teammates, and to see their pregnant sensei. Today, however, wasn't like any other. For starters, Naruto was alone, something not that unusual if one knew the outcome of his team's latest mission. And two, while he was planning to pay his sensei a visit, it wasn't the only reason to be there. Kurenai Sarutobi? A maid asked when Naruto told her about his sensei. I believe she should be in the mess hall, having breakfast with the rest of the clan. Oh, I see. Can you tell her I'm here to see her? Naruto asked. Sure, the maid said, but before turning, she asked, would you like to have breakfast with them? The clan would have you as their guest. Naruto shook his head. Nah, I already had breakfast. Plus I don't want to intrude. I'll wait somewhere else. Oh, and can you tell her that I also wish to speak with Asuma-sensei? The maid nodded, and told Naruto that could wait in one of the main living room, usually the place she and her students had their meetings. And after half an hour of waiting, Kurenai and her husband entered the living room. Naruto. What a nice surprise, a smiling Kurenai said, as she went to greet the blonde. What does it bring you here? While I love your visits, I didn't expect you to be here this soon. Not to mention that you also wanted to see me as well, Asuma pointed out. Do you want to get to know your sensei's political family a bit better? It's not that. Well, I don't mind getting to know you better, but I'm having some troubles that I think the two of you may be of help. Kurenai and Asuma took a seat in a couch in front of the blonde. Tell us then, and we'll see what can we do, Kurenai told Naruto. Well, you see. After the failure of our last mission, I decided that it's about time to get stronger. Well, no, maybe that's not the word, Naruto said, as he tried to rearrange his thoughts. More like. More versatile? Yeah, that's about it. I think I need a more diverse skill so I can have more fighting options. And let me guess, since I'm the only other wind element user, you want me to train you, is that it? Asuma asked. If it's not asking much, Naruto replied, trying not to sound imposing. But much to the blonde's relief, Asuma smiled in return. Sure. Any student of Kurenai who wants to train under me is welcome to do so. Kurenai, however, frowned at her husband. So, if Naruto wasn't my student, you wouldn't help him? Of course I would. Asuma replied, sounding a little indignant. He's the son of the Hokage after all, Asuma laughed, but upon seeing his wife scowl, he changed his tune. Kidding, kidding. Come on honey, you know I'd help a fellow wind user no matter what. Nice. Naruto cheered. Thanks a lot for this, Asuma-sensei. Don't sweat it, Asuma said. By the way, how is that you want to train under me now? I thought that the training Hokage-sama gave you was more than enough. And it has been so far, Naruto replied, as he started to rub the back of his neck. Not to badmouth Dad's training, but when it comes to wind release, his training only goes so far. I think I can only progress if I train under somebody who has mastered such element. Don't worry, Naruto, nobody will think any less of Hokage-sama just because you seek additional help, Kurenai helpfully added. Well, I better get going. I need to do some stuff at the Hokage's tower before our morning training. Asuma stood up and walked out of the living room, but turned at the blonde before leaving. If you want to train with my team, meet us at Training Ground 10 in about an hour or so. Will do, and thanks a lot for this, Naruto repeated. Asuma just nodded and left the living room, leaving Naruto alone with Kurenai, and they fell into a somewhat awkward silence. Naruto's eyes drifted towards her pregnant belly. So, Naruto began. You must be pretty bored, right? Not being able to go on missions or train or do any fun stuff. Who says I can't train? Kurenai asked. You train? Like that? Naruto asked, pointing at her belly. Not in the way you do, obviously, Kurenai replied. But even if I can't train my body, I can still hone my skills with genjutsu. I've been reading and practicing a lot since my temporary retirement. Hey, can't wait to see you in action, Naruto said. How long until the baby's born? Kurenai giggled a little at the question. Oh, I see you want me back into the team as soon as possible, right? The burden of leadership is too much for somebody so young, Kurenai said, with Naruto chuckling a little. According to the medics, in about 2 months or so. Truth be told, I do want to have you back in the team, Naruto admitted. Not just so we can be a 4-man squad again, but you're right about the burden of leadership. I like to think that I did a good job leading Hinata and Haku. But the last mission. I can't help but think how it was my fault that Hinata, Haim and Haku ended up as bad as they did. Not to sound rude, but get used to that sensation, Kurenai replied. Many ninja are brave enough to risk their lives for a mission in the village. But when you have other people under your care, everything takes a different perspective. Suddenly the mission takes a backseat to make sure your subordinates return home safe, and balancing both things become a near impossible task. You tell me, Naruto dejectedly said. But if it's any consolation, I think you've been doing a great work so far, Naruto, Kurenai praised, shooting the blonde a reassuring smile. From what I could heard, the Akatsuki you fought against was out of the ordinary, even among S-class criminals. Still, I take pride in being one of the strongest ninja of my generation, Naruto said. I used to think I had become stronger than most jonin of this village. Now I see where such a train of thought lead me. There's nothing wrong in taking pride in one's abilities, as long as that pride doesn't blind us, Kurenai told him. No, you don't understand, Naruto replied, shaking his head. You see, the reason I was so strong was because of Sage Mode. Such secret allowed me to surpass most ninjas before I even turned 14. But if I'm unable to enter such mode, well, I realize that I'm far more lacking than I had expected. But you're taking steps in rectifying such mistakes, Kurenai told him. It's never too late to improve yourself. Naruto was about to reply that it was if your comrades died, but decided not to pursue such gloom train of thought. He pushed all the negative thoughts aside and smiled. You're right, Kurenai-sensei. This time we were lucky, but next time I'll make sure luck is not a factor in our victory. See? That's the spirit. Kurenai cheered. Now go show my husband how skilled my students are. Right. Naruto replied, now in a more energetic manner, before leaving the living room. Hyuga Estate. Naruto wasn't the only one who was planning to train. After spending a few days in the hospital, both Hinata and Haku were finally discharged, albeit they were temporarily removed from active duty until they fully recovered, and were also banned from doing any strenuous physical activity, which, naturally, included training. Not that they could do much training in their current shape. Haku had an arm on a slee, while Hinata needed a crutch to walk. Of course, Hinata's condition and her word that she wouldn't train wasn't enough, so Hikari had assigned an Hyuga branch member, or better said, somebody who belonged to the branch family when the clan was still split, to watch over her. Her caretaker was a green-haired woman a few years older than her, named Natsu Hyuga, who used to be Hanabi's caretaker when she was little. So Hinata now spended most days either in her bed, or sitting in a couch, and the only exercise she was allowed to do were a couple of walks around the estate during the mornings and another couple during the afternoons. Fortunately, there were more ways to train that didn't involve physical exercise. Hinata wasn't going to spend the time doing nothing and waiting until she was healed enough to go back into active duty. Hinata-sama, here I brought what you asked. A woman Hinata recognized as Natsu entered the living room. She was wearing a white arpon under a black kimono, which made her look like a maid, with only her Konoha headband identifying her as a ninja. She was carrying a few scrolls under her arm, and a tray with a teapot and cups. I brought you some tea as well. Thanks a lot, Natsu-san, Hinata thanked her with a nod. And please, drop the sama. The branch house is no more. I'm no longer your superior. I beg to differ, Hinata-sama, Natsu said, as she placed the trail and the coffee table in front of Hinata, and the scrolls besides it, albeit at a prudent distance. She started to pour some tea into the cup. You might have abolished the clan's castes, but you're the clan head, meaning that you're still my superior, Hinata-sama. Hinata couldn't help but smile a little. She knew this was a battle she wasn't going to win. If you say so, Natsu-san. Hinata raised a hand, and a scroll flew towards it. As she unrolled the scroll and started to read it, she noticed Natsu taking a seat in another couch next to her. She suppressed an eye roll. While she knew that Natsu was just following Hikari's orders, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated over having a nanny again. If you're going to stay here as well, you might as well serve yourself some tea, Hinata offered the older woman. Thank you, Hinata-sama. I think I could use some, Natsu said, as she got up and poured some tea onto another cup. At the very least, Natsu was silent enough to let Hinata read her scrolls in peace. Hell, she couldn't even hear her sipping her tea. She wondered what kind of training did they give her in order to achieve such level of silence. Not that such skill wasn't necessary for a ninja, even if she rarely did missions out of the estate, much less the village. Soon, the Hyuga clan head found herself engrossed in the scrolls she had with her. The powers that the Tenseigan hid were beyond fascinating, and Hinata was a bit miffed that she wouldn't be able to put to test the knowledge she was gaining so far. Even then, there were a few jutsu that were small enough she would be able to discreetly practice. As Hinata read, she was unaware of the time that had passed. She took a sip from her cup of tea, but she realized it was empty. Oh, was all what Hinata said, but that was enough for Natsu to spring into action. Allow me, Hinata-sama, the maid-dressed kunoichi said as she got back on her feet. That won't be necessary, Hinata said, raising a hand. With a motion from that very hand, her cup floated back towards the tray. The teapot elevated into the air, and refilled both Hinata and Natsu's cups. Finally, she recalled back her cup while placing Natsu's into her hands. There, easy and fast. Impressive, Hinata-sama, Natsu praised, before chuckling a little. Though I think it would have taken me less time to refill your cup the old-fashioned way, she giggled. It's okay. Besides, it serves me as a little training, Hinata replied. A slight frown developed on the green-haired woman's face. Hinata-sama. It's not strenuous, I swear, Hinata said defensively. Come on, there's no way I can get hurt by doing something so insignificant as moving a teapot. Still, it would be better if you limited yourself to reading, Hinata-sama, Natsu advised. If that's going to stop you from being worried, Hinata said. She was about to continue her reading, until a thought dawned upon her. Putting the scroll down once again, she looked at the older girl. Natsu-san, may I ask you a question? Of course, Hinata-sama. You can ask me anything you please, Natsu replied, smiling widely. Well, it's a bit personal in nature, but I want you to answer me with honesty, Hinata added. I'd never answer you any other way, Natsu assured her. Very well then, Hinata replied, nodding. What do you think? Of the Hyuga main house? Natsu was clearly taken aback by the question, as her body language betrayed her. She hesitated for a few moments, while trying to come up with the best way to word it. I can assure you nobody outside this room will know about your answer. And said answer won't have any repercussions on my part, whatever it is, Hinata assured. But upon seeing Natsu stammering, she added. Though if this question makes you uncomfortable, you're not forced to answer. No. Natsu cut her. It's just, well, it's a delicate matter, and I wanted to look for the proper words in order to express myself correctly. While I hold no contempt for either you or Hanabi-sama, I admit I felt resentment for the main house. For making us their servants. For taking our choices away from us. For branding our bodies with this, she put extra emphasis on the last word as she removed her forehead protector, showing Hinata her caged bird seal, before quickly putting it up again. I will forever be thankful to you, Hinata-sama, for releasing us from this yokel, even if only partially. But even today, the main house members still look at me and my fellow former branch house members with contempt. They don't see us as equals, and hate that you made us so. Hinata nodded. I know. Unfortunately, change can't happen overnight. I always thought that I could close the rift that separated the clan, but I never realized that a scar would take its place. Natsu smiled at Hinata. Don't stress yourself over that, Hinata-sama. All in the branch house know that you're doing your best to help us. Who knows, maybe one day in the future, once the scar is fully healed, our descendants will forget that the clan was once divided. And for that to do so, I also need a way to remove the caged bird seal, Hinata said, as she took one of the scrolls. The Otsutsuki clan created it, so there must be a way to remove it. Even if the Hyuga clan erased such knowledge, there must be something here. However, before she could resume her study, a booming noise followed by a tremor interrupted her. Then another. And another. And another. What's going on? Natsu asked, as she activated her Byakugan. It took her little to find the source of the disturbance. It seems that Hanabi-sama is sparring against Neji-san. Albeit such fight seems way too intense for a mere spar. Hinata also expanded her sight, and saw their little sister and cousin training. Hanabi was using the Tensigan chakra cloak in its most basic level. She mostly attacked from the air, while Neji defended from her attacks and countered her when she was within hand-to-hand range. I see, Hinata said, as she telekinetically called her crutch, and walked out of the room. I want to see them fight in person. Hinata-sama, no. Natsu protested. It's too dangerous to get so close to them like that. You can see them from here if you want. You worry too much, Natsu-san. Hinata dismissed Natsu's concerns with a hand wave. Come on, let's go see my little sister and my cousin. Natsu let out a sigh of resignation, and followed the clan head. Turns out, Hinata wasn't the only one interested in Hanabi and Neji's spar. Several Hyuga had gathered in the small training ground in order to witness such high-level battle. Of course, they all moved aside whenever Hinata arrived, in order to make room for the clan head. So far, none of the two appeared to be too exhausted. Hanabi was floating above Neji with her hands on fire, while the older boy had his eyes locked on her, his body placed in a defensive stance. Fire release, 8 trigrams Phoenix fire. Hanabi thrust her arms downwards in a rapid fashion, releasing a fireball with each thrust. Neji, however, was undeterred and deflected the incoming fire bolts with precise chakra-coated palm strikes, sending them to the ground. Seeing that it didn't work, Hanabi tried a different approach. Fire release, 8 trigrams, double burning palm. Hanabi placed both palms forward, and dived at Neji from above, as her whole body was coated in fire. Neji, however, merely smirked. Is this the extent of your skill, Hanabi-sama? Neji mocked, as he started to spin while streams of chakra shot from his body. Heavenly spin. However, Hanabi didn't look astonished or shocked, but much to the onlooker's surprise, she smirked. Just when she was about to crash against Neji, she managed to correct the trajectory of her dive and spin around Neji instead of diving into him. Hanabi continued to fly spins around Neji, and as she did, a tornado of fire started to form. Meanwhile, Neji's own rotation was starting to slow down. That was some rather quick thinking on Hanabi-sama's part, Natsu commented. Neji is in trouble now. Don't count Neji Niazan out yet, Natsu-san, Hinata replied. Hanabi-chan might beat him in raw power, but Neji is still her superior when it comes to skill and experience. Hanabi stopped spinning as the tornado of flames fully formed, engulfing the older Hyuga within it. While the fire wouldn't hurt him much, the building heat would force him to concede. Of course not, Neji. See? Hanabi cockily replied. That's what happens when you. Gate of opening, open. Everybody could see a massive burst of chakra coming from Neji's body, which managed to dispel the fire tornado in an instant, much to Hanabi's shock. A faint green aura surrounded the Hyuga prodigy's body. You were going to say something about underestimating the opponent, right? Neji said, his smirk not disappearing. I'll never dream of underestimating you, Neji. That's why I'm going to throw at you the best I have, Hanabi replied, as her hands flew through hand seals, before clapping them together. Truth-seeking balls. Hanabi slowly separated her hands, forming 2 black orbs between them. Said orbs quickly placed themselves behind Hanabi. So it's not just Hinata-sama the one who managed to learn that jutsu, Neji observed, but his smile didn't falter. You're very talented indeed, Hanabi-sama. Ha! I'm not going to let your flattery make me lower my guard. Hanabi fired back, as he motioned an arm forward, and the 2 black spheres shot themselves at Neji. The Hyuga Genuus brushed his palms together before motioning them forward. Mountain Crusher. Neji released a powerful wave of chakra from his palms that not only engulfed the truth-seeking balls, but it had enough power to reach Hanabi, violently hurling the younger Hyugas backwards. Wah! Hanabi sputtered as she tried to regain balance. I might lack 6 paths chakra, but my knowledge of advanced gentle fist techniques, combined with my Neji started to say, before he was interrupted by a pair of black orbs that smashed right into his gut, with such force it felt like Hanabi threw a building at him. Oof. Neji lost his balance, and fell on his back. During the couple seconds he took to hastily get back on his feet, he could see that Hanabi appeared behind him. Ha! You forgot about the truth-seeking ball's biggest strength, it nullifies any kind of chakra-based attack. Hanabi boasted, as she slipped into a familiar stance. The match is over, you're within my divination range. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji did try to block Hanabi's strikes, but the unexpected force of the truth-seeking ball's impact had slowed his reflexes, and was too slow to parry them. As Hanabi completed the combo, Neji's chances of victory became smaller, until they hit 0 at the same time Hanabi delivered the last set of strikes. 64 palms. With a well-placed thrust, Hanabi dealt the finishing blow, ending the match. Those gathered there started to clap and praise the younger Tenseigan wielder for her impressive victory over the clan's resident genius. And while Hanabi reveled in all the praise, there was one person she appreciated it the most. Ne-chan. Hanabi cheered, after locating Hinata among the small crowd, and rushed towards her. Did you see that? I beat Neji. Indeed you did. That was quite impressive of you, Hanabi-chan, Hinata praised. A truly spectacular match, Hanabi-sama, Natsu added. Hanabi giggled at the compliments, blushing a little. Excuse me, but would you be so kindly to help me? Neji said, still sprawled on the ground. I can't barely move. Wordlessly, Hinata walked towards Neji, crouched down, and started to heal his injuries and bruises while reopening the chakra points Hanabi had closed. You certainly need to step up your training, Ni-san, Hinata said in a mock-chastising tone. What would people say if they find out the pride of our clan was defeated by my little sister? We all know that I'm no longer the pride of the clan, Hinata-sama, Neji rebutted. Not after both you and Hanabi-sama awakened those eyes. Come on, you know you're the most skilled ninja the clan has ever produced, even if you don't have 6 paths chakra, Hinata stated. That has to count for something, right? As Hinata repaired his body, Neji could feel he was able to move again. He sit up, and sighed. The truth-seeking balls caught me off guard. I was unaware that they could nullify chakra, Neji commented. Guess it was my fault for treating them as any other ninjutsu, instead of play safe and see what they could do. Now that you know that, maybe next time you'll be able to beat Hanabi-chan, Hinata pointed out. It's not that such jutsu makes one invincible. If that was the case, that Akatsuki wouldn't have defeated us during my last mission. Still, the ability to nullify ninjutsu or other chakra-based attacks is sort of impressive, Neji commented. If used correctly, it might mean the difference between victory and defeat. Or life and death. Hinata agreed with a nod, feeling that another self-deprecating comment wouldn't add anything to the conversation. Still, Neji brought a good point. No matter how big a ninjutsu would be, the truth-seeking balls would be able to nullify it. Recalling the battle against Pain and Konan, she wondered what she could have done to take advantage of such assets. It seemed those gravity attacks couldn't be countered in any way, though they were similar to their telekinetic abilities, so maybe she could sew something with that. Then there was the Pain that looked like a puppet, whose attacks weren't chakra-based, or didn't appear to be. There was also the summoner. Could truth-seeking balls undo summonings? She'd had to test that one. Thankfully her boyfriend could be of help with that. She didn't know how to counter chakra absorption or being able to revive other bodies. Plus there was that last body they didn't know anything about. And then there was Konan. She appeared to be a long-ranged fighter specialized in ninjutsu using papers. She wondered if the truth-seeking balls could nullify those as well. Plus there was her many explosive tags. Could those be nullified? Explosive tags were fuinjutsu rather than ninjutsu. But other chakra-absorbing abilities were also capable of absorbing those kind of explosions, so there was no reason as for why fuinjutsu couldn't be nullified as well. Fuinjutsu could be nullified. Hinata-sama? Neji asked, noticing his Kaosing zoning out. Suddenly, something clicked inside her mind. The solution to one of her potential problems was right before her very eyes. It has been before his very eyes for so long. She felt so stupid. But there was no time to feel stupid. She had to act. Getting up and grabbing her crutch, Hinata headed back inside as fast as her damaged legs allowed her to. Hinata-sama, don't run. You're going to get hurt, Natsu cried, as she went after her. Where are you going in such a hurry? Training ground 10, an hour later. Hi there, everybody. Naruto greeted as he entered the training field. Just in time. Excellent, Asuma greeted Naruto back, pleased, before turning to the others. Today Naruto will be joining us for our daily training. I hope none of you mind. All of them nodded and muttered something to express their approval. As Asuma had said, the whole tactical squad was present in the designated training ground to start their morning routine. Well, not just the tactical squad, as Naruto could see he wasn't the only guest there. Choji? Naruto asked the rotund body. Who is that guy? Naruto pointed to a pale-skinned brunette wearing midriff-bearing black clothes that hung with Ino. Oh, that's Sai, Choji explained, as he happily munched some chips. He's Ino's boyfriend. Ino usually brings him to our training sessions. But don't even dare to say that out loud when she's within earshot, Shikamaru advised, as he walked towards the duo. Ino gets rather mad if you say that. Even if they're rather close. Why is that? Naruto asked. Looking at the blonde, she seemed rather chummy with the body, who nodded and smiled at everything she said. Shikamaru merely shrugged. Beats me. Troublesome woman. He huffed. While Sai looked familiar, Naruto couldn't tell if he really knew him or not. Maybe he saw him a couple times in passing, but didn't ask his name. Is he strong? Naruto asked, deciding it was good to get some info on the newcomer. He's a long-range fighter, kinda like Ino and myself, Shikamaru explained. He has this jutsu that can bring anything he draws to life, Choji continued. The living pictures aren't that though and usually go down after a single hard hit, Shikamaru said. But if used wisely, those living pictures can be quite a pain in the ass. Not to mention that he can overwhelm you with numbers, Choji added. So, kinda like my shadow clones? Naruto asked. Can your shadow clones fly? Because some of his pictures can, Shikamaru dryly asked. Naruto's eyes opened wide upon hearing such thing. So, another ninja besides Hinata and Fu can fly as well. I need to find a way to do that. Asuma's clap snapped Naruto from his brief thought, as the bearded Jonin drew everybody else's attention to him. Alright everyone, besides Sai, who by this point has been a common sight, Asuma said, looking at Ino and Sai, the blonde smiling at her sensei. Today Naruto will be training with us. I'd like to take this chance to make several team exercises, before we move on to individual training. Asuma's statements were met with a chorus of yes. And head nods. The fight will be Naruto versus everybody else. Fight as if it was a real battle. Don't worry, I'll stop the fight before the worst comes to pass, Asuma said, as his students and Sai placed themselves in front of Naruto, and all of them adopted fighting stances. Naruto carefully eyed his opponents. It's been long since I've sparred against or even saw the tactical squad fighting. Neither of them are higher than Chunin, so this won't be too hard, Naruto thought, as his eyes drifted towards Sai. Other than what Shikamaru told me, I have no idea what that guy can do. I should worry about him the most. As his eyes jumped from one side of the spar to the other, Asuma decided it was time to start. Now, begin. The moment the order left Asuma's lips, everybody slipped into position and prepared to attack using their usual abilities. Naruto began the fight with his signature jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Roughly 50 Naruto clones popped into life, and without waiting for their boss to order them, they charged forward. Far from being impressed, Shikamaru chuckled and shook his head upon seeing the orange and black tidal wave coming at them. Typical Naruto. Choji, shall we begin ourselves? You can bet on it. The Akimichi heir said as he clapped his hands together. Partial multi-size jutsu. Choji jumped into the air just as his arms grew to giant size. As he fell into the mass of clones, he slammed both arms into the ground, instantly destroying the clones unfortunate enough to fell victim to the brutal assault so brutal, it opened a crater in the ground, while creating a shockwave that sent surrounding clones flying. Good one, Choji, Shikamaru praised, as he crouched while interlocking his hands into the Nara's most used hand seal. My turn, Shadow Sewing Jutsu. Threads of shadow emerged from Shikamaru's own, launching themselves towards the clones. But unlike the Nara's usual jutsu, these threads didn't travel across the ground, but the air, meaning that they were actually solid. Its purpose was made evident when the thread impaled several charging blondes that were unable to break in time. The clones coming from behind managed to avoid them, but between Shikamaru's shadow threads and Choji's rampaging attacks, their charge was swiftly abrupted. Naruto, however, wasn't worried in the slightest. After all, that charge of clones was a mere distraction to keep Shikamaru and Choji occupied. However, Shikamaru and Choji were countering the charge in the most aggressive way possible in order to distract Naruto. Something Naruto was aware of. I was wondering when you guys would show up, Naruto casually mentioned, as he started making hand seals. Looking up, he saw Ino and Sai flying above him atop one of Sai's ink birds. So that's Sai's jutsu. It looks quite versatile indeed. Damn, he spotted us. Ino cursed. It's okay. Let's go with the plan as we agreed, Sai told the blonde. Ino jumped from the bird, making a hand seal as she fell. Mind control. Too slow, Ino, Naruto laughed, as he prepared to unleash his own jutsu. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto thrust both hands upwards, lining up both the descending Ino and the still airborne Sai, and cast a huge tornado that engulfed all of them. You're going to need more than that to distract me, you know, Naruto cockily said. Sai fell from his bird, the latter exploding into ink as it was destroyed. However, much to Naruto's confusion, Sai and Ino also burst into blots of ink, as they were carried away by the powerful wind jutsu. What? The blonde dumbly asked. Mind Scourge Jutsu. Naruto felt as if somebody hammered his brain from the inside. Clutching his head, the sudden pain bent the Jinchuriki down to his knees. But as soon as the pien come, it went away, much to Naruto's confusion. Like that? Ino's voice said from behind. Naruto turned around, and saw the Yamanka smirking at him. I wasn't expecting for you to be dumb enough to be fooled by an ink clone, Sai said, as he landed beside Ino. Guess I overestimated you. And now, you're at our mercy, Ino claimed, as he slipped into a fighting stance. Ha! You'd wish. Naruto made a hand seal. Shadow clone There it was. The mental pain was back. Except this time it was 10 times worse. As if somebody cut his brain with a searing knife. What did Ino do to him? Enjoy my mental scourge jutsu? As you have noticed, it triggers whenever you use ninjutsu, so unless you have an exceptionally high tolerance for mental pain, I wouldn't recommend you using that, Ino told Naruto, clearly pleased with herself. I created it myself. Let's finish this already, Sai neutrally stated, as he unfurled a blank scroll, and started to draw several animals. Super beast imitating drawing. Water release, water gun. Still clutching his head, Naruto got up and tried to get away, just as Ino fired several water bullets from her index finger, while several ink tigers emerged from Sai's scroll. Fortunately for Naruto, several of his nearby clones noticed the original's predicament, and quickly rushed to his aid. Some of them jumped in front of Ino's water jutsu, while the others wrestled and fought against the ink tigers, while another one helped Naruto to move away. Man, I wasn't expecting these guys to be this crafty. Naruto thought, cursing his own overconfidence. And now I can't even use ninjutsu? How the hell I'm going to fight them? Very well, all of you. Great teamwork when executing your tactic. Asumas raised his voice to praise his students, while clapping slightly. Come on Naruto, I know there's still fight in you. I refuse to believe my wife is such a lousy sensei. He was expecting this. He knew that, despite not being that strong individually, the tactical squad becomes a monster when they fight together. Plus they have Sai as additional reinforcements, Naruto thought, as the realization dawned upon him. He knew they'd push me against the ropes, and get ready to counter my usual tactics. Meaning that there's only one solution left. I need to improvise and make the most of what I still have. Everybody, come back. Naruto called. His few remaining clones stopped fighting Shikamaru and Choji, and followed their boss into a cluster of trees, running away from the tactical squad. After him. Don't let him escape. Shikamaru called, as he and the rest of his teammates converged to catch the fleeing blondes. The clones, however, pulled several smoke bombs from their ninja tool pouches and tossed them in multiple directions, engulfing the whole zone in smoke, stopping the tactical squad in their tracks. I can still sense him. Let's go after them. Ino called. Ino, watch out. Shikamaru called out, as he pulled the blonde away. At that moment, a chain of explosions rocked the area, hurling Shikamaru and Ino backwards. The two of them coughed a little, before helping each other stand out. They were joined soon afterwards by Sai and Ino. Good eye, Shikamaru. Didn't notice the explosive tags, Ino said, as she wiped some dust from her top and skirt. Man, Naruto isn't pulling any punches, is he? You pushed him into a corner with that jutsu of yours, Shikamaru pointed out. And you know what they say about cornered animals. He recalled his clones, Choji pointed out. Because thanks to Ino's jutsu, he won't be able to create more for some time, Shikamaru told Choji. He then turned at Ino. How long does your jutsu last? It varies. Between 10 and 30 minutes, depending on the target's stamina and mental fortitude, Ino explained. 10 minutes it is, Shikamaru said. Even then, it's safest to assume that the jutsu will run out sooner rather than later, Sai said. Can you sense him? Ino closed her eyes and made a hand seal. After several seconds, she opened her eyes again. Got him. He and his remaining clones, I think there are 7, are gathered at the top of a tree, hidden behind its canopy. He's probably planning how to ambush us as we speak. Let's go, I'll tell you what are we going to do to bring him down, Shikamaru said. The other 3 nodded, and headed towards Naruto's position. Meanwhile, atop a large tree of the training ground, Naruto and his remaining clones planned what to do next. Man, this is bad. I can't use ninjutsu, I can't create more clones, Naruto moaned, as he pulled out his wind blade, and activated it. Head not feeling as if it's about to explode. I guess that I can still use chakra to some extent. That's good. What else do we have? Kunai and shuriken, a clone said. Fuma shuriken as well, another clone said. A few explosive tags and elemental tags, a third clone asked. And some smoke bombs and ninja wire, a fourth clone concluded. Okay, I may not be Shikamaru, but I'm smart and resourceful. I'm sure I can make the most of what little we have, Naruto said, in an effort to gather some courage for his task ahead. Guess that this situation will be the norm when I fight Akatsuki in the future. Watch out. Up there. A clone urgently whispered. Everybody looked up, and they could see Sai and Ino, riding one of the former zinc birds, flying in circles around the area. Naruto instantly knew that he had been found, not that surprising, given that Ino was a censor, but he was hoping for some more time to plan. Is that the real Sai? Or is he an ink clone? I don't want to fall for that trick again, Naruto said. I think we should let them make the next move. We got into this mess because we rushed into things, a clone suggested. Good idea, me. We'll wait, see what they do, and counterattack, Naruto decided. While Naruto wasn't aware of it, those flying above him in circles were the real Sai and Ino. Like Naruto, they were waiting for the blonde and his clones to come out to fight them, but he knew better than that. It doesn't appear that he's coming out from his hiding place, Ino guessed, as she looked down. We'll have to force him out then, Sai decided, as he unfurled another scroll, and with practiced ease, quickly drew several birds. Super beast imitating drawing. The birds jumped out of the scroll, and without waiting for a verbal command, they all dived at the tree where Naruto was hiding. Very well then. I'll tell Shikamaru and Choji to be prepared, Ino said, before making a hand seal and closing her eyes. The result of their tactic became evident. Naruto and his clones jumped out of the tree, fleeing from the flock of ink birds that were badgering them with pianful pecks and scratches. Aw! Goddamn pests! Go away! A clone yelled, throwing a kunai at one of the ink birds. Shadow sewing jutsu. Once again, Naruto and his clones were assaulted by a mass of black shadowy threads, forcing the group to split in several directions, in order to force Shikamaru to choose between several targets. They could see Shikamaru not that far away from them, standing below the shadow of a large tree. Stop running. Attack Shikamaru. Naruto ordered. A trio of his clones nodded, and pulled several shuriken, which they threw at him. Shikamaru, however, created more shadow threads which he used to deflect the shuriken away. Quickly, now. Let's flank him. He can't attack us if we're spread wide around him, Naruto said, as he and his clones charged towards Shikamaru in an expanding circular formation. That's not a half-bad plan to counter my jutsu, Naruto, Shikamaru praised with a grin. Too bad I'm not the only opponent you're against. As if on cue, Sai and Ino dived at what they presumed was the original Naruto. The blonde quickly turned around, unsealed a Fuma shuriken from a small scroll, and tossed it at the bird. The ink construct instantly burst into several black blots, spraying them everywhere. Sai and Ino managed to jump in time, the former unsheathing the tanto strap to his back. Oh, so you know how to fight in close range? Naruto asked, as he parried the blow with his wind blade. A good ninja can fight both close and from afar. Anything less is unacceptable, Sai replied, as he struck Naruto with quick and precise blows. Damn, this guy is pretty good in close combat as well, I can hardly keep up, the blonde distressingly thought, as Sai pushed him back with each strike. Boss, we're getting a bit overwhelmed here. A Naruto clone who was trying to hold off Shikamaru's shadow threads called, before he was pierced by one of them. Ouch! Naruto could feel the clone's few memories entering his mind as it was dispelled, which caused nothing but more stress to the original. Damn it, damn it. What do I do? I can't go down so soon, I barely did anything. Naruto distressingly thought. It was a good thing that I had these clones before Ino nailed me with that jutsu, but how can I use them in a way that... Hey, wait a second, that's it. Boss, any ideas? A clone asked, who tried to fend off another thread. Yes, ninjutsu. Use it. Naruto called. Upon sensing their hesitation, Naruto insisted. Come on, do what I say. The clones obediently nodded, and started to make different sequences of hand seals. Naruto, what are you doing? You can't use ninjutsu, unless you want to experience the biggest headache ever. Ino called out. While it wasn't smart to stop your enemy when he was making a mistake, the Yamanaka kunoichi was so baffled that she couldn't help but ask. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Water release, wild water wave. Fire release, fire bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. The tactical squad found themselves at the wrong end of several gusts of wind, bolts of fire, and a torrent of water, forcing them to disengage Naruto and fall back. And much to their shock, Inos in particular, none of the clones were suffering from any ill effect of Ino's jutsu. How is it possible? A bewildered Ino asked. Are clones immune to my jutsu? Those clones were created before you used your jutsu on Naruto, therefore they're exempt from it, Shikamaru explained, coming with such realization that very moment. Sorry, I should have realized it earlier and planned for a countermeasure in advance. Thank goodness we didn't show all of our cards yet, Ino replied, as she closed her eyes. Choji, your turn now. On it. Choji's voice replied in her mind. With all the chaos surrounding him, Naruto hadn't realized that Choji wasn't among his attackers. The Akimichi heir had shrunk himself to the size of a doll, and was flying on a smaller ink bird drawn by Sai. The bird started to fly in circles around the original Naruto, surrounded by his clones, who were pelting the rest of the tactical squad and Sai with elemental ninjutsu. Alright then, here we go, Choji said, as he jumped from the bird, and started to fall towards Naruto. Reverse multi-size jutsu, cancel. Bringing his palms together, Choji undid the jutsu, and instantly returned to normal size. Naruto saw a shadow falling over him, and looked up, but it was too late. What the? Got you. Choji slammed against Naruto, painfully pinning the blonde to the ground. And if such brutal attack wasn't enough, the Akimichi wrapped his arms around the Jinchuriki's body, pinning Naruto's arms against his body, leaving him completely immobilized. ACK. Naruto could barely scream. The clones noticed what happened, and turned around. Boss. Several clones said in unison, as they tried to help the original. This proved to be a fatal mistake, as it gave Shikamaru, Ino and Sai ample chance to destroy all of them with their ninjutsu, or with tanto slashes in the case of the former. Can't move. Naruto breathed out, as he futilely struggled to break free from Choji's bear hug. At that moment, Asuma landed beside them, watching everybody with analytical eyes. Alright then, I think I saw enough. Good job, guys, Asuma praised his students and Sai, before looking at Choji. You can release him now. Wordlessly, Choji released Naruto, before standing on his feet. He then offered Naruto a hand to stand up, a hand Naruto gratefully accepted. Thanks, Naruto told the Akimichi. Good match. You guys are a force to be reckoned with. Of course. That's the Ino-Shika-Cho for you. Ino proudly said, before moving closer to Sai. With some little accidents. It's amazing how well you guys can coordinate. I barely heard you exchanging words, Naruto exclaimed. That's thanks to Ino's mind fragmentation jutsu, Choji told him. Huh? It's another jutsu I created, Ino explained, beaming with pride. It allows to split my mind into tiny pieces and temporarily transfer them to my teammates. That way, not only our minds are connected, but I can see and hear everything they see and hear. You could say our minds become one. Wow, that jutsu is really impressive. Naruto praised. Even if it wasn't some flashy or destructive ninjutsu, Naruto could see how useful such an ability was. That was the kind of new skills he seeked to develop. Something that allowed him to become a more versatile ninja. Before we start the training, I want you to reflect on the spar, Naruto, Asuma began, as he walked towards him. You'll agree with me that the moment things started to go south for you was when Ino hit you with her Mind Scourge jutsu, right? Yeah. Not being able to use ninjutsu was a real bummer, Naruto replied, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. And why did you allow Ino to sneak close enough to use her jutsu on you? Asuma asked. Sai fooled me with a bunch of clones, was Naruto's reply. And you didn't have the possibility in mind? Weren't you on guard from a potential attack from behind? Asuma sternly asked, as he crossed his arms. Boy, this is embarrassing, Naruto chuckled, as he ran a hand through his hair. Usually, I have Sage Mode, which gives me sensorial abilities. Or if that fails, I usually rely on Hinata for such things. Asuma nodded. Guess this is why you wanted additional training, right? You were starting to become complacent, and that attitude started to erode your skills. I mean, you didn't even notice that Choji wasn't there during the second fight. This was a real eye-opener. If you guys were Akatsuki. Naruto uneasily said. That's what these spars are for, Asuma said, sounding now a little more friendly. Not only we will help you with your initial concerns, we'll make sure you're a great ninja no matter the situation. There's a reason as for why my teammates called the tactical squad. Naruto enthusiastically nodded, and smiled widely, his inner fire returning. Alright then, let's begin. Gecko residence. You know, it's kind of weird seeing you in the house so often, Yu-Gao said, as she entered the living room. There she saw her adopted Tsun reading a book. Given that I'm not fit for any physical training, Haku motioned his arm on a sling for added emphasis. There's not much I can do. Though if I'm being a bother, I can go outside. It's a nice day, even if it's a bit cloudy. Of course not, Haku, Yu-Gao reassured, as she sat beside him. I love to have you here more often. Well, given that I can't be of much help here with house chores nor taking care of Seiichi-kun, Haku said, leaving the sentence hanging. Again, don't worry. You should focus on getting yourself better, Yu-Gao insisted, before taking a look at the book he was reading. What is that? Advanced Genjutsu Theory, Haku explained. I may not be able to Trangen Taijutsu nor Ninjutsu, but at the very least I can do this. That's what Kurenai-sensei was doing during her pregnancy. That's very diligent of you, Haku, Yu-Gao nodded, as she smiled at him. That's what's so good about Genjutsu. You can practice it even if you can't be physically active, Haku stated. Just like now, for example. You think you're tailing to the real Haku, but this is just a Genjutsu. Yu-Gao shot the ice ninja a look. Haku returned the stare, and smiled at her. Yu-Gao conceded, and made a hand seal, releasing a burst of chakra through her body. Haku was still there. The boy giggled. I can believe I tricked you like that, he said, chuckling softly. Some onbu you are. Yu-Gao scolded playfully, before lightly punching Haku in the arm, thankfully the one that wasn't on a sling. Once you get back to normal, I'm going to make you pay for that in a sparring match, Yu-Gao promised him. Good. It will be a nice way to get back into shape after all these weeks of inactivity, Haku earnestly replied, smiling at her. Yu-Gao sighed. I can't just win with you, can I? Besides you and Hayate-san, and I was also trained by Zabuza-sama. And of course, I was able to tell which training method was the most brutal, Haku explained. I doubt there's anything you can do to me worse than anything Zabuza-sama put me through. Yu-Gao was about to answer something when somebody knocked the door. Wordlessly, the purplet got up and left the living room. A minute later, she returned accompanied by somebody else. Hey, Haku-kun, look who came to see you, Yu-Gao told him with a wide smile. Haku returned the smile. Tenten. I think I'll leave you alone, the onbu said before leaving. Tenten thanked her, before sitting beside her boyfriend. Hey there, Tenten said. My team and I came from a mission earlier than we thought, so I decided that maybe I could spend some time with you. I'm really glad to hear it, Haku replied. I could use some company other than Hayate-san and Yu-Gao-san. Good. Because Guy-sensei and Lee have been particularly obnoxious with their self-imposed challenges, and I need to vent some steam, Tenten grinned, as she placed both arms around the ice ninja's neck. As long as you're careful, I'm all yours, he said with an eager smile. Training Ground 10. After the fight against Asuma's students and Sai, Asuma had created a clone to train with Naruto, while the real one went to train the rest. Naruto felt that training with Asuma was fruitful, even if truth be told they haven't done much in the way of training, more like trading ideas for new, innovative wind jutsu. He felt that this would be the setup for something big. I wonder why we never had a talk like this before, given that we're the only two wind element users in the entire village, Asuma had said with a laugh. After that, Asuma had told everybody to take a short break to catch their breath and stretch their muscles. Shikamaru used such opportunity to lie down and watch the clouds, Choji to eat another bag of chips, while Ino was filing her nails. And lastly, Sai was resting against a tree, drawing something on his sketchbook. Naruto didn't know much about the weird, pale-looking boy, so he thought it would be a good chance to meet him. "Hey there." Naruto greeted as he walked to him. "I don't think we've been introduced. My name's Naruto." "I know who you are. I don't think anybody in this village doesn't know about the elder of the Hokage's children," Sai replied in a confusingly polite tone, while he continued working on his picture. "And I think you know who I am, since Ino and the others told you about me." "Well, yeah, but even with that, we never spoke to each other before, so I think introductions were in order," Naruto tried to justify. Sai stopped drawing, and smiled at him. It was a smile that unnerved the blonde. "Of course. A social convention. Ino told me of those. I try to follow them as much as I can, but most of them don't make much sense to me." "They don't have to, just go with the flow," Naruto said with a shrug. He had the feeling that trying to get to know this guy better was going to be an uphill battle. He wondered what the hell did Ino see in him in order to become so close. "I heard about your last mission," Sai bluntly stated, taking Naruto aback a little. "It's a pity that it ended in such failure." Naruto sadly nodded. "That's why I'm here. I want to get all the training I can so the next one has a different outcome." "I hope you do. Konoha could certainly benefit from having a third Jinchuriki among its ranks," Sai stated. Naruto frowned, and crossed his arms. He didn't like where this conversation was going. "Hey, it's not a matter of collecting Jinchuriki, but saving lives, and making sure Akatsuki doesn't get their dirty hands on the tailed beasts." Sai's smile didn't falter, and nodded. "Of course, such things are important too. But wouldn't Konoha be able to face its enemies, such as this Akatsuki, if we had powerful ninja like Jinchuriki among our ranks?" Naruto wanted to rebut that question, but found himself unable to. "I guess you have a point there. But like I said before, that's not the main goal of the Jinchuriki rescue." "It seems you care about them on a personal level," Sai noted. "Even if you never met them. Why is that?" "Because we're the same," Naruto replied. "That doesn't make sense," Sai said, shaking his head. "Do you feel such a strong bond with every blonde-haired person on Earth? With everybody who has blue eyes? With everybody who has a penis? What the? No." Naruto angrily snapped. "Being a Jinchuriki goes beyond something so shallow. A Jinchuriki bears a huge burden. Not only carrying a tailed beast is a constant source of danger for us, but people tend to fear and avoid us, said danger. And what's worse, none of us chose to be Jinchuriki. It was the villages that forced such burden upon us." Sai had stopped smiling, and stared at Naruto intently with his black eyes, as if he was slowly reflecting Naruto's words. "I see," he said, averting his gaze. "And do you hate the people who sealed the 9 tails within you?" "No, I don't," Naruto replied, his anger subsiding. "I know the circumstances behind the sealing. Only a member of the Uzumaki clan can hold the 9 tails, and back then, I was the only one available. There weren't other options. So in the end I had to accept this and move on." "Of course. Sometimes sacrifices need to be made for a greater good," Sai said, nodding, as he went back to his drawing. "In the end, the two of us aren't that different." "Huh? What does that mean?" Naruto asked, as he scratched the side of his head in confusion. "It's nothing," Sai waved off. "Shall we resume the training?" Land of Earth. Trekking through a forest near the base of a mountain, there was an old man. He sported a red beard, a blue mark that crossed his face in an horizontal manner, and wore an Iwakage forehead protector. A voice resonated within the man's head. "You know, we're pretty close to your former home, Roshi. Have you ever thought about going back?" "You should know already that I'm not going back. At least, not yet, Four Tails," Roshi replied. The tailed beast growled upon being called such a thing, but kept the frustration to himself. This was more important. "I felt another one disappear. This time, it was Seiken," the tailed beast replied. "Something is happening, Roshi. Somebody is hunting us. I think we might be in danger." "Of course. The villages, major and minor, always went after us." "You're not telling me anything I don't know, monkey," Roshi rebutted. "This is not like the other times. I can't sense my siblings anymore. This serious. Will you listen to me just for once in your life, you stubborn old man?" The Four Tails roared. "Are you afraid that somebody might have found a way to take you out permanently?" Roshi asked, enjoying the fear the normally proud and haughty monkey was feeling. "That's not possible. There's only one reason my siblings would disappear like this," the monkey warned. And that doesn't spell anything good for your kind. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.